Where is this roll? Oh, Chewy follower. Okay. I can't add the roll, bro. Where's my YouTube studio at? Oh my god. Hi Pyro, hi Rapid Strike, hi Arjuna, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Hi CTR. Hello everyone. I appreciate y'all for joining. I'm still trying to figure this out, so please bear with me. I'm trying to mainly get this in the Mudkip thing, but there was an issue with the watch party roll. So I'm just gonna paste it in there. Yep, that didn't even work. Thanks, dude. What? I'm gonna cry. This is why I just do the battles. I'm stupid. Go in here. I'm muting it. And I'm grabbing that. And I'm grabbing that. Nah, don't do it, Pyro. Don't you do it. I still don't get a watch party yet. Okay, I still need to tweet this out, so that's not my problem. I need to go to Twitter now. Hello everyone. So just a quick breakdown. We are going to review the Playmore battle, and I could just give my commentary on top of John and Tyler's, because obviously they just didn't know everything I'm thinking as per usual. They do try and build off my notes, but oh my god, why am I logged out of my personal Twitter? This is insane. You know, they still get a few things that are a little bit different and everything like that, or just not the full insight. They do a great job commentating. It's just I still like to build off of my specific thoughts. So, all right, cool. Wait, I'm stupid. I have to do it from here anyways. No, you know what? You know what? You know what? So y'all, I'm really like now just realizing I should have waited to hit the start stream. But you know what? We're learning, okay? I don't stream, especially on YouTube. When I did back in the day, it was Twitch, and what was like a whopping like 2-3 times. So, Yeah, when we do start the battle, though, I'll just kindly ask for you guys, not to talk about spoilers per se. Um, I mean, it's gonna happen as we go, but just act like it's the first time, just for anyone new. Now, what am I doing? Okay. Going here. Clicking this. Clicking this. Guys, I'm literally so dumb. It's so funny. Aren't I like such a good streamer, guys? Like, don't even worry about it. Guys, don't even worry about it. Once we actually start, then I won't be a mess. So I appreciate you guys like reacting immediately. I'm just a complete moron. Okay, post it there. And now I can go to play more. Oh my god, Playmore was tagged in something. What was it? Yeah, spoiler alert, guys. I do all the social media. If you couldn't tell by the stupidity that is behind the social media. Oh my goodness! Look at all the cute people in chat. Woo! The issue was just I was just trying to get it out there and tweet it. I'm just dumb, and I don't have my second monitor's over there for work, and I didn't realize I was probably gonna need it here. So I'm gonna have to rotate back and forth between check a chat here and then the battles and whatnot because I was struggling. Actually, I can pull it up on my phone too. Give myself another viewer. You know what I'm saying? Okay. There we go. There we go. You haven't watched it yet? Well, you're going to watch it now, alright? So don't worry about it, folks. Alright, guys. I also need you to let me know how the audio is for these battles, because I have it reduced on both OBS and then also on YouTube. So I don't think it will be too quiet. I have him lowered on both because I'm worried about it being too loud. So just let me know how it is once we start, okay? Because I don't know how it's going to be. Hi, Allie. I hope you're doing well, Allie. You sub, thank you. I appreciate the subscription. My content is never there, but I do appreciate it nonetheless. I'm hoping to do more. My main goal is to really focus more on the educational and draft league building for the community for Playmore. Playmore will really just focus on the entertainment and sports team aspect. But there's still a lot of people that really want to learn about draft because they just weren't aware of it until they found it through John, because he's grown an amazing following. But I've been with him since day one, early on in the draft years. So it's something that I want to share more about and talk more about because there's just whole more to this. And I want to share more about the Mudkip division and everything that sort. But first, we're going to break down our own video. So once again, please let me know how volume is. Don't know what to expect.
Season is finally here and Playmore is taking on the Super Score Bunny, coached by Pyro. This should be an incredibly exciting week one battle as there are threats galore on both sides of the field. But as we look at this matchup, the Paradox Pokemon on our opponent's team terrify me. Great Tusk on the
too loud, too quiet, just right.
Side, and then of course Iron Moth on the specially offensive side. I'm hearing that it's caused the coach to make a little bit of a controversial decision in the team builder. Tyler,
bit low.
What
Okay.
are you seeing over there?
Well, as you look on screen at the team that we're bringing for this matchup, you'll notice our number one pick.
I guess my OBS is doing good. That's probably good.
Those two Paradox Pokemon and Primarina present a really tough matchup for the dog in particular, but it presents an opportunity for a Pokemon that doesn't really have a great competitive battle
We good now?
history, Moltres. We were hyped on this pick in the
Just let me know how that is, and then I'm just going to break down the team for a quick second. All right, full volume is good. Thank you, Ellie. Thank you, Dead. Okay, so team, from those that just weren't aware, Floatstone, Sandy Shocks, Grass Knot Thunderous Tea was just mainly an issue. People did not respect Power Gem in my mocks, and I do also have Gravity for Earth Power, so I want to be able to hit it. And in general, Thundy is just easily able to get that 2-hit KO with Grass Knot, but not if we are Floatstone with our special defense investment, so I thought it was pretty good. I debated between a few items, but that's what I went with at the end of the day, and ideally a Stealth Rock Setter. So more than likely our lead, even though we're facing Great Tusk. That's what we went with. Bulky Gyarados for Great Tusk, Scald is funny, Intimidate is nice, Dragon Tail for phasing, Taunt to be annoying, and then Earthquake just for overall chip on everything else. Scarf Moltres mainly for Great Tusk. That thing is an issue after a Rapid Spin or a booster energy and speed. So that is the main reason there. But in general, it could have some cleanup potential. Roselli Berry Darkrai with Nasty Plot in order to set up easily on Primarina. I say easily, but if it is Choice Specs Terra Fairy, it can't. It will still die. But it has won me a few of the mocks there. And then we had Technician, Loaded Dice, Breloom, because with Bullet Seed, that thing is doing some damage. And Spore is just nice because I really don't think they can afford safety goggles in this matchup. And then lastly, the amazing fans, you guys. Switcheroo, Sticky Barb, Mouse Hold in order to try and cheese the Rocky Helmet Skarmory. So
draft we've heard coming in. It seems to be a good matchup for Great Tusk. We'll see if it can prove itself today. If you want
Guy and Landon do such an amazing job on the video content.
We're bringing for this battle. You can watch the extended team builder.
I'm just happy I get to be.
But let's go find out what the opponent brought.
All right, guys. I'm gonna lower it here.
Finally, time to see
And then
what
just
our
raise
week
it
one
here.
opponent brought.
So
There
it's still
shouldn't
loud
be
for
any
you guys, but it's
surprises
quieter
outside
for
of
me.
2 possible Pokemon. But there's no Weavile and there's no Appleton, which is really exciting, as going against
Sticky
the
Barb
very
Tech
first buddy
was
could have been
a-
devastating. And as
It
we
was
hop
all
into
or
this
nothing.
battle,
I'm gonna put it
it's
like
always
that, but it
important
was
to let
really
you guys know
tough
that you can
nonetheless.
get
This
your
matchup.
very own Bobby at
After looking at all the weeks, and be very
PlayDashmore.store.
frank, I
We have a lot
truthfully
of
think it
awesome
was my
things
worst
there,
matchup for the
a
entire
lot of
season.
great deals. And there
Pyro
should
might
be
disagree,
something
obviously,
special
because he
in
was
the
on the
near
other end.
future.
But I
for
did not
now,
enjoy it
we gotta get
whatsoever.
into this
And
first battle and
I have some
hopefully
pretty
get our
tough
first
Sama
win.
matchups, so I'm not gonna lie. I got the short end of the stick, but this was just one where I just wasn't confident, and I needed to do a lot of shenanigans.
Not an ideal
So.
matchup for said Sandy Cheeks, John.
No, it's not ideal unless we really, really want to get up.
Don't correct Jay Ricky. Jay Ricky is my goat. What is up, handsome
makes
fellow?
sense to immediately
Editing
see the switch
king.
into the Gyarados. There's a reason
Draft
this
wannabe.
thing is not-
Whoa.
The Great Tusk is the easiest one. Now, it would not be ideal if the opponent is able to get rocks up early in the game because we do have Moltres without the boots on its feet. But this is just a play that we have to make. And the really nice thing
This
about
was
the Gyarados that
unfortunately,
did
to
it
say the
right,
least.
does have
I
Scald,
definitely
and being
expected
able to
it,
fish for that Scald
but
would be
if I was
really
able to get
nice.
those
Now,
rocks up immediately, I was going to.
check again. Yeah, we don't.
surprisingly
really
faced a
have
lot of
anything
Thundy T leads,
Amazing
so.
for a Primarina switch. Getting a burn on it would be fine, I guess. So it would be interesting to see if there is a possibility of a double here
Guys,
early
Samazenta
on,
just walked in.
predicting the Primarina. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but
Watch down.
you know, sometimes with these battles, it's easy to figure out what the coaches are going to
See it in
do.
the head.
We're not staying in. They're not hitting the flying dragon with the ground move. What is next?
Well, and I fully agree with you to get ahead on it because just like this was an obvious switch
He's my
for Ben,
girl.
it feels like for the opponent,
My lovely
it's
girl.
an obvious one to make as well. I understand if Ben goes for the Scald here, just in case for some reason they stay in, you want to fish for that burn, and if you get it on Great Tusk, fantastic. More than likely, you're getting the switch into Primarina. This is going to do maybe 4 damage total, but you take that because things kind of reset from that.
Yeah, I don't blame them
And there is the
for
possibility that we see
wanting me to
Skarmory.
kind of
You don't
predict
usually
here.
see special moves on
but
Gyarados, so
I am messing around with this
there is
Great
that
Tusk. It was a
possibility.
huge threat,
Maybe we
and I had
see
no
you
information.
come in. There are
Headlong
a few
Rush
people
told me
on the team that
absolutely
aren't
nothing.
Really worried
So
about the Gyarados, so we fingers crossed. That would be great. I was right very early into this battle of what was going to happen.
thank you, Blossom's
Burn?
pretty girl.
That might
She's a
have
good
done like
girl.
6 or 7.
Yeah,
I
unfortunately.
underestimated Jafish.
If you want a lot of
but here's
adorable
the unfortunate
blossom
part.
pictures,
turn
just follow
one
me on
made
Twitter.
sense. Turn 2 made sense. Turn
That's all I
3,
gotta say about that.
SpaghettiOs.
Alright,
This
I
is
might
where
have to
the
do the
hyper
thing where I
offense
make
gets
them a
scary.
little bit faster.
Both teams
We
are
have
going to be
stuff to
really
do,
obliterating
places
the
to
other one. So
be.
this is actually a really nice play on Ben's part. He's not overplaying his hand. He's not making a switch in. Gyarados is the least useful member of the team, at least when it comes to getting the win. We need this thing to switch in and take a few hits, prevent us from losing a very important member of the team later in the game. So sometimes the best play is the simple play, the not fun play, the goodbye big fish play.
Watching you
Well, and
lose
I-
for
I
the
know
second
Ben,
time today?
There
Oh,
was
you're talking
a lot
to
of
Pyro.
talk coming
I'm
into this
like,
battle of how do you manage this thing?
Me?
How does this team that does
Me?
not match up very well with Primarina, what is the counter for it? There's not 100% a true counter. I think
Grum,
it's gonna be
my
a team effort in this
goat.
case to take this down. It's a safe play to keep in the Gyarados, get a lot of damage. You're going to start to put it in range for some other things, and then you can start to feel around with this in terms of what you've got with an item on the other side. That damage calc, if it's Choice Specs, I don't know. That looks like Choice Specs damage to me. It might just be that strong.
It
but I know
was
that's another
Choice
thing that Ben and the
Specs.
team were worried about.
Pyro
coming into
was
this
not
battle,
max
was that
special
exact
attack,
scenario
though.
with the Choice
He actually
Specs
got
on,
a
and it doing a whole lot of
max
damage like he
roll
just did.
on the specific investment
no,
he
and
was.
Ben was really hopeful that it was either
If
gonna
he
be
was
a
max
poison
special
terror
attack,
or a
he had a
fire
chance to
terror
KO
there,
me.
and
I
Earthquake
think it
would
was
have
in my favor to
obliterated
live, or
that
like
thing, but we
honestly
did
like
still
around
live.
50-50
We can get some
range.
real damage on. And now
Brianna's
it looks
strong,
like
it's
our
just
coach
Gyarados'
is
natural
possibly
spit F
hoping
bulk
for
is
a
that good.
switch here. Maybe the opponent is going to make a prediction, and then we can
Sticky
predict
bar
that
tech,
prediction.
copium. I don't even understand what that means.
If it works
bro.
out,
Like,
phenomenal play.
I
would
had
like
to
a little
like
bit more
do
damage
some
on the
stupid
Primarina
stuff in
if
order to
possible,
win.
but
So if you're
could
calling
be a
that
really
copium,
easy
sure,
Earthquake read. You go
but
into
it
Thunderous
worked.
Tea, and then
And
all of a sudden,
I'm gonna
that's
talk
the
about
there
it
we
too,
go,
where
coach. That's why I'm in
I
the
mean,
booth. The
I was
hero
in a
over
bad
there looking great.
situation
That's what you
where
like to see. And
it
there
wasn't
is
even
that
like
Thundy
set.
tea.
Like he could have kept
Wow.
that Primarina in.
There we go.
But
Now, Tyler, this could be huge.
a lot of people were surprised by this play. Pre-Marina does
Okay.
not want to
I
stay
kinda
in
want
there.
Primarina for the memes.
It wants, it wants to stay healthy
All right.
Well,
all right, you.
well.
because of Darkrai and
All right,
Moltres in the
let's do it.
back.
Let's
That
run
just
it
makes the
back.
most
Let's do it
sense.
And now the pressure
And in
is on
general,
the
if I click
opponent,
Earthquake
right?
again,
Oh, and
Thunderous
they
just gets a
make
kill
the
afterwards. Because
play.
there's no way I'm gonna pop Terra on a Pokemon with
and
12
Terra.
HP remaining.
But a difference on that
Oh,
one.
It just made the most
But now
sense.
we can get the
Could have went into
spots,
Skarmory and I would have died
which I
to
really, really like here. Oh, I love that.
This is fantastic.
Rocky
this is
Helmet
going incredibly
originally.
well.
However,
Going
they
into the
didn't want to
season,
risk
Tyler
just a
Coach
random
with
Scald
an
and Skarmory being burst. So
unbelievable
Thunderous made
read.
perfect
It
sense,
wasn't super
and the
risky.
crit
We
just
got
really
some
paid
damage
off.
on
I got all
Primarina.
that nice
It would've been nice to
chip.
get a little bit more
So.
damage, but it was a
It
really
worked
easy
out.
switch
I got the
with
chip I
opponent
needed on
hoping to get a little bit more
Primarina.
offensive
It's in the
pressure on
range
us.
of Darkrai,
We make
unless he's like
them pay for
extremely
that
fat.
switch,
It's
and
in the
now
range of
taunt
Darkrai
on
with
Gyarados
Sludge
is gonna
Bomb.
be super
So.
useful because hazards would be a huge problem for us. But more exciting, Tyler, when Big Fish goes down, who comes into the battle?
Dude, Guy and Landon just killed it after this season and
Oh, I'm
last
so
season. They
excited. I
found
told
like the
you coming
perfect
in.
niche.
I'm
I'm like,
so
I'm not even
excited
kidding
for
with
this
you
second
guys.
round.
This is
Not
really
to
going to
head
be
ourselves
the
with
season
the
for
camera
us
on this turn.
in terms of
But
quality. I mean,
if it all
obviously, I
plays out,
hope
which
to
you're
always
1 for
perform
1
my
so
best
far,
no matter
so
what
everything
season
just
it
says
is.
exactly what's going to happen. This mouse
But they
hole
just do
is
amazing
just
jobs, and they're
so,
both
so
extremely handsome
exciting.
fellows.
I think the
So.
other side of it, though, that we could
Whenever
potentially
you
see,
do, just appreciate all the
depends
small
on how
things in the
bad
video,
Ben wants
whether
his
it's
own
the
self-ups up,
music change
because
or
there's
the
a relatively
graphics, like
safe
that
Sandy
KO
Cheeks to go back in
animation
there
and
toss a
everything.
box.
Just
But we
give a
also know
heart
just how
to
excited he
Guy
is
and
about that
Landon.
tandem
They would
outset, so
appreciate it.
I'm intrigued to see which one he goes with.
Unfortunately, the body press is going to make it really difficult to bring in the PM fans. Now, I don't know if your mic is going to sound like it did for me.
Jelly Buns,
But
just as a
fans,
heads up,
you
and
were
for
so
anyone else that
excited
is
it
curious,
sounded- I don't
later
even know how
on
to
in the
describe
stream,
that was.
after we go
I'm
through
really
this
sad
battle
for
and
you
then
that
like
this is
the
about to
3
happen.
battles
And it really
that we
puts us in an
have
interesting spot
from the rest
now.
of the league,
Does the coach go for gravity to make sure that when the
I
Thunder
am
switch
going
is
to do
in,
a
we're fine,
ranking
we
of
get
all the
Stealth
other
Rocks
drafts,
up
and you
for
guys can
free?
help me out
Do we
for
go
that.
the Volt
So.
switch, assuming that's going to stay in? I don't think that's going to be the case. Or Earth Power.
The other coaches'
Predicting.
uploads, yeah.
What is he predicting? Okay, this is not what I expected.
Lantern,
I'm
can you
being
do me a
honest.
favor and just
Interesting.
copy
Now, we could
a
just be
link
predicting the Great
from
Tusk and go and get damage on it.
Muffin
I think it
House
has to be what
and
it
drop
is.
it in here?
Okay.
And it's the right
I
read.
also have the fan
He's
doc.
absolutely the right
just
read,
drop
and
the
I
fan
actually
doc
really
for
like
everyone,
that.
actually.
You know, we've already lost the Gyarados. We don't have an easy switch in. Stealth Rocks will be really nice, but now this thing is way easier to revenge kill. So I do absolutely.
Yeah, that
love
Earth
this.
Power, I needed to
And
get
now
information
I
on Great
kinda
Tusk.
would
I needed to
love
know
the
how
hard
bulky it
switch
was,
into
what it could
Moltres.
potentially be, if
I
it was
know it might be a
lefties,
little
something
bit
of the sort,
bold,
AV,
but
etc.
we don't really
For
have
Darkrai Christ's
many
sake,
good switches
too.
on the team.
I don't think I can risk.
So I was
going
never
more
clicking
into,
Stealth Rock.
Ultras here.
It was just
The
too
Earth
free to
Power
rapid
damage
spin
is
in most
not a bad
scenarios.
idea either. With
Why am I
you know,
blanking now?
where Cheeks is, we're not volt switching
Yeah, Fandok.
freely with a ground Pokemon, and oh, the Scarf, or yeah, Scarf, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely scarfed.
There wasn't any booster, no, because it let off. Okay, that is unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I understand why he stayed in to do that. Moltres is way more important for the
And we're gonna
end
go over
game
the fan
than
doc,
it was right there. It would have
for
been
the
really
rankings
nice, of
and
course, to
stuff
have
like
brought
that,
in,
so.
but it allows us to make a different play.
Yeah, no problem.
You know, Bubby
I
is
really
really
wanted
good
it
in this
to be
matchup.
part
We
of the
can bring
Playmore
that in,
video,
go for a score,
but
put someone
we're
to sleep,
focused
and
on
then wreak some
the
havoc,
team
you know?
and
It's
entertainment,
upsetting to lose another
unfortunately.
Pokemon this
So
early
I'm trying
in
to do
the
my best
game.
to share
It
it
would've
more
been
here.
way worse to lose that Moltres and then not have a Scarfer, because Tyler, really nice thing there. We
Oh
learned
yeah, you're probably
that,
actually not even
one
able
great
to
Tusk is
post links,
Scarf,
but
we
it's okay.
outspeed that with Moltres. The coach was phenomenal in the draft. Our speed tiers are
Holy
excellent.
crap, we got 41
Well, I
people
think
in
this is a
here.
perfect spot to
I
bring in
appreciate
Moltres, 'cause
y'all.
You know what it's locked into. And
Yep.
you're going to force the opponent into
Can,
switching.
oh, I
likely
could just say what
into Iron
Vandy says
Moth,
all the time. Can we get a
because
like
that's
on the
best possible
stream?
switch in that scenario. But I
I
love this
appreciate
move from them
everyone for
because
being
you start
here.
to put the opponent on the back foot.
Subscribing's
This is what we
free,
talked
but don't
about
feel like
with
it's
season pass.
necessary.
Whenever
I
you
will
make
try
that
and do
one
these watch
decision
parties
to
every
get
single
ahead, to
week.
start forcing the opponent to make switch
And I
switches,
really hope to
push
do
them
more
out of
draft
whatever their
content
Pokemon might
in
be.
general.
And
I
right
just
now,
have
Ben's
a
also doing a really
very
good job of
busy
chipping
full-time
away at
job.
multiple things.
So
We maybe
balancing
haven't
that
seen
with
the big,
Playmore is
big hit,
majority of my
but
free
the
time.
Pre-Marina took a lot of damage. That was a big Earth Power hit, although I know Ben probably wishes he was able to do a
Back
little
to the
bit more.
game.
I
It
like
was
how
really
things have
unfortunate that I
gone
have to add
far.
those 2
Interested
sacks
to
so
see now
early,
how
but knowing
both
which
teams
Choice
go
Scarf
about
Tusk
trying
was
to make that
huge.
one big
Unfortunately,
play
very
that really
annoying.
swings things.
Because I'm
Despite
not
how we've lost a
happy
couple of Mons, it
that
feels like
Mouse
this
Hold
battle is
can't
still
just...
very
Ooh,
much
why'd the
a
quality drop?
Yeah, Ben made the right play there. I really wanted to see Scorching Sands. The fan in me was jumping out of it. It would be so exciting to see it. It was not the right play there. U-turn is the right play 100% of the time. It's something
I was
really
sad
want to see more
that
in these
it
past
was
few seasons. We just haven't had a lot of
Choice
Mons
Scarf
do
because
that.
it means Mouse
It
Hold
allows
has
us
to have a
bring
tidy
in
up in
proper
order to
Pokemon.
win.
And
Otherwise, we're
Blackbeard
doing pretty
here
solid,
is
you know?
going to put a ridiculous amount of pressure on
But it just makes
our
that situation
opponents.
a little
So
bit more
Scorching Sands would have been a
difficult, so.
crazy, exciting play. U-turn was the correct play 100% of the time. And hopefully,
Stream
this
is
can
here
go
for the fans,
way we
and the
want it
fans
to.
were here for me.
The opponent really does not have fantastic switches into this.
Dude,
Well,
Jay
and another
Ricky,
thing
that
that
math
I was
ain't adding
looking
up,
for
is
on
it?
the other side was to see those boost energies with these Paradox Pokemon, and when he does
Scarf
it, he
Tusk is
automatically
very
knows, all right, there are a
strong.
couple
It's a
of
very
things to look for.
reliable set,
One of those
too.
that he
Tusk
was
just
looking
has
for
so
in
many
Iron
good
Moth coming in as a choice scarf. If they
sets.
stay in,
It's
attack,
just one of
they
the
outspeed, we know that's the
draft
case.
coats.
A lot of pressure here, A, not to tip the hand of what that item might be, but B, if you stay in and take a hit, it's going to do a lot of damage. This is why we love this Dark Run pick.
Sacks were very good. Yeah,
especially,
I fully
as
agree.
you've mentioned,
I'm just
we are getting a lot of
glad
Pokemon,
John
which
and
is
Tyler
really
knew
fantastic
for
for
everything that was
Blackbeard.
going on.
With the Psychic,
Because it's very alarming to have
doesn't
those
kill.
sacks at the
That
beginning of the game.
doesn't matter. And the U-turn.
But those were the two
Very
Pokemon I was
interesting.
expecting
I
to
do
lose
not
early
like
on,
that for
so
the
it's
opponents.
not like the
Wow,
worst
that is
thing in the
another
world,
Pokemon
you know?
that is really, really weakened.
was
Obviously,
part
we
of the
don't have
plan,
the
per se.
outspeed with Darkrai. The only thing I'm worried about right now is just that Great Tusk with the Scarf, and we have a Pokemon that is immune to its best stab, resist the other one, and we outspeed it with the Scarf. So if we play our cards right, I feel so good about this. But not only that, Tyler, I am pretty new to the mouse hold game. Tidy Up raises its speed, correct?
This thing can be such a monster. It does. And
Yeah.
I like what Ben is doing here because he knows what is
Yeah,
important
Terra
for
Iron
winning this
Crown.
battle. And there's been a ton of chips on the other side, and Ben knows I've got
That's
to protect Moltres at all
ridiculous.
costs. I don't
Endless
care. I
better
need to
do
protect
well with
Mouse
it.
Hold at all costs to have the proper switch in, and he has held them back, and he has done whatever it has taken. No matter what it's been, if there's been some sacks,
We
and
do
there might
face
still be more on the way to set
Muffin's
up those win cons,
terrifying
he is
Nummel
not
and
folding
squad
on that. And I love the confidence that he has in the
in
plan
week
that he
2.
came in with.
So
Yeah,
look
now the
forward
really
to
scary thing
that.
here is we have one more Pokemon to sack, and it's getting switched in. We have one more Pokemon.
Yes, Bobby.
I do like this play. I can't
Bobby,
imagine
right
the
there.
opponent's
He's coming
gonna
out
do
to
the
eat a
same
hit
thing
from
a
the
third time in a
scary,
row.
scary,
Like, it doesn't feel good,
scary
but you
monster.
still have a strong chance. At the end of the day, I think it's really going to come down to mouse hold and how many pop bombs I hit.
I expect to see something
God,
a little
I'm
bit
hot.
different. It's probably not going to be a fighting move, as obviously most Moltres would obviously also resist. That's
Everyone's got
But it
questions
is.
about the U-turn, man, and it's
not
good.
ideal.
It's completely understandable. I was able to respond to a few, but
It's
not all of them.
frustrating to see that, but
You'll see
At
it
this
when I
point,
talk about it, or like you
it's gonna
should be able
a
to tell. And I
three
think one of them
Pokemon show, and we
touched on
can't
it.
with those-
I
with
was
those
so
three
locked
Pokemon,
in
Tyler.
that I
felt
was
a
too
little-
focused
a
on
little
my
flustered. It's
positioning
not on
against the
paper what you
Mew
want to
that I
see. But
forgot
the
that the
game was
Pokemon
not
I was
in
doubling out
shape
in
or form.
Moltres, I could just
When we
U-turn
saw this
with.
matchup and we couldn't
Which
bring the
is,
shield
like,
off,
it could have
we
been a
knew it was gonna
misplay,
be a
because if it
slug
wasn't,
fest. we had to keep one of the Pokemon.
A lot of people was like,
home
oh,
that
he doesn't
was
want
a
to
little
proc
bit of
weakness
slugging
pulse.
itself.
It doesn't matter. I'm
And
going to
pick a few of the
Darkrai.
slugs.
And it's like, it's a switch, so like I would be killing it the next turn anyways. But it's
Well,
like,
taking
I
so long
support
to
them
make
for
that
trying to
decision,
help me
I
out,
was
but that's
with
not
you
the
on
scenario.
that,
I'm
right?
just stupid.
Sorry, buddy, it was great to see you for
That was
this
my
first
only
match.
misplay though the entire game.
But
Luckily it
I-
didn't matter
this
because if he
I don't
wasn't
understand. You know it. You
Colberberry,
got a better
then
explanation for it there.
U-turn actually would have
Why they
mattered
just go
for
the
Dark
tip.
Pulse to get the
Well, it's because of
Oko.
close combat.
Because
They were
Dark Pulse
worried that
just
we would
naturally
have
doesn't
enough
Oko with
and
Mew
possibly
being
we'd be
100
able
and
to kill them
100.
with the defense
So,
drop.
an HP
Didn't
and
want to risk
Spadaf.
that. Maybe it was a roll. Obviously, I don't have the calc in front of me right now, but that actually does make a lot of sense. It's very easy to forget when we know the set on this side of the field. We don't have Mach
Claymore
bombs. You got a free
fans
kill
are
right
built
there.
like a truck,
So
let me
that
tell
actually
you.
worked out best. Again,
Y'all are
Did
family.
not risk the Moltres. That's
Family
almost
hits
always going to be
hard.
the right play until we start running out of Pokemon. And now that this thing is asleep, Ben's got a big decision to make of what makes the most sense here. And it looks like
Yeah, luckily all of my calls, not all of my calls, because I mean at the end of the day I played extremely safe against the Great Tusk, which I guess was a good call.
Never mind. Bubby, my friend,
Worked against Pyro, and when I watched Pyro's side that he uploaded earlier, which I'll throw the link in the description or in the chat once we're done with this video. I'm just not going to show the same side. I just wanted to break through down our side.
Come on, Bubby.
But please go check out Pyro.
He's watching all this damage.
Yep.
A little surprised with some of his thought process, and you need to work on your commentary, buddy. You were quiet for quite a bit.
Wow.
I appreciate the editing at the beginning, though.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, not
And it was
ideal,
interesting.
but
It's always interesting going
Moltres
through
should be
both
pretty
sides.
easy
That's
here.
why I
Now,
always look forward to
we could
watching
see a lot
whoever
of
I face.
hazards.
So
which is not ideal.
always a learning experience, folks.
We need to be able to bring that mouse hold at some point. You know, get rid of the sticky barb, and hopefully we can put in some work. But
Not
now we
Giga
gotta
Brain
be a
like the
little bit more,
Beneral.
not
I'm
reckless,
telling
but
you
we
guys,
gotta bring
if
in
you
the
shave
bird,
your
the
head
chicken
and
on
go
fire.
bald,
I mean, that's how it
there's
sounds.
just
You know,
more
it sounds
brain
more
room
fearsome, Tyler.
somehow.
What is
I
your
can't
fearsome chicken
explain
noise?
it. That's why I shaved this.
I don't
Because
even
then
know,
on my
I don't even know
chin
what
comes
happened there.
further out,
It's okay.
and then I'm goated like
Was
the
that
crimson
fearsome?
chin.
You know,
You know
I
what I'm
don't
saying?
even
Scared?
Mike picked it up.
It's okay. Do I need to do it again?
No.
I know,
no,
it's a learning
instead,
experience.
you
I know
should
it was your
enjoy
first
it.
one.
Because spikes, while annoying, not the
You'll
worst
have
thing
what
in the
you
world.
want
Now,
by,
I do
you know,
worry that
the
Bubby
next
will go
seasons
down
that
to
you do and
spikes
stuff
on
like that.
switching. I'm not entirely sure on the HP there. But it's not Stealth Rocks, which is going to ruin Marco's life. We
Time to
really
go
need to be
bald.
able to switch
It's
this
simple.
thing in with the Great Tusk
Muffins,
in the
according
back
to
being
your
annoying.
profile picture, you have a nice head hair,
But
so
here's
maybe
where
you
things
should have
get
go bald.
tough.
It's only when you kind of
I feel
like
we have to
don't got a choice.
flamethrower, But in an ideal world, we can U-turn
That's okay. I
on
give
the
Mr.
switch
Clean a run
outs.
for his money.
I'm
Yep.
with you though.
Lawson, why can't you just go
I
lay
think
down
that
in your
we had to
bed?
do it in this.
Then
spot.
everyone
It's
could see you on camera.
reaching the point where again the strategy was protect the Moltres, protect Mousehold.
Yep.
And if
Here
one of those
comes
two are
the
gonna have to
Crimson
give. You don't technically
Chin.
need both to win. You need one of them to be your win con.
Yep.
And still here, even if there is a switch, this is going to do.
Yeah,
good
no,
amount
I
of
mean,
damage
the brain
to
info does
something
go in my
if
head
they stay
faster
in
because
until,
lack of hair.
Obviously not to move. One way
Hair
or another, you're doing
treats
a lot
it
of
as
damage
like
here. I
an
think the
extra
thing that Ben
layer
has in the back of his
that really
mind
just,
is
you know,
actually knowing
limits
Spike's
how
going to
much
bring
is
some
going
read
through. So
of, at any
once
point,
you're
you can bring
clean
in Bubby,
shaven,
sack, and set up Mousehold
seeps
that way. I know
directly
you're
into
gonna
the
have that
skin
switch
and
play.
into the brain.
I don't know
That
if
was
we
a
can
finger
even show
gun to
the
my
choice card
head,
either,
but-
so that is a really nice
Oh,
thing.
she's
and
smelling
maybe
Bubby.
Ben
Don't
wants
you
to
even
hide
think
that
about
choice
her,
card here.
Bubby.
That's why he's hovering over Pokemon. But we do know we would be able to
she's
kill the
gonna lay
flamethrower,
down.
which is fantastic. We've talked about the chip. While it
gonna lay
doesn't
down,
look great on paper, their
She hears
team,
me.
like they have a Pokemon asleep. They have what, 3 Pokemon are
she's
decently
skeptical.
injured. We haven't seen Mew yet, but Mew can just be kind of a bulky fella. Skarmory, I'm not really worried about at the end of the day.
Lawson, lay down.
We do have one of their Pokemon out of there, which
Okay.
is fantastic. We're starting to break through the team, which is fantastic. And that was a huge threat against our team. It is so nice to see one of the 2 Paradox Mons just wiped off the face of this Pokemon planet. I don't know. Is it Earth? Does it have a name, Tyler? I don't know. I don't think I have that knowledge in my head.
No.
No idea. It doesn't have a name?
No.
All right. We could name it Bubby's World. Bubby
I
Land.
hate camera angles. Heart.
The Big Bubby Rock.
Yep, it's the big Bubby Rock.
Hair helps you
Why double
hide your
face of
headset
the big Bubby
down.
Rock?
Brother,
The BBR.
there's a reason I'm wearing a hat in these.
Right, that's...
If you made it this far into the
I also cannot believe how many of y'all commented BBR. That is insane. What, like,
This is
just
not
Tyler's
shocking.
subtle
as we
comment
come
there.
back to reality, this is not shocking. Bubby's coming in. That makes sense. This is the last time we get to sacrifice a
And
Pokemon.
shout
so
out
from
to,
here on out, our coach
D-Ray
needs
and
to
his
play
actual
a pretty
BBR.
flawless game. But I just saw a tail
I think
wagging
it's-
in the background.
I think it's time, John. I think it's time. I
Big
think
Bubby
this
Rock
has
is
to be
amazing.
time
I won't be
for the
surprised if
weapon
that just
to
literally
be
turns
unleashed.
into merch
And by the
after a
weapon,
bit.
I mean our fans.
Tyler
I'm not
was
sure if it's
an
gonna be
agent of
time for
chaos
that. It'll
this
probably
game.
be time to bring a Darkrai.
No. Don't worry. I think it's
Yeah,
it's
get them
time.
BBRs in
It's
chat.
Time yet.
It's time. Look at his eyes.
Did you have a
Look at
moment where you
those
were
eyes.
100% confident a winner was truly once
That's
Pop
why
Bomb
it's
took out Prem?
time.
It was once
I
Pop
think we're
Bomb
gonna bring in
took out
Darkrai and go for
Prem.
No.
Sludge Wave.
With those just 90% that I had to rely on.
He's rubbing me wrong. I'm buttoning up. I'm getting
I
excited.
talk about
You
it
look
here
like best for
actually.
the fans.
Or
Okay.
no, it was way earlier
All
on
right.
where it's
All
just
right,
like,
let's adjust the tie.
it's
All
okay,
right.
but at the end of the day,
We'll
it's
see.
going to rely on Mouse to pop bomb hits.
Here it is.
I knew that. If I was
There it
Terra
is.
This
Ghost
is the
during
moment.
these
Here it
sequence of
is.
events,
Skarmory's coming in.
then
Here
I
it
actually
is.
would have been guaranteed win. I was very
Here it
surprised
is,
Pyro
Bob.
only
You
had body
probably just
press.
click a move, but please choke into Skarm.
Everything hinges on.
Yeah, I
this
say
now.
choke.
Stay
It's kind of like a
no
strong
for
turn
this.
because once
Here
again,
on the
like
BBR.
just like earlier in the battle, he still wanted Primarina healthy from Moltres plus Darkrai. That's understandable. So this was the best situation. It's just unfortunate that it took so long to get Mousehold in this situation, because I couldn't like U-turn with
Okay.
Moltres and take out Mousehold at the end of the
I don't know if we're gonna
turn.
win this battle, but this is
Because
one of
then
my
I
favorite
show
sets we've
Sticky
ever
Barb
had
and I
in one of
take
these
the
battles,
damage.
and
It had to
is
be
here
fresh
to
at the beginning of the turn
absolutely
after a
ruin the
Pokemon
opponent's
died.
day. Sticky
And
Barb
all the other
on
sacks
the
when it was
Skarmory.
Gyarados
Here's the
or when it
question, how much
was
does Body Press do? Because we got a lot of things we could do right now.
See, Gyarados had
So,
Skarm out. I
the
couldn't do
one
it there. I need
problem
Skarm
for
to
Bit
come
is I don't
in
think he's gonna
because
tear
otherwise I just get body
is that
pressed.
there's
I want to
the
limit
threat
the
of
amount I
Gyarados.
could get body pressed.
And as long as we
And then
keep
when
up,
Sandy
if
Shocks
that is an
died,
option,
it was
yep,
against Scarf
at the
Great
hope
Tusk, and that was just
is
not
that
possible.
body
So I
press
had to wait
is
until the
not enough.
Breloom sack.
Yep.
So.
Okay. And we can tidy up, get rid of the spikes, raise our attack, raise our speed, and now we are in an unbelievably good situation. Even if we do not win the game from this point, we do put us in a spot where the combination of Darkrai and the Moltres can hopefully win the game. Stealth Rocks are still not on the field.
Oh yeah, Pyro, it blew my
Okay.
mind.
This is exciting. This is exciting. I'm
When you
excited.
did,
I'm
I thought you
scared. I'm
switched
nervous.
knowing I'd
Don't
Encore.
do it. No.
Okay.
You just switched because you
There we
thought,
go.
So fast.
what'd you think?
Okay. Encore.
I don't remember.
Encore.
Oh yeah, you thought I
Oh,
was gonna
God.
switch
They say
into
it'll be Encore.
Moltres.
Yeah, they're
and you
gonna-
were surprised I
that's it.
stayed in.
Oh my God.
I'm pretty sure
Oh,
that's what it
but then it
was.
might come down to missing a population bomb.
No, we would
Knock
never.
knock
We never. We have never missed an important move.
I'm knocking.
Yeah, I really
I'm
wish
not
at this
knocking,
point I was
but
Terra
Nothing with
Ghost, but
axles.
I
Nothing
stand
that's
by
supposed
Terra
to hit
Normal
3
just
times or
because
anything.
I'm
the boost in
unbuttoning.
damage
You know, I
is
need to-
very
I can't-
important
I need
against
to
your
button.
bulkier
I'll
offense
button the second
and
button.
Great
Okay, fine,
Tusk,
I'll button
you
the
and
button second.
Primarina.
I didn't
So
want to put
Gotta
too
look
much pressure on the
professional.
fans. I didn't want to put too much pressure on the fans. It's fine.
also, it's
That's
just
what I'm
insane
talking about
that
That's
at
true.
+1.
Yeah.
So
Fans.
I don't
I guess
know
I
why
need to
you have
pause
started
here.
trying to break the microphone as your new bit.
But I did switch here because unfortunately I looked at it afterwards on Pyro's side with the HP stat too, and I was right. He was at like 63%, I think he was, with +1 Terra Normal Population Bomb with 10 hits. Our roll is 59% to 72. So not only did I have to hit 10 90% accurate moves in a row, which it's really ballsy just to run Mousehold without wide lens, but you got to do it in draft sometimes, and this was the time for it. I also had to get the high rolls at the end of the day, which I did not feel comfortable about. I felt like that was not my correct route, but I did not realize kind of later how much more difficult it was going to be to try to get Mousehold up and running again. Actually, no, sorry, it wasn't this turn. It was later. I'm stupid.
You know what? You're a professional.
I didn't
and can
realize
learn
this
a
was
thing
still
or
before
two from
Thundurus
you,
got
so you know
knocked
what? I'm
out.
fine
But
with it.
yeah, that's right.
Give it
This
a go
is
there
the
outside.
Encore turn.
No.
I'll
I
re-explain
don't-
myself in a
See,
minute.
I have a
But-
radio microphone. It doesn't have like the little.
Good day, mate. How y'all
fuzzy
doing?
bit. It would just look insane.
Hi, Colton. Hi,
Okay.
Nova Blader.
Well, they
Great to
switch
see
out.
both of you here.
They go into
Not a
Athena.
favorite.
Okay, that was a sack.
We
They
have
were going to
70
sacrifice
people?
this.
What are
We
you
do
guys
show
even
the
talking
encore.
about? That's insane.
If we had been able to get the encore,
I
on that,
appreciate
everything
y'all
would've
so
changed. But at this
much.
point, you have to go for the population bomb. I mean, there's.
I do, and I think still, because Skarmory's still up, I don't think you show the Terra yet.
No.
Because clearly that fear was there.
That was the whole
I mean,
point.
is there a
Thought
chance we
process
just
here,
win
for
at
sure.
this point? I don't know.
Here's what I'll say.
Okay.
Like, I wouldn't be opposed.
Because
to
I
it.
mean, Pyro
love
didn't even
the
say
win
it.
right now. I
Was
feel
scared
so
of Terra
good.
Ghost.
Ben doesn't
so.
look as though he's convinced we've won.
I still didn't want to
Well,
show the Terra for that
We
reason.
should have a kill
so,
here. Okay.
We should. We've
although
never
it would have
missed a
made
move.
less hits
This
in order to
is-
kill the Primarina here,
Okay. A different sacrifice now.
I was so
I've never seen
surprised
that animation.
that Pyro rent.
Oh my god.
All right, my face right here. Wait, I might actually kind of be in the way on stream. Let me hide my cam real quick. You stupid mouse pad. Oh my god, I'm going. My face right there. You can clear me saying, "No, miss." I was chanting miss because he hasn't burnt a turn of sleep with Bundy T. If I missed and didn't kill him there, I got another tidy up. If I got another tidy up, I only needed 7 to 8 hits in order to kill Skarmory from where it was at. Which, honestly, I probably would have taken that risk because then I wouldn't be relying on him, like, necessarily choking, per se. And it just would have been, like, more in my hands. So, I wanted him to miss. I'm really surprised the sack was Thundy there. To be fair, I don't really know what else you would have sacked. Actually, no, I would have sacked Mew if I were you. Mousehold outspeeds, Darkrai outspeeds, even though you have the Colbur, you're not killing from where I'm at, and Moltres outspeeds. I mean, you can't actually, no, you leave the hit, you get Thunderbolt. Maybe that was your sack at that point. Yeah, no, it was. No, it was. And it was just good for you that it ended up killing me. Never mind. So.
God, it's so good.
Woo!
Let's go! That's at least one kill on the
Yes,
Spark.
I will be
First
watching
kill
other battles
here.
after this.
Wow, you guys are
I
great.
won't be like repeating the same point of
Second
views
kill
though,
of the
or not.
year. Wow, you guys are so
Same
great.
battle, different
Wow.
point of views.
Everyone-
So I think it's
Wow.
only.
Well, I mean, that's. I mean, well.
I only
you
have
guys got
2
your first
additional
kill, dude.
tabs
That's what
open.
Yep.
If
Yeah.
Dashing
Yeah,
has gotten
yeah,
his
like
up,
and-
then
like
we
and
will see
subscribe. Ring
his.
that bell.
Otherwise, it looks like it's
Oh,
only
right,
2 at the
but
moment.
all right.
Yeah, there you go.
Which I'm always doing
Yeah,
these on
this
Saturday nights, so
is
it's
a
up to all the
really,
coaches
really
if they want to upload on
interesting
time.
spot. I don't
Like
know
I
what
don't want to
else
sound
we
like
do here.
rude, but I
We
prefer
do
my
have a
Sundays to be more
Terra Nova,
relaxing
not
before
crazy.
I have to go back
Yes.
to work.
Yeah, so I mean,
I'd rather do these on Saturday.
that is going
Unless I
to
have
bring this to a
something planned.
ridiculous level. Great Tusk would probably go down. I mean, it's the only thing that made
I'm
sense.
having a great evening. I hope you are
Does
as well.
it kill with a body
Thank you for
press is the
joining.
question.
Wait, your Iron Defense is your last move, so your only move is Body Press to hit me.
Ben seemed to have had an epiphany.
Yeah.
No, I go Moltres
Tidy,
and then I
Tidy
go
up
in the Darkrai.
cleans
But
all
what worries
hazards,
me is we weren't able
including
to
my
get
own.
Marina.
So if I got
We've
Stealth
done
Rocks
that,
on their side of
we
the
could've
field,
gone for Flamethrower
I'd be
ease.
removing
So
them
that's
as
what
well.
worries me
So
here.
I
And
mean,
it's not- the coach
it's
didn't mess up. It just was
primarily
unfortunate.
used as a setup
A little bit
move,
of a
like
switch
Dragon
there.
Dance
And maybe the
with the
opponent
speed and
realized that,
attack.
they were really
But it does have that
looking for
benefit of hazard
choice.
removal. So I can be a support Mousehold one week if I really want
Maybe
to.
not.
It's just unfortunately due to
Yeah.
Mousehold's bulk.
I think this makes sense here.
No, it absolutely makes
I'm
sense.
not really
We
able
just now
to
don't
do it
outspeed the
often
Great
because
Tusk
even
with
neutral
the
hits can just
Mousehold,
2-hit
which is-
KO me.
It's not
So
what we need to do. We could not risk. letting
that
it
was
go
the
into
turn
body
where it's
press,
just
so we
like
didn't kill.
I need to hit all 10.
At that
Otherwise, I
range.
don't kill. Not worth it.
Now, the
That's also the
question
range
here would
where
be,
if I was Terra
do we
Ghost,
go for the flamethrower?
strong chance I win.
Because I mean, the double switch. I mean, I don't see a reason not to U-turn here, regardless.
Yeah,
And I'm just so happy that,
Skarmory is the counter to Mousehold.
Okay.
PM Fans is just such
This
a
is
good
interesting.
nickname, man. That was like
Blackbeard
the
Pokemon
first
fan,
thing
you
that came to
gotta
my
love
head
that.
when I started going through the roster.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh, they're
I
gonna
still
eat
don't
this
really understand
up,
the new
bro.
U-turn. But this was a phenomenal place.
And that was me popping off of my double where I could have U-turned.
This is the
Yeah, a U-turn really would have been.
Yeah, I know it could have been better,
No,
Tyler.
considering
Calm
how-
down.
yeah.
Don't
That
make
would have
fun
been
of
really
me.
good.
I don't know if he just missed that
Sensitive.
or I don't know. It's not the biggest deal in the world.
It worked out. We've got the right matchup now.
Yeah. He is so locked in.
Playmore
I think he was
1-0.
just focused on making the
Spoilers.
right play. So that's
Yeah.
one berry. I feel like they may pop the other berry the other way. Yeah.
Luckily, I was even out of range of close combat here.
Absolutely
So,
beautiful to see. Okay. Nice.
if he was
So
physical.
now we have the easiest dark pulse of our lives.
Unless he was like a
Oh,
choice band.
absolutely. I don't think there is
Expert belt, not actually.
any
kill belt.
reason to overthink this one.
Well, I mean, if you're predicting them to bring
you
in
only get the
Great
tidy
Tusk
up
on the
boost if
Dark Pulse
hazards
or
are
like the
cleared in the
Primarina,
field
maybe
with
it
no
does make sense.
hazards.
Just- well, no. I guess maybe if you're predicting like the Great Tusk, and then we could.
I think
outspeed,
it
and
boosts
then the Air Slash or
regardless.
the
The
U-turn. This
removal of the
really, like,
hazards is
this
just
is
a
gonna get
benefit. It's a
complex with
secondary
predictions back and
effect.
forth. And the opponent should have the upper hand in this
Addison, everyone go
Pokemon-wise.
check out Addison. She's amazing.
They do
Shout out
only
to
have one
Floatstone
Pokemon
that
that
did
really
not
outspeeds
make
everyone. So I do kinda
an
like the standing
appearance in
going
this
for the
game,
focus.
Addison. They
Yeah.
didn't even
Yep.
bring up
Yep. Don't
bringing
overthink here.
Grassnot, which
After this turn
surprised
is when
me,
the
honestly,
overthinking
but-
and the big predictions, and I predict them to predict me to predict you to predict Tyler to predict Wednesday. And
80
it's all over the
people
place.
here in chat.
So
And we
what
have
should see
57
here is
likes.
the
It's
Great
still a
Tusk.
little off in my opinion in terms of math.
Three
I'm not the
out of three
best at
times
math.
switching
I mean, I
into
can't
Moltres
even U-turn
would
with a
have worked.
Pokemon, so like, what do I
assume
know?
This is the time where it
But
would
an
no
extra
longer
like
work.
would be
And if we
appreciated
made
along
that
with the
switch, we'd
sub.
lose
They're
the
both
battle.
free.
But for that
I appreciate
reason,
y'all so
Tyler,
much.
For that reason, maybe. Multiple
Multiple cuss stops.
I don't know.
I had
This is probably the right
was it-
decision.
it wasn't like the
but it's
strongest
difficult 'cause I
heat
don't
in
see a
week
world
2,
where Blackbeard gets out of this
but I had some
alive.
pretty good builds.
This was the right play.
I don't really expect anything to be as
Okay.
crazy as week 1 though. I had to try and pull some
So,
stuff off. I'm also just sad I wasn't able to use
scary,
gravity. I was
hairy
hoping I was able to do
hours.
gravity shenanigans.
We got to bring in Marco, and I think the easiest way we win this battle would be, well.
Also,
gosh,
while
I
we
don't know.
do
This
have
is
80
really difficult,
people here,
because
because I do
getting
expect
PM
it to
fans
change,
out could be how we
obviously, as
win.
it goes down.
But there's a reason Ben switched out on that
Which
Skarmory
is later
earlier.
time
I
in the
mean,
day,
trying to kill
especially for you
Skarmory
guys that
on
are
a move is
still
not easy.
over in Europe and watching. Shout out to you
I
guys.
think this also puts the opponent
Please let me
in a
know who
tricky
you guys
spot
want to
as
see on my
well,
channel in terms of draft
because
content. I'm
do
open
you
to doing
switch here?
more. I'm not going to
Do
be able
you
to
stay in?
upload
Obviously,
like
if you switch into
frequently,
Skarmory
but at least once or
and take-
twice a week, I could
but
be able to
I
do
presume it's gonna be an air
something
slash. It's
alongside
not
with
gonna
these
do
little
very much
watch
damage.
battles.
If
So,
they stay in, they lose
let me
the
know.
Great Tusk, which
and
realistically
for those of those that were also wondering, we
is a
don't have
problem for
post-comp
our
questions
Well, actually,
anymore,
though,
just
I
for
feel
the
like
sake
I'm
of
really
video
underestimating the
viewership
sticky part,
and
'cause
stuff like
Ben
that.
has talked about getting that encore
So we are going to
and
have
boosting
press
Skarmory.
conferences
So I think
every
you air
3
slash
weeks.
for
So
sure
week
here, no matter what.
after week 3.
And if it brings in Skarmory, a special stat
Excuse me,
move-
after week
I
6
don't
and
know.
after
I
week
don't-
8.
I
So
can only
that
button
being the
when the mouse
exception
comes
because
in.
it's only
But
8 weeks
the
in the
sticky bar
season.
plus air slash,
We're
and
going to
that
have a
could
press
be a two-shot
conference
with
that's
all
going to be
that
like the
put
team
together.
builders in a separate playlist.
And Prime
And
Arena's not in a great spot. I
we'll
mean, this is
take
a really,
questions
really
from the comment
straightforward play,
section
and I
and
do not
from
think there is a spot where it doesn't
Twitter
work out.
on
There
what
we
you guys
go.
want to
There
ask
we
and
go.
like
Oh
my
my
thoughts on
God.
the
Okay, I
battles.
can't get too excited. I calm
All
down.
right, so now that I have that out of the way and you guys are talking about stuff, this really surprised me. And when I looked at it, Pyro didn't think much about it. Unfortunately, this was the first throw. So if he just sacrificed Skarmory, because Skarmory really had nothing else to do at this point in the battle, technically, yes, it can deal with Mouse Hold, but as long as I always have Moltres, then it comes down to a 50-50 of whether I'm switching or not, and you just don't want to play that game. It's just unnecessary. Skarmory is a free sack at this point, because you only need the Choice Scarf on Great Tusk in order to deal with Mouse Hold, because I'm never able to tidy up with Primarina in the back. And you have a bulky Primarina that just eats the hits with against Moltres. So if he were to sack the Skarmory there, keep the Great Tusk healthy and in the back again to re-choose its move, and Primarina, now after the Skarmory sack, you go into Primarina, you click Liquid Hyper Voice. I need to get 2 air slash flinches or like 2 max high rolls with 1 flinch or a flinch into a crit. Like literally so many random percentages in order for me to win the game. Because Primarina kills Moltres, and then Mousehold has to click Pop Palm against Primarina, or I try and tidy up to see if I live, but spoiler alert, Mousehold's frail as balls. I don't live. So he would just win at that point. And then also here,
Tyler, calm down.
he even said in his video, I don't know, Pyro, if you're still here, but I'm just like thoroughly explaining because I don't think we went over this in the interview.
How do we lose?
He said, don't I just win 1-0? And he hovered over Primarina, but then he went into
How could we possibly
Moltres.
lose? I don't want to get too excited. Tyler,
Now,
you
if you
calm
went into
down. How do we
Primarina,
lose?
it was almost the same change, except you're not outspeeding Mousehold. You're just living all the pop bombs, and then you kill me with Body Press after, because I wasn't Terra Ghost. And you basically knew at that moment I wasn't Terra Ghost as soon as I didn't do it immediately, like you even switched for that. So this turn here, if you went Primarina, same scenario. I still have to get the flinches and stuff in order to win. Because I can't go hard into Mousehold, reset into Flamethrower. That doesn't work. The only thing that I could have done here, if you went Primarina, is if I get 1 flinch, then I sack Mouse, I come back out, click the stronger Flamethrower, because you're only Fairy, you're no longer Water, kill Primarina, and then I kill Skarmory after. So, alright, let me look at what some of you guys are saying as this game plays out.
I think, fortunately,
Builder guides.
the only thing is if it comes down.
Drafting guides. I do love talking
Our
about
fans.
drafting, so.
Misses.
In Denmark,
Oh,
love to
gosh,
hear
why would you
it.
say that?
Another UK, love it. Got a homie in the UK.
You're a bad person. You know that,
Yeah.
right?
2
You
UKs.
asked.
I didn't want to ask.
Well, you
Not many
should
One
know.
Piece
That's-
nicknames
that's
on
a
this
life
team.
lesson for everyone.
So I did have a request from
Don't
John and
ask.
Tyler
And you
to
don't
not
want
do
to
as
answer.
many
Don't
One
ask.
Piece nicknames because
Oh,
they
that's
wanted to
bad.
focus on more character building.
Oh, and there it is.
Which, one,
There it is, ladies
That's
and
thanks to me.
gentlemen.
Bubby nickname
That
is because of
should
me.
be the game, unless we get the worst luck
But
we
also,
ever
you
done
know,
seen.
they're Japanese
'Cause that
names,
right
so
there
sometimes it's a
should
little
take
bit
it out,
difficult
and
for
that
their
may be another
non-anime
kill for the fans.
watching brains, which I don't
If
blame
the league
them.
doesn't count that as a kill, I'm going to write a multiple
I
page
did give that kill to
complaints
Mouse,
on how
don't worry,
we
folks.
switched the bar
So,
and
if
took
y'all
it
PM
out.
fans, you
That's
got
for the
3
fans.
kills this game.
But now, I mean,
But yeah, try to reduce
shouldn't
the
be
amount of
able
One
to
Piece
set up.
nicknames.
We
There's still a decent
obviously
amount, though.
outspeed
You didn't
this.
see all of them, but
We said
Sandy
Twitch
Shocks
damage earlier.
being Cheeks, that's because John calls it Sandy
That's
Cheeks
good
on his
damage.
You know
channel.
what it has.
And Fish,
Hyper voice,
Big
okay?
Fish because of
Okay, Mousehold.
Golden Magikarp, so
Don't miss, buddy. It's all up to you guys. It's up to you guys.
it was up
It's
to you
awesome.
guys, and you
It's up
guys
to them.
clutched.
It's definitely those specs. We have kept the Terra
But
until
I mean, I
this
got
moment.
Moltres, I got Darkrai, I
We just
got
gotta do the thing.
Clefable,
Button up, double button, double button.
Blastoise. They're all named
I got the frog
after
tie on, I'm
One
looking
Piece Pokemon.
dapper.
And I thought about naming Muck Magellan,
Come on.
but Nuke,
The
just
hitting
being
Pop the-
gooned
pop the
backwards
collar,
is
pop the collar.
hilarious.
There it is, and there it is.
And I gotta have a serious talk with John. That was the most premature pop-off. just because we hit 1 didn't mean anything. If I lost with a miss on that second hit and I heard him yell, "There it is," oh, I would have been so mad in his DMs, bro. Because y'all just have to understand, John and I are just so close. And that's why I'm happy to be a coach for him and everything. And in general, I was happy to bring like draft back to me in this way. So, but he still got a little rust. Tyler learned so much about draft since we started in the first season. He's done a great job. I will say I think he uses my notes a lot more than John does, just due to time constraints. But they both do a great job.
Yes, I don't know why I popped this. That was insane.
PM fans are a sensitive bunch. Okay, don't blame us.
You know what? No,
I don't know what's that responding to.
Sometimes you just gotta.
Is this pre-recorded or live?
And sometimes you don't.
This is a live stream of me going over it.
So you can
But
absolutely demolish someone with a mouse. Our coach is going crazy.
shout outs to
This is
everyone that
vintage
watched the first season of
Beneral.
Playmore and know
I'm not
why I'm
afraid to say
doing
it.
this.
Playmore is back.
Wait, I won. Why'd I do that? I just won.
So honestly, my beard was actually kind of itchy and getting annoying. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna shave anyways, even if I win. But it was just so sick to be part of a 1-0 pop-off. That was such like a terrifying game. That's just insane. We're at 93 now. Y'all are just amazing, and I see people saying they're subbed and everything. I appreciate y'all so much. All right, so that's the game. Here, let me pull up Pyro's as well, because I want to make sure you guys go give some love on his side. All right, you're gonna. Oh, I copied all of his text from Discord. Let's not do that. That included extra. I'm not heavy breathing into the mic. That was you. I thought I had copy link. Oh, I did copy text. Copy link. Please go give Pyro a comment and a subscription on the video. I would really appreciate it. Pyro helps me out a lot in the front office. So. Okay. Do you have any more questions about the battle before we move on? Yes, so many people here is just amazing. Yes, Blastoise is Jinbei. Great guess. Ooh, we close to 100. If we get 100 people in here, I'm just saying, if you share this a little bit more, y'all, sure. I think I get credit for the... Oh, Zach! My old college roomie. Yes, you forced me to watch One Piece, and it was the best thing ever, and I'm probably inevitably getting a One Piece tattoo soon. So, thank you. What do you have, Grum? What's the question, bro? If you ask anything about Earthworm, I'm kicking you off the face of this earth. Character tattoo? I don't know if it's necessarily going to be a character tattoo or just like something that like resembles One Piece per se. I'm not going to do like the standard like copy Ace's tattoo or any tattoos in the series. If anything, I would actually think about getting like all my favorite characters combined into one per se, if I'm able to do that. So like I was thinking about, you know, just getting a basic straw hat, but then like maybe some of Zoro's booze or a sword, or his scar on the hat wouldn't make sense. Either booze or a sword, and then something for Chopper. Those are just my 3 favorite characters in the series. So. Oh shoot. Tattoo of who? One Piece? Do you think this will be the toughest matchup? Yes, that was definitely the toughest matchup. So, in terms of like, I don't know, like coach level of skill and everything like that, I don't know how to determine that being my hardest matchup. In terms of rosters alone, I think that was my hardest matchup from Pokemon to Pokemon. So, and the fact that it was the only coach for my entire schedule that I've faced, only through mocks and stuff, but at least I faced, made it that much more difficult. So, luckily we were able to pull out a dub. But I wasn't going to cry if we lost in week 1 because it's week 1. So many things happen in week 1. Get Ace's back tattoo. Nah. And then I also plan on getting a tattoo of a cherry blossom branch for Blossom. I'm putting her gotcha day on it. Does Draft League have a sleep? Whew, I'm disgusting. Excuse me. Draft League does have a sleep clause. So if I spore something with Breloom, I cannot spore again if that Pokemon is still asleep, or I can't clip Hypnosis again with Darkrai. I will automatically lose. They can just run away from the battle then and there and take the victory from me. So, any builds I'm excited to use this season? I do have one in mind that I really want to use. It's the 2 Pokemon pairing that I wanted to do originally back in like GBA for the first season with different ones that I can do here potentially easier. So I will use Shell Smash Blastoise at one point. I don't have it on a build yet per se for these earlier ones, but I mean I might bring it. Or no, I'm more than likely going to bring it because some people just under prep for it for certain times and it can really just be that easy. Yep, you're being censored. Should really start watching One Piece. Also, I watch anything on YouTube without someone mentioning it. I mean, I'm part of the group where it's like you should watch One Piece before the One Piece is actually revealed of what it is, because it's gonna be really awkward when one of the biggest reveals in the history of like media, apart from like How I Met Your Mother and stuff like that, is like revealed. Because I mean, 20 plus years, bro. So that's just how I see it. It is one of those things, though, where you do need to give it the first few hundred episodes. And that does deter some people from saying that, because it's just because some people don't like old traditional anime, or it's like it also doesn't get like too serious for a certain amount of time. So if you're like a very fight-heavy shonen person, it's going to take some time because it's a little bit more comedic at the beginning, which is very fun for the adventure. It's just not for everyone. So, yeah. When are we getting Whitebeard? Yo, a Whitebeard cosplay would go stupid hard. Smash Toys is goated. Spore plus Darkrai ability? Yeah, that's the whole point of me drafting it. Oh yeah, you weren't part of the draft, Pyro. I'm sorry. I forgot you were out of the server for that. But yeah, that was part of the reason. And I also wanted a really strong priority. Appreciate the watch party. Definitely watching from the beginning, so hopefully catch up soon. Awesome, Tanner. Love to hear it. You got the big win, but is there a mon you wish you could have brought and made it work? Zamazenta was never going to work that game. So that's like unfortunate. I originally thought of AV Muck, but unfortunately with Muck's coverage, it just didn't seem possible. But the fact he had T-Spikes on Moth too, and it was Terra Fairy, Muck actually could have been pretty important in this game. So that's something that could have worked. But in general, I'm very happy with everything. I just wish like my gravity set worked a bit, Yeah, if it's not intentional with sleep, so like Dire Claw, Relic Song, or Effect Spore, then you don't automatically lose. It's only if you purposely click like Yawn, Spore, all those like where the move is purposely to put you to sleep. If you do that twice, then it's on you. But no, you can click like Muffins, for example, as Relic Song. You can click Relic Song as much as you want. And if you happen to get that 20% because of Serene Grace multiple times and put a few to sleep, then it's good for you. Do you have any tips for somebody who wants to play Draft League? Cheer. I'm going to also spam the Muffin House because I wasn't able to do this before. I highly suggest you just find as many Discords as possible and join them, because people will always promote different leagues inside of just... I don't know what I'm trying to say. They'll just promote different leagues in like their promotional channel for servers, and that's how you find different leagues in play. So it's just that's just really how you become part of the community, find different ways to play and learn. Outside of that, always watch videos and learning from other people. That's what you should always do at the end of the day. And it takes time. Also, just laddering on Showdown really helps in terms of just... my best recommendation at the end of the day for battling in general is always trying to acknowledge what your end game is, because your end game will change over time. Pokemon happens, hacks happens. You need to be able to adapt your game plan with the pieces you have remaining. Pokemon is like chess, and that mindset, and you just have to be really careful. But I mean, outside from a building standpoint, always find whatever your win con is, whether it's one Pokemon or multiple Pokemon. Typically, it doesn't exceed 2, might be 3 though, depending on how good your matchup is. And build around those Pokemon. Now, that's not always your top tier Pokemon, your first overall pick. It might be like a bottom Pokemon. Like, I could have literally built around Appleton in the past because I was just so confident in it. And I could do that about some Pokemon here. I did this about for Mousehold. I focused on trying to weaken up other Pokemon in order for Mousehold to be able to do what it could do. And I treated that as my win con alongside Darkrai. So that's like the best advice I can give there. What's your favorite Draftmon of all time? It's probably between 2, and in general, they're in my top 5 favorite Pokemon because of draft, honestly. It's Milotic and it's Roserade. Not something you'd honestly expect, but in like my second league ever, shout out to APA Showdown, very OG. I had Milotic, and even though, so it was a lot of weeks that we did for that season. I think it was like 12 or maybe 14. Milotic had 25 kills. I just Toxic, Scald, Recover, and Haze for like majority of those games, and I broke through so many teams. They just didn't respect it, and I just was able to do it. So it was able to be ridiculous. And Roserade, I just love the combination of spikes. I love Roserade Shiny. It's just a really great Pokemon in general for draft. I also really love Mega Charizard X, if you can't tell, just from what my banner on my YouTube channel and everything like that is. It used to be quite big for my channel. I wasn't surprised when I drafted it back in Gen 6 or 7. They were just like, oh, he drafted it again. I have just one championship with it, but I've had a few finals appearances with it. Mega Charizard X is a GOAT. Okay. Am I going to drop Darkrai? No, move on. Well, yeah, speed creeping is huge for sure. Yo, Dashing, while you're here, did you upload your video? It's gonna be the last one we look at, but I just want to see if you did upload it or not. Yeah, always deal with accuracy moves. Okay, before we lose anyone else, I'm gonna move on to the next video because we need to get watching more, and it's already been like 40 minutes or something like that. So, oh, wrong tab. We got muffins. Make it better. And we're going to do 1.5 for the beginning.
Fighting Grass, Arboliva, which is Grass Fire Fairy, Muck A, and Ditto and Sableye.
Josh is a thief, bro. Josh, look at that hazard removal between Corviknight, Weezing, Galarian Weezing, poor Weezing, not getting defog, and Donphan, insane. I mean, it's good support for gouging fire, so it's understandable, but wow. Chiyu, just heavy duty boots, 4 attacks, okay. Typically, you always see like some random thing like taunt or nasty plot on a heavy duty boot set, so just being 4 attacks is interesting. But they do have strong stealth rock setters between like around Dusk and Donphan, so that's completely understandable.
So I sped creep what I needed to. Up next is Lati, which is going to be holding the Soul Dew item, so that is legal, with Draco Meteor, Mistball, Recover, and Earthquake. We've gone modest, we've gone very slow Lati, but a modest nature one. With a lot of HP, because there is a Ditto there, so I would like to turn, if they want to change into this, I can at least possibly live a Draco Meteor from it, and then KO it in return, or I just sit there and just recover.
I love that Mistball and Luster Purge are able to be used now.
Electivire with Motor Drive, because Vile Spirit is going to be useful with the Mirror Herd to try and
I also love seeing Electivire being drafted. Electivire is just one of those Pokemon where they should have just made it so much better. Like, shout out to like Radical Red for actually making it electric fighting. I mean, too bad it was like too broken and they nerfed it, but it was sick for the time being when, you know, it was in there, because that's what it should have been. It should have been fighting electric, and Luxray should have been dark and electric. Sorry, I missed the Muspratt. Take heart. Okay. Take heart with U-turn. Okay. I'm really surprised you dropped Okidogi after this. Mainly shame on you for getting Toxapex when I had to face it. But I was actually worried about Okidogi when I first looked at our matchup, so I am happy you dropped it.
Then our final one that we are bringing is our
Florges.
Moonblast.
Oh, Charm. Guys, Charm and Eerie Impulse, if you're ever able to use them in matchups specifically to help wall or prevent setup, you need to use it. It's so good. Charm's definitely for gouging fire here, and that is a genius bring.
Set up more than what Charm does. So, and I make sure I had some defenses to always live here.
Doesn't really help you for any other Pokemon, but gouging fire is a big enough threat to where you need to have it, so I fully respect that. Baton Pass over Wish is a little interesting. Or sorry, Baton Pass over Protect. I feel like you would want to be a little bit safer in terms of getting those wishes safely and gouging fire and just hardwalling the rest. So
Description down below, absolutely amazing. Okay.
dealing with Ditto is annoying for your setup. You have Mirror Herb for gouging fire.
Okay, so I didn't think they read the rules of the Terra preview.
Muck
Because I told them like Terras.
is not an issue as long as you have Okie Dokie. You just have to be cautious with Terra because Muck just gets in headbutt.
All things considered.
Keldeo is a menace, but you're fairly bulky on obviously Florges and Lottie, so. But that would be the one I'd be most worried about in this matchup for the time being. Actually, no, Lycanroc. Yeah, Lycanroc is definitely your biggest issue, for sure.
Even though Okie doesn't do much. I could literally just go Electivire
And,
the Terra straight away. Like,
oh yeah, you have no hazard removal either, and only having boots on Chi-Yu while everything else is affected by rocks. I mean, I'd hardly Dawn Fan if I was your opponent. Slow down.
Should probably just go Electivire with the Terra, but they might lead Dawn Fan as well.
I really don't want to slow down. These battles are kind of long, but if we need to, we will.
Granted, they lead the Muck, Alolan, Manaphy. I take every hit pretty damn well. Rocky, who you? No, you lead the Lycanroc. Interesting.
I'll go.
Lycanroc.
I'll do 0.5 for later in the battles and 0.25 for the beginning.
Fighting. You actually don't kill me. Funnily enough, you don't kill me. Then I can always revenge next turn. Swords Dance. You didn't Terra. Are you? Okay, you might be. Focus Sash. Skull, get the burn. Yeah, Focus Sash, get the burn. Any bonus? Any bonus?
Wait, what were your Terras here?
And that's what we
Why
get.
would you not Terra Lycanroc?
We get the burns. We get the burns. All right. I didn't bring my. Oh no, I did bring my book. So they have no Terra Captain anymore. So Manaphy.
Your Terras are.
Lycanroc. I mean,
Yeah, you had Grass, and you don't have Arboliva.
Which is terrifying.
Did you misclick?
That's choice spend +2.
Or just forget?
If
You're even here, I don't even know. Muffins, did you talk to them after?
Which Stone Edge would have been killed. Okay, they go Muck A, which is fine by me. Because whatever they wanted to do.
They were Terra fighting? They still should have
I'm saying
Terra.
Scald again, to be honest.
They were facing a Manaphy. If you're gonna SD there and not
Get some
switch, you
chip.
should Terra.
If they do poison me, I just take Heart. Scald. Yep, there's very little. And Chippies. Then Headbutt. Critical hit. You're not deserved. Deserved. I mean, if I go +1, I'm doing a lot more. No, I'm literally just gonna stay in. Let this thing go down. I don't really need it for anything else. Okay, you switch again. If you go into, okay, you go to this, My Little Pony. So there's probably Zen Headbutt here as well. Okay, we get another burn. I'm getting very lucky with these burns. But this thing
Scald
is
is Scald. That's why they killed it.
Latias against Keldeo. Yeah, I'm like no speed Keldeo. So I'm just gonna U-turn. Okay, you flip. That's completely fine, because who do you flip into? So I got Muck is injured, and I burnt the Keldeo. So who do you go into? You could go into Ditto. Mufasa. Oh, this is like
Gouging Fire is so massive.
It's pretty easy Electivire switch. The Terra Ground against
All of that Dragon
Gouging
Trio
Fire.
though is just they're units.
I mean, you could be. I didn't see any no Protosynthesis activated. So I'm going to rip off the Terra Blast. I'm just going to Terra Blast.
This is a good play, something I have to respect for sure.
I mean, you always outspeed me. That's the thing. You always outspeed me anyway. Oh, I didn't realize you always
Do
outspeed
they have
me.
an immunity? I don't remember. Oh, Dawn Fan?
Only
Non-immunity,
fans,
but
only Dawn Fans, Dawn Fan.
good switching.
So we'll break the sturdy at least. They could get rocks up.
Raikou keeping Scald is weird, and Bork keeping Scald's not weird.
I'm thinking I just go back into
Because it
Manaphy.
got it in the traditional
I could go
gen
into-
when it happened.
I did actually a lot more than I expected. So I want to keep this thing around for a little bit.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, no, it
if I
totally
go into
does. Muffin, doesn't it get Earthquake? Why'd you opt for Terra Blast?
I do.
Oh, it's because of Arboliva
Yes.
and
'Cause if
Grassy
they
Terrain.
rocks, if they earthquake, I could ice spit.
Seed Sower.
That's something they could definitely do. So we'll see what they want to do. Yep, they just get rocks up. That's fine.
Yeah, Rocks should have been earlier.
I could just.
No,
I could just
Lycanroc lead was
fire off,
questionable.
Draco Meteor.
Lycanroc
It
was
will
so
kill at
good
this
into your
range.
team.
Mistball can also kill at this range, but I feel like Muck is an obvious switch. I mean, I am ahead by a lot. But I'm not gonna do the Draco play anyway. Yep.
Oh, Muffins.
They still have Ditto in the back.
Oh, Muffins.
Liquid Ooze or Ian Ooze, I should say. Draco Meteor. Yep,
Not
there we
AV? Unless that's a crit.
go. Muck.
No, Black Sludge, no.
This thing is just out of range of an earthquake. 30
Yeah,
depending on its
cool.
spread. It might
Oh,
be
yeah,
more defensive,
VQ.
all
I
things
like
considered.
that. Big fan.
So I'm tempted to just go back
Big
into
fan.
this. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back into this.
Yeah, free Cell Rock for Chiyu, but in
Like,
general,
Ultraviol's still, like, a massive
Muffins
threat,
just didn't have a
especially
good
if
switch
they're
in. I mean, you get the one hard
So
read
they
on,
knock and poison me. I'm just gonna take heart.
what
with
is
a
it?
jab.
Sorry, Okie Dokie with Psychic Feigns, and it's just
Right,
dead.
that's fine.
So,
Because I can just take heart.
I mean, you literally could have just been 4 attacks with
And
Life
I'm
Orb,
just gonna try and get as much damage as possible.
and not
If
even
it-
worry about being Sword Stance. Like, you could have been in Protect to scout Terra on the Okie Dokie.
If they go gouging, I'm gonna heart switch.
A Cell Rock, Psychic Fangs,
take
close
heart.
combat.
They probably don't switch here. They probably just go for the damage.
I guess you're not really doing too much to Lottie at that point.
No, they do switch. What do you go
Florges.
into?
But Stone Edge
Please
just
don't
sucks,
gouge.
man.
My Little Pony. That's fine because I know my my Manaphy set, and I'm not
Take
really too
Heart
afraid.
is so insane.
Not really too afraid. So I'm now +1/+1. If another Manaphy comes in,
Favorite mon in draft? I'm gonna answer for like current gen now because I did answer before that it was like probably my Lodoguro's raid,
so I'm just gonna
but
Scald here. I guess.
that includes like sevens.
Sword.
Gen 7 is when I use them the
Still does a
most.
lot.
So
Still does a hefty amount.
in terms of Gen 9 draft league, what I like the most currently,
This thing's now injured, so I could probably just go into.
it's probably Glamora. I just really love Corrosion
so
as
I
an
think
ability.
maybe
It's not even the
Glamora
fact that it can get up toxic debris and everything like that.
You
I
wouldn't risk
like
going into
Corrosion a
something
lot.
else, is my thing.
And just always having those reliable
Glamorize?
hazards and amazing fairy switch in when offensive fairies are massive this gen. I think
you just like
Glamora
this one
is
like
just
this?
like something that's really difficult for
Good on you.
teams.
I'm getting so lucky. I'm so sorry.
One thing
I'm so sorry,
that
getting very
unfortunately is bad with Glamora is some people get it as their only form of hazard removal, but unfortunately a lot of steel types are those stealth rockers. So
Okay,
you do
this
just
is
get
actually
walled by
gonna be
Mortal
one
Spin.
Gabby File, funnily
Or Mortal Spin gets walled by those steel types.
So we do have speed, so I'm just going to kill it.
If it's not Glamora, like Roaring Moon was obviously a lot of fun, but like that was
copies
with
every
Broken
stat but
Terra.
HP. I mean, Ditto copies every stat but HP.
HP
is very low.
Yeah, I mean those are all good Pokemon. I love them a lot. Soon Samurot's also really sick.
Oh no, sorry. Ditto. Yeah, 48. Okay. I'm just going to Scald again. I think I'm out of range of a Sacred Sword. Maybe. No, I was not. Alright, that's fine. I mean,
Sacred
from here, I can just go
Sword
into-
ignores the boosts.
I can just go into Florges. Because nothing's really stopping me at that point. I could also go into this, but Florges does make the most sense. Hell yo. Yeah.
Thank you for joining.
Supposed to
Enjoyed
be
the
Fire
beginning
Blast.
of the stream. Yeah. Post-match interviews are gone,
Fire
but not
Blast.
completely gone. Once
would
again,
duel
they'll
if
just
they
be
go
there
into
for
gouging.
the
No, they
press
don't have to
conferences for week 3.
Which I actually don't know how much it's going to do. Right. Do I outspeed Donphan? That would be my question. I actually do outspeed non-speed Donphan. So I'm
No,
gonna
I
wish
hate Earthworm.
because nothing
After
else
using it
is
last season.
nothing
Both
else.
situations where I had that crap out, I ended up getting swept and losing 5-0.
I'm a wish.
Grem
See
can
what
love
they
it
go
and
for.
preach it all he wants,
Okay,
just
we're gonna
not
try.
in my
Okay,
Playmore
perfect.
server.
Also, I do have speed. Yep.
No
So
Deku
with
nickname unless
no-
it's Sobble, because that would just
With
be the
no
crying
Mega
main
Round,
character.
I can easily go into this. How many Pokemon do you still have Ditto left?
Yeah, Glim and Terrapico says
So
your only
I'm
hazard
gonna
removal is
simply-
not it.
gonna
Well, I
Moonblast.
mean, you can still
I'm gonna
survive without hazard removal.
What are you going to?
It's your team needs to be
Moonblast on.
strong though, because you'll be relying on heavy duty boots for most weeks.
Moonblast,
So.
which is do, funnily enough, a decent amount. A decent amount. So if you decided Dragon Dance, how much does Charm do?
Thank you, thank you. John had this vision for a long time with Playmore. And now that we're like what, a year and a half
-1.
ever since GBA, I think.
Plus -1.
It's only gotten way better, and I love this because I'm able to do draft and not have to worry
And I'm
about
actually gonna
uploading
check-
and people still
I'm gonna
see
check that.
that I'm still
you're
the goat.
-1. So
Even
next
after
change,
like
I always win, so you
Lord
can go back to
8 years
neutral,
now
I always
of
just
draft
charm again.
league, with just small
I'm
pauses in
gonna charm
between.
again.
I just love playing, but you can't
Is it
overdo it,
charm
otherwise you'll get
Forges
burnt out on
actually
draft
works
pretty
really well.
easily.
Morning Sun, that is fine. Is you're gonna you're about to go down to -2.
But speaking of like how we do it with the commentating and everything,
Actually -3 now.
Charm is just so good.
So I'm gonna simply Moonblast.
Moonblast is great here.
Yep.
What
Moonblast
guest
play,
commentators would you
Keldeo,
guys
it
like to see
dies,
for
you
like
go
future
forward.
videos? It'd be very interesting.
I mean that's fine. That's fine with me because I know for a fact that you cannot touch certain Pokemon. Alright, I'm gonna wish because makes sense. I'm gonna wish and I'm gonna go into my Okie dokie. See what you lock yourself into.
Oh yeah, no, playing the game and just letting them talk is huge. Like I do not have to
I didn't
worry
bring a
about
poison move. I think that
commentating
was, like, my biggest
myself.
mistake. I didn't bring a poison move.
Like commentating yourself when you're losing or you start getting hacked or you're just reading your opponent wrong is terrible. At least live, you know. I did a lot of post-com back in the day. You can
That's
watch
actually
all of
okay
my
with
old videos from for previous gens if you guys
When
want
you go
to.
into, I hit
Even
every
videos
low
with
power.
John in there when we did the
And if you go back into gouging. Nope. Done fair.
teams
And I had
battle
speed on fair.
league where we were on the same team but doing singles. It's just like you
I
really
don't think it's
don't
in.
want to stay
much
positive when
winning
you're
most of the
losing, especially when you're as competitive as me. So,
So we take that fan. Floor just absolutely.
and also,
killed
you
it.
know, before I
See,
matured
this-
more,
And Floor was still sitting there at 9 points. No one Floor
be a little rude to my
This is why I
teammate in
love
terms of
Floor
like, oh, you're
So
so
just
bad.
combo
Why would you do
gouging
that? That
and
makes no
get
sense.
left.
Oh, bad. Yeah. So live commentating is not
Now
it.
I'm going to charm because regardless of how
Tilting
much
is
it does for me,
super easy.
I'm always charming here.
Muffins, you're still doing better than other people, but yeah, talking the entire time is tough. For me nowadays, if I had to try and go back to it, I would just be mumbling all my thoughts out loud because that's just the only way I'd be able to do it. Landon is
one
going to
I
be
played
using
with,
more hot mics for me now. As you guys could see in the first week, it
I'm
showed a lot
minus
more
2,
of my
I
thought
cannot
process
kill
as the
anything.
mic is just closer to me than it was in my
So
old
it's just
office.
about, do I want to get a clean switch?
At my old house, but
D-dance gouging is becoming a little bit of an issue. So I'm gonna wish.
getting Jack or
I know I
Purple
don't
Cliff would be
One time, makes
hilarious. We're definitely more than likely getting both Wolfie and Mikey. I mean, both of them are very close with John. Not saying Purple Cliff isn't, but it's just like we've already also had them on before, so that's already a big thing. I DM'd Joey, and I think we're more than likely getting Joey on at one point as well.
Fire at -2. I'm at 99 HP. 99. If it's adamant, I'm literally in range still. Actually, I'm in range no matter what. So I'm going to simply just...
Graham,
pilot.
Earthworm
Whatever
does
goes
not
forward,
get shed tail in
I'm
most leagues. It was allowed in,
It
I
actually
know,
does very
PPL
little.
for this
I'm gonna go
season,
drag
but
pilot.
shed tail should never be allowed.
So
Fast
log in
or
for another
slow.
day.
Kyle A is a go. I love
We take
Kyle.
rock damage. Yep. What are you doing? Flare Blitz. That's fine with me. Still, oh, your life all.
Isaac,
your
you
life
don't
all.
know
That's
how
why I did so
long
much.
I've been asking for
change
that.
it.
Basically, since the start. I mean, the original goal was for me to have enough wins in the GBA for that to be the final
if you
week,
get Keldeo,
so you
that's
could
fine.
face George. But then something came
And
up
that's
and I
why
still
I
had to
did
play
miss
George myself.
Miss ball.
It's something I'm rooting for. Don't worry. I want to get John behind the sticks.
So,
It's just
gouging
we need
now,
to have a
getting
record where
neutral.
we have playoffs confirmed. Ideally, I'm undefeated. But then at the same time, John would not want the pressure of him going into a match with us undefeated when we could have an undefeated regular season in the books. So there's a lot of ifs, ands, and buts, but I would love to see
and then
John
you can sometimes
play
they
again.
They
So
actually have to cut a miss ball here. The issue with miss ball is the fact that
yeah, that would be an
if they
interesting
miss
week
ball,
of prep where it's
they
like
have to yeah.
you guys would
they
still
can't
help
lose.
and I would help as well,
they
but we
could
have to make
EQ,
sure it fits
but then I just
to
come back
John's
for free.
play style. And that's actually when I
think
first
EQ.
like started. Well, I played Fortnite with John
I think
first
EQ would be crazy.
through a friend, and then I joined
mind.
his
Never mind.
front
going
office.
for
And that's
EQ
when I
now.
started helping him build for like the old leagues back in the day and like the WBE and stuff. And there was other people in that
gonna
front
go for
office
this.
that just didn't help at
This
all.
might be a weird play,
And then it ended up just being me and him.
but if you're just spamming EQs, I'm gonna see if I can catch you out. I sponge. I'm also gonna catch if you are Scarlet.
Back with Pokemon Center.
definitely
Whew. Those days. I still have some of his old merch that I still wear.
Alright. Moment of truth. Can I kill?
My girl
Do I
is
kill?
honked there on her bed.
I think this will be the big one. Do I kill at +1? Oh, they just
He
just
would
straight
be
flawless.
insanely stressed, which would make
my
it so
goodness.
funny.
Wait,
His
why
hot
not?
mic would be
Oh,
hilarious.
life orb. I keep forgetting life orb.
No, but you guys don't actually understand. Like, if he wanted
Actually,
to
that would
battle,
make- that
he
might
would
make
actually
sense,
put
though.
so much time towards it.
Who's your life orb?
Because he just wants to do well in everything that he does as a person, which is a great trait that John has.
I can go okie dokie. I can go okie dokie. Oh, I don't know if you're in range of okie dokie though.
Sorry, I'm trying to actually focus on this battle at the same time because I feel
I
bad for
don't know
not
the element
commentating
that.
over it. But
Jeez.
Muffins has been doing a good job, so
It's either I go okie
Don't see
dokie or I
him
go
losing
into
this game.
GU.
some luck, but not really the most luck.
Actually, similarly, I could go into.
It's just John's got such a busy schedule.
Class.
You know, I don't know how much time he would actually be able to commit to being able to get the
then
proper
comes the switch
prep in.
game of they'll just go Ditto.
The battle, yeah, you can make time for the
And then
battle
I just
because
have
I mean,
to
the battle
keep firing off
between
moves.
getting ready, Jenny Mons, whatever, it's less than an hour.
I think you're in range
but-
of a GU.
The prep he would want to do for it in
Chi-
mocks
I
and stuff
think
like
Chi
that.
might
He wouldn't be
go
able to do as many mocks as I do. He wouldn't be able to build
think
as
Chi might
quickly
have
as
been
me. So
But we'll see. I will Dark Pulse. Nope, you just let it go down. Alright. Well, I don't think Ditto beats Okie dokie.
fortunately, I like never see myself using Chiyu or Bundle. Chiyu, it's just like
Actually, there's a possibility it does.
it's like very expensive for just something I don't feel like I get enough out of. Like only being base 100 is like really crippling for it.
Chi
Like you
versus
do
Chi.
want to run Choice Scarf a lot.
You're not gonna be
Like
you're
yeah,
not
you
gonna
can
be max-
nuke
you're gonna be max
walls
HP.
and like capitalize on that. Like you have to have a lot of good momentum with Chiyu,
So let's see what
while
it-
at the same
what's the
time
second
like really limiting
I think that's the big
hazards or
debate
be
thing. What do you
fine
want
with
yourself to do?
taking that chip over time.
Dark Pulse, that makes sense.
Iron Bundle is just because Hydro Pump. So
You're definitely not winning this 1v1. Because I always win. I always win in the end.
Fish
So,
versus
like,
Fraud. Actually, you're the
I
fraud
am not gonna
Fish.
play for differential.
Real Fish is a golden match
I'm
card.
just gonna play to get the win.
And then
I
beat
think it's in range of an
Fish.
overheat. I think you're in range of an overheat.
Yeah, that's what I've heard about
More
everyone
Dark
that's
Pulse.
used
More
Chiyu is
Dark
that they
Pulse.
don't plan on using it again. I think the mod needs to be reduced in
Actually,
price a little bit for
I'll
most
do more Dark
leagues.
Pulse anyway.
Like it's
Unless it's Switch.
difficult to like justify that because of how insane its
Yeah.
ability and like stats are from an offensive standpoint. But it's like
And then we're gonna finish this off with Dark
people
Pulse.
aren't going to start caring about it anymore.
I think. No, I don't. Alright. Quickly to check.
And then you have
Lucky
VGC
Athlete,
players that just
Dark
don't land their
Pulse,
heat waves.
A non-modest. No, I do not. I always have to go okie dokie.
It's good you love Fish.
So unless
I mean,
unless
everyone's
they
different at the
outflange me-
they with their opinions on Pokemon.
unless they
Like a
flinch
lot
me,
of people stand by like Serena in draft.
That's
I
pretty much what it comes down to.
hate
Do they flinch?
Serena. I don't know what it is.
No
Like
flinch?
she's thick, but I just don't like Serena.
Oh no. Come on, don't flinch again. Don't flinch again. Don't crit, no flinch.
Oh no.
PP.
Found that really funny.
Oh my goodness, I got a little bit worried. When I saw the flinch, I was like,
Struggle into the
and then she
dub.
kills itself. Well, GG's Josh, we are now up.
Sorry for not
Uh,
commentating too much, but I
with
mean
two
Muffins had it
differential.
under
I think
control,
playing
and it
for
was
diff- not playing for diff at the end
pretty
anymore.
straightforward battle for the most part. The prep of Charm went really well with Wish. Floor just was really difficult for them to break until you didn't have Protect. I think you clicked Baton Pass though at one point, so it was technically worth it. Like I said, I think the battle would have been completely different if they had a different lead. Like, I guess technically leading Donphan wasn't it, because you still would have been led into Manaphy, and you wouldn't have wanted to stay in to get up rocks, but Lycanroc as the lead, I just don't think was it. Lycanroc should have been a revenge killer and, like, end-of-game sweeper. That's what it should just about always be. Safe and slow is good, but sometimes you do need to be able to make those reads and really be on top of your game, but overall it was good. And everyone goes up to muffins. Okay. Next we have Crepe. This is a very interesting team builder. I'm just gonna like hover over this and let everyone like kind of read it for a bit, and you can pause if you really want to look at it. Alright, so we have Swift Swim, Kingdra with Terra. I hate this so much. I completely forgot that was even a thing. With Politoed, shout out Frogs. Politoed, just max special defense, Whirlpool, Haze, Perish Song, Rest. That is toxic. Jolly, Physical, Dragon Dance Kingdra. I respect it. Swift Swim, obviously. Photosynthesis, Max Fizdef, Screamtail, Bold, Lefties, Stealth Art Wish, Psycho Noise, Thunderwave. It's pretty good, not that annoying. You're not worried about setup, you don't have Encore. Regenerator Torn. Torn is brain dead, I hate it. Dark Pulse, you turn Nasty Plot. Alright, we'll see what you have Dark Pulse for. I just don't remember what the matchup is for this. Covert Cloak on Umbreon is interesting. Avoiding flinches, maybe. Fairly physical, defensive, Wish, Foul Play, Roar. It's all good there. And then Banded, Scizor, which is all very respectable. You are minus speed, 0 speed, to work with Trick Room if potential. What Trick Room person are you facing?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to week 1 of season. Oh God, what season is this? The current season of CMM.
Ironically, I think it's season 4, just like play more season, which is great.
It is all of a sudden. I'm a mod for this. I am literally a mod for this, guys. Oh, I'm awful. Okay, well, the only thing I'm really scared of is like a Hoopa lead.
Chat, what is your favorite weather abuser? It can be in rain, it can be in sand, if it's like drill, it can be in sun, if it's Venusaur. Let me know. It does say a lot about your character. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I could just do the
thing and lead Torn. I could absolutely just simply lead Torn here. I think I will do.
Ah! Kyle was tuning in when I said I loved him. I go.
All right, we are up against Dashing Sceptile, a good buddy of ours, person who let us.
Dashing is who we face.
Stop saying it like
oh
that.
wait, Crepe's facing Dashing.
Is my point.
All right, Dashing. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be watching
guy,
your
very
side
good
then.
Friend of mine. I'm super stoked to battle him again.
But I will link your battle.
With my weird kind of rain team.
So is this the last battle we have then?
Well,
dang, y'all were slacking. Or just like the only people that upload all faced each other in week 1. Let me check.
Okay, well, this is a very good lead for me. I get to break this sturdy immediately. I am just going to U-turn immediately here. There's no reason to stay in it. Obviously, it has sturdy.
Oh, I need to get open up Common Boys as well. I watched that earlier, so I could just...
Breaking the sturdy right away is awesome. That's good for Kingdra later. And we're just going to go into our full Fizdef Screamtail. There's a very good chance that they just U-turn themselves here.
Alright. Oh wait, this is on
1.0. Okay.
1.2.
Yep, I eat this.
We got things to do, people. Oh, okay.
I am just going to U-turn immediately here. There's no reason to stay in it. Obviously, it has sturdy. Breaking the sturdy right away is awesome. That's good for Kingdra later. And we're just going to go into our full Fizdef Screamtail. There's a very good chance that they just U-turn themselves here.
Sandville Garchomp.
Yep, I eat
you're a
this.
terrible person, and that's like old gens. Weather's typically banned. I will say I have a championship, and in the championship game,
think I just
championship
wanna
with
rock a
Garchomp, and in
two-wave
one of
here.
those championship games, I have 2 with
Rocks are
Garchomp.
also good, but what's really good too?
One of them, I did bring
two-way could be
Sandville
really, really valuable
against a
against
sand
any of these
team,
ones.
and they got punished for it. Drill definitely respectable.
Still
Our
rough for
Chaladon's really cool. I don't know if I'll
two-way, but
use
they
our
stay in our
Chaladon. If I play in VGC, I
I didn't really
would.
think they would, but you never know.
I don't know.
despicable? 'Cause it's
I'm
a
not
great
too big
play.
on weather and
This
singles.
is Jirachi.
But
Okay, that makes sense.
Sui and Typhlosion, interesting. Not a direct
parried me
user
last time,
per
now it's
se,
my turn.
but Sun is definitely the exception with fire types.
That's
Will
the
we
only
see
reason I
the
did that.
dog next
Literally
week?
the only reason.
You will see the dog next week. She's also
Not the
right
only reason.
there.
Very helpful,
That
obviously,
is some
but
sense of
I
whether or
had
not
to
you
for
guys
the
believe
buddies.
it. So,
Alright, we are just gonna go hard Scizor this turn.
Alolan Ninetales with Veil is great. A lot of people just love Alolan Ninetales for the design and everything in general. It's a great
Fun fact,
Pokemon.
Scizor is a mon that I apparently sniped from him, which I
Can't
didn't
see.
know.
What?
Trick Room.
Oh, why the
That's
heck?
good for me.
Crap,
That's
what'd you
actually
do?
really good for me.
No, I'm kidding. Crap didn't do anything. It's back. Oh, is it because I had a different tab open? That's dumb.
Okay, interesting. Huh. I think I'm just gonna knock
Sorry,
off
you'll
this.
stop reading
even if he
chat
goes
over
hard
there, and I'll
Conk,
go
I can
back
get
to
rid
my
of the
phone.
Flame Orb, which would be ideal. Without the Flame Orb, Conk is not nearly as scary. Yeah, I'm just gonna knock here. They might slow U-turn here.
I will say Sun
you
is
just switch?
definitely my
If this is in the
preferred
Conk, I'm
weather.
very
Like,
happy.
that confirmed it after the GBA
okay, so
season
this-
and
gotcha.
everything. One, I love Torkoal.
I spanned knockoff here.
Very reliable.
That's a lot of damage.
That is ridiculous how much damage that did. Is that an agility?
Because I don't switch
flexible?
into this thing very well at all.
And
You can kill me
then
with anything. I
just
don't
with
kill it here.
photosynthesis mons, it's just like
A Scizor.
not only are fire types so abusive, and
Doesn't
then
do
you
a
have
ton to
chlorophyll
it, it doesn't
grass
matter.
types, but then you also have just these insane
It looks like
Pokemon
at
with
least a little
crazy
bit bulky,
stats
almost
like
has some
Roaring
roll.
Moon, Slitherwing, Sandy Shocks, etc., and being able to abuse them as well with their best stat.
Let's see.
You went full Trick
There's
Room.
no way they Bug Buzz this turn.
I respect
I'm gonna go
it.
hard.
That,
Umbreon
that
and-
explains the Brave Scizor then.
Give it a Thunderbolt. Didn't do much. I did more than I thought. Okay. 2 turns Trick Room left. I am going to protect this turn.
Damage done without killing. That's rough, bro. Your Roaring Moon can easily be a kill
Perfect.
leader for like any team. You're just
There's the
bad.
Bug Buzz.
No, no, it's rough. I mean, that was a Suing Electrode when we used it. Not that it was gonna get that many kills to begin with, but it's just like it only got Pokemon so weak, and that was it. God, this team is fat and threatening.
I'm gonna go Torn. Will Torn die to a Thunderbolt? Probably right. Yeah, definitely. Okay. How much will Scream take? I'm not specially defensive Scream.
Favorite is Trick Room.
I'll take
Trick
a good
Room is
chunk
an
here.
interesting type of weather. I hope to not experience that.
I think that's
in real
worth it
life.
though. I need Umbreon around.
I already
for
deal
sure,
with
for sure.
slow drivers on the road. I don't want them to somehow
I'd like to
become
get my rocks up
faster
here.
ones.
Sup? Oh, I have Psychic Noise. That's really funny. I think I just kill it here. Actually, if it's bulky, I might not, but I'm still gonna go for it because that's really funny.
Chat, you guys
Actually, do. I
just
think that's below 25%.
should be so happy that we're not watching Who's battle. For those
I
who
do.
don't
That's
know,
awesome.
Who is
That's a
just
pickable
a
gun.
coach
That's a
in the
huge
league.
threat out of here.
That was such a long game against King. I thought
Huge
King would
threat out of the way.
upload,
That's
but
awesome.
maybe they didn't because of the game.
1 kill for Scream Tail.
Who battle? You gonna need
Glad they
popcorn
played around
without an
with it.
expiration date.
Okay, here's the thing to be afraid of. So if you are
Shell
maxed
Smash
out your
Historical? Yeah. Yeah.
Scream, Unbound. You do outspeed me for now.
Blacephalon with Sun and Speed Boost is really cool. No, yeah, that's something I don't think I've ever seen
This is
though.
what Umbreon is here for. But how much does Umbreon take?
So that would be cool to pull it off.
How much does Scream take?
Not that it's like frowned upon to pull it off, but
We've got Hyperspace Fury.
just typically, you know, there's some fire types people would rather abuse it with.
I shouldn't even take that much. I think I'm just gonna go for the para on this, to be honest.
What is your favorite team to battle against? Also, is the scooping out
Okay.
for next? Is this scooping out
Okay.
for next week's battle?
Trick Room again. Okay, that's totally fine with me. I don't mind that at all, honestly.
Oh, I don't know what that means.
I'm just gonna get my rocks up here, I think. I can see what move they want to go for.
No one has a favorite team to battle against. Your favorite team to battle against is just the team you beat. I don't know how to respond to that question. If you meet in this league or that I've faced in general, like since Playmore, my favorite
Screamtail being
team.
the absolute menace.
I mean, yeah, my favorite's always gonna be the one that I won.
I think I'm gonna wish here
My
in
favorite
I think that's the
battle.
play. Yep,
trying
it
to
was a
think.
shot, so I thought I will eat
My
this.
favorite battle was actually probably the one in GBA when it was against Owen,
Screamtail is such
and
a
it came
mess.
down to like final hit against
go
Iron
hard. I'm going this
Valiant and Roaring Moon. That was probably my favorite battle
I do
on Playmore
switch.
so
I get
far.
Umbreon back to full here though, which is nice.
In terms of just how close it was. Like this week was really
back
good
into
too,
this.
but
Okay, that's fine. That's totally fine with me.
Scouting out. Oh no, it's not really scouting out. I'm just doing a watch party for everything. I never really like to take information of how a coach plays from match to match, only if you know them over a series of
I kind of want
time.
to roar this turn. I could see them going conk.
Because someone could just be playing differently,
turns left on this? Only one
just
turn,
because
okay.
of the matchup
I don't
that
think they
they're
would go
facing.
conk here then. I don't think
Like
that
for
makes any
example,
sense.
Dashing is going
I
full
am just
Trick
gonna
Room
foul
here.
it.
Full Trick Room
a
might
trick
make
room.
sense against my
If you go
team,
conk, then
but
great
it's
play.
not something to where I'm like. meh.
Okay, that is conk. Okay, that's unfortunate. But not really the end of the world. I should have roared. I literally called that. A little bit of chip. I do not mind that at all. They probably just
Also,
facade,
it's
right?
insane, Dashing, if you're still
I think
here.
either way I go scream.
Like, obviously you do
Scream from
Terra
down here was
Hoopa. Like,
unfortunate, but
it
not the end of
makes
the world.
sense. Like, you got it in first round, 4th overall.
Unless they
But
don't go. They do go
Conk
first.
having
I do that.
Terra available and not
the
being a
crit.
Terra
That doesn't
captain
matter. That actually might
is
have mattered.
ridiculous. Like, the fact you could just have Terra fighting
Oh, that
and
totally
have just a
matters. That
nuke with
crits-
Drain Punch,
that's-
priority
not
Mach
happy.
Punch, both of which can be boosted by
Very not
Iron Fish. You don't have to worry about being Guts
That's
every
okay.
single
It is
time.
what it is.
Or you have
I'm
Guts
just gonna
Terra
give it a
normal
twin here.
facade. Show me a switch in. And then obviously you have a steel
I could nasty plot, but they stay in this
typing
really,
to
really
where
bad
you
for
can
me.
just have defensive
So I am just
resist
gonna go
if
for
you
the
want
weak
to
wind.
as well. Or focus on a different typing
Some
if
nice chip on
possible.
something?
This thing should not have been allowed to Terra, so I'm happy it's not a Terra captain.
Discourage. Okay.
This thing, on the other hand,
That was a risky move.
that was a big lad.
Yeah, well, I'm always just going to U-turn here. I'm sure this is why they reveal Terra, or they just double. Oh, they're bug resist berry. That's super cool. That's super cool.
Come here, baby.
Oh,
What
that's
is
really
it?
cool attack. Let's go Scizor here and Bullet Punch. How much does my Bullet Punch do to
What
comp?
is it? Are you gonna sit for the pretty people?
Scizor to Unkelder. 5
No,
2.
you're gonna bury your head into dad.
Not much. Wow. Not much at all.
Look
Okay,
at
well, I
that
do go Umbreon in
metronome.
that case. Yep, there's the Trick Room. And we are going to roar here. I can see Hard Conk coming back in. Oh, no, never mind.
Good para.
It's a little bit unfortunate, actually. I hope I don't bring out Conk. Don't go Conk, please.
I feel like Foul Play still would have done a good chunk to Conk.
Okay, that's fine. That's super fine. Does my Foul Play kill this? Umbreon, Ogerpon.
My guess would be
Harvest.
roll.
It does, actually. That's awesome. Oh, actually, maybe I want to wish once. No, I value the chip on Conk.
See,
We
now
go
you
Conk here,
value
I take
the
a ton of
chip.
chip damage. I protect to waste a turn. Yeah. They're actually gonna take a decent bit from this Foul Play now. And all of
Plus
this
the
chip damage is
rocks.
gonna keep racking up.
Yep, now you protect.
How long is left on this? 2 turns? Okay. I'm definitely gonna see what they go for here with the protect.
In before rest.
Do you go for facade?
That'd be insane. Rest on a flame orb.
I
set.
kind of want to go Polytoad. Wait a minute.
No, your Foul Play
I
should
think I
kill,
go Polytoad.
right? No?
Kingdra, Terra Water, in the rain.
Oh, you're worried about it
Jirachi.
outspeeding you. I guess.
If it's not Fizzdef, I just kill Jirachi.
Or are you just not
Okay, that's the play.
Foul Play
I'm
here?
going
Or maybe
to
I'm
basically
stupid and I
sack
looked
this
at the
to get
damage
mana.
wrong.
That's the play, I think. Because if we go to...
We still
Politoed.
have 85
And what is this
people in
thing's name?
here. Thank you for being here. I
Elder.
appreciate it. Make sure to check out everyone in the Muffin House
should just
and
kill
be
me.
part
Okay, cool.
of
I could go Scizor, I guess.
just the community for this
Scissor's too
Mudkip
bad.
division
Scizor
and
just
everything.
wins this game with
Definitely great.
ACC.
I'm looking forward to more
It
games.
dies? Yeah, I am just going to go hard into Politoed and hope it dies. I am the right ability on Politoed, right? Okay. If they switch here, it's even better. Then I don't have to let this thing die.
Goated shiny.
Drain Punch. Ooh, unfortunate. That's actually quite unfortunate. But I don't think it's actually a big deal, honestly. This still does the same thing. I'm just gonna Whirlpool here. They do switch, which is shocking. Into Scourge? Okay, well Scourge just dies here.
Unless you miss. Sorry, I really wanted to
Goodbye,
say it. Seeing Whirlpool die to the base hit and not the residual damage is really funny, actually.
Ogrepon, gotcha. That makes sense. Well, I can preserve this then. You just go Umbreon.
Nah, Politoed shiny should not be
You just take a
regular colored.
U-turn. How
Because
much
it's
does Scizor
like,
take?
eat green frog boy. He's like actually the ideal Bubby.
It takes a chunk, but not enough. How much does Umbreon?
What mon is the
could
most
take
fun
crit
to
that.
cause chaos with?
Scizor is more valuable here, though. Yeah, let's go.
I always think of
That was the
Ranbat's Tropius. Like with Harvest and Leech Seed and Substitute. I think that's definitely
that?
like
Casual,
just the
don't
most
crit, please.
chaotic thing for sure. Sub Leech Seed sets are extremely strong. I'd say
I
Whimsicott.
am
Sub
gonna
Leech Seed
response.
Encore. That's chaotic.
Ooh, good turn for me. Very good turn for me.
Let's see.
The double wish mons coming in clutch.
Additionally, Mew.
How does
Mew unfortunately
Hydro
can't
take
do
this?
as much as it always could in the past,
it does a
but
lot. I don't want to take that risk, honestly.
it can. It's a very strong setup.
I mean, I am just going to foul play here.
Or it can just be a hazard loot. So
Goes Ivy Cudgel.
nothing says chaos like being able to
You
do
live, perfect.
anything in the world. So
This is Ogrepon down. I wish Umbreon was slower.
note right here: bring an Umbreon killer
Back to the
against Crap.
Gotcha. I'm gonna go Torn. I actually am gonna go Torn here. If they Facade and kill it, that's fine, because I just get to go Kingdra. Only 3 turns of Rain. That doesn't even matter. Yeah, I'm just going Torn. If Torn goes down, that doesn't bother me at all. Facade, that's fine. Thank you, Torn. You did great.
Sure.
Because now Kingdra just comes in.
Hawk is so strong, man.
Kingdra just 100% comes in here and takes 2 kills.
Chuck. Shout out to Chuck. Is there still any high pick that you want to
Kingdra
try
is
out?
here.
Gouging Fire, 100%.
Quick Room's not up, right? I'm not farming right now.
Gouging Fire with Sun specifically.
We are Terra Water, and we are clicking away
It's still
fresh.
fine outside of Sun. But I just want to use it in Sun. Let's see. What else do I want to
And
use?
it doesn't even matter if he saves this thing, because it's in range of Scizor later. Oh, something just dies here. Something just absolutely dies here. Yep, Jirachi. Perfect. That's perfect.
Terrapagos? Probably.
This season.
I think that'd be
I
pretty
totally
cool.
wasn't checking in the background. It's fine.
But that's in
I need to
terms
check
of
again. How
like
much is
way
Constant
up
Puncher?
there. In terms of like still like B tier level mons that I want to use, Iron Hands, arguably an A for draft. I want to use Iron
like
Hands,
damage.
Iron Moth, 100% Iron Moth.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
So a few of those
I just Weather Ball here anyway.
Paradox Pokemon.
I guess if it's like Spadef, that could be bad for me.
Favorite moves in draft? My favorite
still kill
move in
anything.
old gens
Just
used
make
to be
sure.
Natural Gift. I also want to be very clear.
Turn kill?
Thank
Actually, flip
goodness
turn
Hidden
kill.
Power is dead. Hidden Power is stupid. No mon
we
should
just
have
flip turn here
any
into Scizor
coverage in
and
the
flip a
world.
bunch. That's
That's
the
not how move pools work. Shoutouts to the Pokemon that just got so much better as soon as Hidden Power got deleted,
fine.
like
That's
Swampert,
literally completely fine.
Scizor, etc. God, that move was stupid. But Natural Gift was heat because you had to hold an item in order to get that move, and it's only a one-time use, so you're full sending. current favorite draft type move. My favorite like kind of like move in general is body press. So it's ironic that I have Zamazenta. Just the ability to be defensive and offensive at the same time is so sick, and it made so many Pokemon just that more threatening. I mean, Registeel, Stack Attacka, Bronzong, which only used to be like weakness policy, offensive, and trick room. Now it can just be Iron Defense Body Press, just like those Pokemon. It's just so sick. It's definitely one of my favorite combinations. I mean, when Body Press first came out, I won. It was one of my earliest leagues in Gen 8.
I'm gonna go into my Toad.
And I had Iron Defense Body Press, Rest Talk, Registeel literally sweep 2 different teams.
I'm actually going to my Toad.
And it ended up being like top 5 in kill leaders for the season. Do you agree with people saying Dragapult is the best mod in draft? Yes, it's better than Iron Valiant.
Yep,
but if you allow certain things, it also just depends on what you allow at the end of the day. Like, if you allow Zamazenta, then I'm going to say well...
And I will just...
So I'll say Zamazenta is stronger than Dragapult.
Yeah, so now we just
but Dragapult is still arguably better just because utility of Dragapult. You should always look at versatility at the end of the day. And Dragapult's versatility, utility moves, and just the elite speed is ridiculous. I'm still surprised to this day that they introduced Poltergeist in the same generation and did not give it Poltergeist. But thank God it didn't get it.
And we just pulled
I mean, it'd probably be banned otherwise, but...
The Arbabiri, gotcha. That's fair. This has so much still.
Oh, Gouging Fire should always go by the end of round 2. Like, it'd be surprising if it doesn't go in round 1 in most scenarios. Like, that thing is just so bulky and so easy to set up with, it can win most games.
I will once again outspeed Kong's Pride.
And its typings are tough to difficult with, especially if you can give it any type of sun support, even if it's not, even if it's manual. I once again talked during this entire one. I'm just having fun speaking with y'all, because, I mean, typically it's, just always me doing the battles or replying to a few comments, but...
Yeah, this is 100% in range of my bullet punch, so this game
Scizor
is
just
over.
clears this.
GG's dashing though, this was a really
Nice
fun game.
prep.
It was a really kind of technical game, so I had to play so carefully around that Trick Room. Screamtail and Umbreon really came in clutch here.
Yeah, that was just a strong build in general.
Oh my goodness.
Make sure to go check out crap. Alright, now I gotta check out... or pull up Common Boys. Nope, no spoilers.
No, not even Chief Force Earth Power.
Just so you guys know, you will not be able to hear Common Boy. They were very quiet during this entire game.
Like Slowking could lower its defense, which you can't now.
Hidden Power is not like Terra Blast. Terra Blast, you have to commit to changing your typing. And it's not available to every Pokemon.
Really wish I had,
because we have Terra Captain limits and also Terra type limits. Unless you do Terra Preview, which is a terrible format. With anything. So, Terra Blast is by no means...
pretty good to me.
Just moved my entire desk. Terra Blast is by no means the same as Hidden Power. So.
I actually got one, but bubbles. Bubbles. Oh.
Do you like point or tier, as in you take so many S or A tier? I like point at the end of the day. It just makes it more competitive and it's a lot easier for transactions. I know John will always disagree because John helped create not only Draft League as a whole, but the tiered format used back in Gen 6 and everything. But it just feels outdated because power creep is just so real that all the Pokemon in S are not the same as others in S. All the Pokemon in B are definitely not the same as all the Pokemon in B. And then especially when you have constraints to where it's like, oh, I can't draft any more Bs, but there's one I really needed, and you'd be able to do it in points, then it's like, it's tough because it just makes your rules a whole lot more difficult, and you can make an argument that that's the point of draft, is to make it difficult. I like the argument of having a team that we like and being able to play the game to the best of our abilities. So, point at the end of the day. Yeah, tier is just unfortunately outdated. So. Heck yeah, Papa. You probably want to go outside and pee soon. Well, it's okay. Do it soon. Oh yeah, I gotta make this theater. My bad. And then, oh yeah, this was an insane first
but it should
start.
Terra Poison. Terra Poison's great into me. like extremely good to me.
It really blew my mind. Like, it's a good switch in the Scald here, yes, because of thermal exchange. But the fact Vaporeon can be Terra Fairy and it has Alluring Voice available, and you just Dragon Dance in front of it?
Let's turn out my thing.
What?
Okay.
You should have doubled out after taking the Scald, because it's not going to Scald again. There's no point Scalding into Baxcalibur. So it does a few things. It either flip turns, wishes, protects, yawns, or the most dangerous for you, Terra and Alluring Voice. So, or even just Alluring Voice in general. You would have gotten confused there.
Dragon Dance again.
Really don't like that.
Do you protect or no? So we can basically just kill.
Tearing forces more creativity. No.
How much does EQ do?
I wouldn't say that.
EQ.
Because still at the end of the day, you can just choose to never bring your tier 5. And it's not necessarily about creativity. There's just certain things in Pokemon that can't be done unless you have those moves. Rapid Spin, Defog, U-Turn, setup moves, weather, etc. It's like having points and just the freedom to be able to choose from any category, and you have to plan it out properly instead of just being provided with a sheet that you follow. I think it's more creative, and it's provides more prep and change around drafting as a whole, and makes it just more competitive. So
I don't think I switched here.
do people want Terra back for the next game? I mean, Game Freak's never going to do that. They're going to have a new gimmick in every single game from now on. They've showed that since, Megas went away, and then Z moves, and
What?
Dynamax, and now this. So it's not going to be in the next game. It might be in Legends ZA because it's not a main series.
Speed.
But
Alright.
good burn turn.
Yeah, always going.
Are you allowed to Terra the captains, or are they just the ones who could Terra something different than its
Alright, we're
primary?
going one turn of sleep on him.
Terra captains are the only ones that can Terra.
Not
So,
how we
for
can
example, I cannot Terra Zamazenta Crown. I will lose the battle then and there. I can only Terra Gyarados into one of its primary typings. I chose Flying, and then 2 additional typings of a choice, which I chose Ground and Dragon. Now, if I wanted to, I could have done, like, Water, Flying, and Ground. I could choose 2 stabs if I want. One has to be a stab, and then the others have to be 2 different ones. That's at least the rules for this league. I think that's the best overall rules, because it still allows plenty of creativity and options, but not being too overwhelming in prep. And then having transactions in order for you to change your Terra type is also pretty important.
what to do here.
And also, you're only worried about in between 1 to 3 Pokemon that can Terra, compared to anything. But luckily, if Terra's allowed in a league, it is limited to a Pokemon, whether it's crappy Terra preview or it's this proper rule set.
Oh
So
my. Alright. Pretty sure Psychic still doesn't kill me.
nah, yeah, I really want ZA to have battling, but I'm gonna be honest, my hopes aren't there. Or like, I just don't think it's gonna happen. That crit was massive, by the way. I mean, you're insane for Calm Minding in front of an Amogus when it could have just Clear Spored you anyways. Or Clear Smogged.
I think it doesn't.
Clear Spore would be an insane move. Can we talk about that? Clear your boost and then put you to sleep.
I think we just stop the tantrum.
Corrosion Glamora! You don't die to this, though. You probably take, like, 80. Please tell me you're fat Glamora and my calc was just not that far off. Unless you're still minus attack, but you're probably minus speed on Amogus if you're mixed. Well, no, Glamora's got decent defense. I should have known it would have been closer to like 75 or 70 at least. And he's got some bulk. I mean, you're Corrosion, so I highly doubt that you're fully offensive, but... What is CMM? CMM is Crazy Muffin Mania. Sorry, Muffins, but that's why we decided to title it Mudkip Division on Playmore. It's just the overall league where all the divisions are being held. some Mudkip division for our Wi-Fi league where Playmore is currently playing, and plus all these additional coaches that I'm showing off. But then they also have different divisions such as Swampert, Mega Swampert, Egg Division, stuff like that, all ranged in the Evolution line, which is cool. But they're just different formats. So the other ones play on Showdown. One of them I think is a Radical Red League, which is fire. I never want to do that though. As much as I love Radical Red, like it's my favorite game period if we're gonna include fan games in a series, along with Pokerogue. But my brain would just get fried if, like, as soon as I went back to a normal draft league.
If he doesn't Terra, then Leafstone should be...
Chewy Muffin Mania, that's correct, because you're a puppy dog.
Alright.
What would you say is your favorite gimmick, and which one would you like them to keep maybe for games? Mega. Always at the end of the day. In order, Mega, Terrestrialization, which I know is probably a hot take for being second. Z-Moves, and then Dynamax. Dynamax just shouldn't never be allowed in drafts. So, I mean, it was overwhelming for VGC as well. I'm pretty sure no one really liked Dynamax as a whole. So I hope Dynamax never makes a return, to be plain and simple. But Mega is good. I just really want them to spread Megas to Pokemon that actually need them, aka don't give them to any more pseudo-legendaries. Like if they did a Mega Baxcalibur that was really fast, even more attack, and still got Glaive Rush.
I think I just take my damage.
Yeah. Just like, you know, Pokemon that actually deserve it. So.
Shoot, I'm probably gonna die from Future Sight, I just realized, because it's happening.
Wolfie liked it. Wolfie likes anything. He's the goat.
Ooh,
Oh, but some of you might not know this. I do love sharing it because it is my fun fact. I'm undefeated against Wolfie by proxy a world champion. No, so many people have said that, but not VGC, obviously, but Draft League. One of the old APA seasons. I forget which one it was, but so it was singles too, not even his format. But he did play Draft League back in the day. He was a very strong opponent. Pokemon knowledge does transfer over. If anything, mental calcs just change from spread damage to single target damage. Obviously, hazards are extremely strong in singles, not strong in VGC. And obviously, only certain Pokemon are being brought compared to the full roster. So next time, if we do get Wolfie to guest commentate this season, I already said I need to know well in advance so I can make a shirt online that says 1-0 World Frog difference, and then wear it during the battle. So.
Yeah, but yeah, so it's
Wolfie beats everyone back in the day for WB. Yeah, it was true.
Max HP, max defense.
Hey Lane, how you doing?
Should be able to kill.
Yeah, Red. Pup is asking to go outside. She really wants to go potty. I'll have to take her eventually. I think we're going to save ranking the drafts for another day. I might just be back tomorrow. If that's cool with y'all. Because I'll take some time to rank the drafts for sure. And I want to make sure all of you will get your says in on the drafts too. So we'll rank the teams another day. Whether it's tomorrow or anything like that, I'm open to ideas. I'm not a religious NFL person in my first fantasy league, so I'll watch some of the games, but I don't gotta watch them all. So.
I think it's most definitely switching out here. Yeah. Rumpy.
Mega and Polion? That'd be cool. Have the shirt at any point. Not be burnout from drafts. I mean, I'm open to trying to VGC. I actually, like, if I wasn't currently doing this season for Playmore, I would be doing the current regulation and giving it a full try. Maybe even try going to a tournament or doing one online. Because I'm not a fan of Ubers, so, like, the ones where they do have the restricted Pokemon, I'm not a fan of that. And Wolfie and his team are great, so I've been really obsessed with watching their videos recently. And I know plenty about VGC and Mons as a whole, so I mean, there's still obviously a learning curve. I will say it's one reason I don't ladder too much is because I love counter building. That's why I love Draft League. Period. Having a team that's supposed to be like made in order to take on such a large spectrum of Pokemon, that's where I kind of struggle. So I I would definitely be like taking more than building on my own for at least like the first bit, you know, just so I get comfortable. And I'm sure that's like that for a lot of people. But I'm just such a prideful person in my team building that I want to be able to get to that point. Long story short, I would love to try VGC in the future. It's something that I never gave a true try just because I've always been obsessed with draft. So, and then also, you know, like pandemic and stuff like that.
I
So.
have Iron Tries in the back for King Gambit if you're trying to go for like a King Gambit sweep, you know? Supremo. King Gambit. Okay, we Terra Fairy here.
No, I thought Slowbro looked pretty thin. I think he's been working out. You really shouldn't call people big like that. That's kind of rude.
So I do outspeed.
Terra. Oh, wait. Terra is Zelf too. God, the bar is set so high for Terra.
Live that?
Good live.
And flamethrower.
Kill? Nah.
Nice.
Crit?
I do die here on my board, I'm pretty sure. But yes, nice.
Please tell me that's a roll.
Threats out of here.
No, I'm pausing and we're pulling this up together, folks. Gambit, you're fatter than that. I know your special defense is low, but my god. Were you minus special defense? Chad, are you looking at this? 252 special attack, life orb, flamethrower. Oh wait, was he modest? Modest, still a 50% chance. Okay, so it was a roll. Why are you fully offensive Gambit? Would love to know. Oh, Calm Mind? This is what happens when you're not paying attention. I did not realize that they were +1. Alright, never mind. That completely changes everything. We're going back to our regular scheduled programming. The journey, if you made a video on it. Oh, if I do anything with VGC, it's going to be with Playmore too. Anything that I do in terms of like competitive Pokemon, whether it's Draft League or VGC, it will be through Playmore. I'm not doing anything else like on my free time. I really love what Playmore is building, and I love working with John and the team. And John has told me before, if I ever wanted to get in VGC, he'll support it. It just has to be the right time. For us, we're still building the brand and wanting to develop singles as a whole for you guys. So we want to make sure on leveled where it's like we're consistent season in, season out, you know? We're not going to be able to pump them like as often as like Joey, Nexus, Uzi, and stuff like that in terms of going from league to league to league, which is why we unfortunately couldn't join PPL. But I mean, we're doing great in the Mudkip division, and we just got to space them out accordingly, you know? But I mean, the goal is to have probably 3 to 4 leagues a year, I would say, in terms of draft. And if one of those is switched out with VGC for regulation and it spaces out my tournaments, I think that'd be sick. That's definitely something that we might try out in the future. But, you know, it's just something where it's just like, we don't know for the time being. We're just focused on doing our thing and building up the draft. So, and we've gotten a lot of new people into it, which I just love to see, which is why I want to keep doing this. Like the 80 people that are here still. How is that number not dropped lower than 80? Is mine just like outdated? Do I need a refresh? Guys, 85. It's not even 81. It was giving me a false number. Y'all be lurking, but I appreciate you.
Let's energy ball here.
Please subscribe because it's free. And I'll know to do more of these in the future. Please comment and let them know too. If you are enjoying this. Nexus is a sweetheart. And he's hilarious. I went into his stream the other day when he was doing a watch party for PPL. And I was just saying hi, and he's like, yo, Ben, I saw your team for that Ubers League. That's insane. He saw Zamazenta plus Darkrai and just assumed I was in an Ubers League. I was like, no, bro. That is a standard format. And they gave me the dog. And he's like, what? I love his team for PPL, too. I love Gengar. And Deoxys Speed is so sick. Oh, whoever asked before. Deoxys Speed, another top-tier Pokemon I really want to use. I've still only ever been able to use that once, and I'm pretty sure the league died early.
About 50%.
Or I had to drop. It's one of the two. And I think it was last gen. So I just want to use it even more now. So. Yeah, Siggles really isn't something that you see outside of draft. I mean, obviously there is showdown laddering with like Joey and other channels and stuff like that, and Blender. They're both great. It's just what am I trying to say? I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's just more competitive. No, I'm not gonna say that. I'll piss off a lot of people. I'm just biased. I like Draft League more than just showdown laddering. I mean, they have their tours and they have tournaments and stuff like that, and you can actually win stuff with them. Most of these draft leagues, you win something, you get a pat on the back, or you're able to get content out of it if you can, make profit from the videos and stuff like that. But definitely want to have like trophies set in stone for like the future. And I know people have asked, Playmore ever going to host their own league? That would be way down the line, guys. We want to focus on just highlighting our own team. Not trying to be selfish. We're just trying to be a sports team and grow a fandom. We're really trying to make it like a full esports team and everything. John's very passionate about it. So we hope to host invitational tournaments at one point. Whether or not that happens, we'll see. Oh, but also about Nexus. A few of my roommates are also friends with him and stuff like that. We ran into him a few times actually on Pokemon Unite. And I'm pretty sure our group is like undefeated against whoever group he was playing with, or at least they might have won one or something like that. But one of my roommates, he lost his mind how good his Azumarill was, but then he was also like, that Machamp was mad annoying. That was my Machamp. And I met him at AWA like over a year ago, before we were in draft together.
Yeah, knock off. I should belly John. This ain't good. Let's see if it's Terra Fairy or Terra Poison.
Mini-series, one-off battles between you and John with Tyler as commentator / referee.
So we were
pretty funny.
correct in this.
Yeah, we definitely want to have
Do not burn me,
potential ideas for in
Wait,
between seasons. It just really
Ooh.
depends
We're
on
not gonna belly John either.
how much the Playmore team needs to do, or sorry, the PM7 channel needs to do during that time off, because sometimes that time off is an important thing. Like they actually need to be able to focus on the content. So like, apart from us not wanting to go immediately back into a league with PPL, another main reason we weren't able to do it, John was about to hit 1 million subs. He had the Gen 4 stream, and then there was some personal stuff going on. I was moving to Georgia, and then some of the other guys on the Playmore team also had some personal stuff going on, which is not my place to share. So there's just a lot of stuff for going on in between. Just keep in mind that the Playmore team is PM7's team as well. So until we're able to expand that team more, it can be a little limiting with how much we are able to put out. Wow, don't take that out of context. But we really have a lot of in mind and what we want to do. Are there 2v2 draft leagues, or are they always 1v1? There were 2v2 draft leagues in the past. One was actually hosted by Joey back in the day. And it wasn't VGC based, it was just doubles OU based per se. So it was still a full 6 and everything. And they were tiered for doubles, so like, your traditional higher tier Pokemon and everything like that would have been like Incineroar. I remember when I saw them, it's like Blastoise was up there because of Follow Me and stuff like that or something. I don't remember, but or was it Fake Out Helping Hand? Something like that. There have been. They don't exist anymore though, unfortunately, just because it's super difficult to get 4 people to schedule for one date and one time.
Knock off for the kill.
So, especially when not everyone in the league is a full-time content creator. So.
Alright, so this next turn, Future Sight is going to come out.
John Jr. was a co-coach, and just for the season, does he still help out? Yeah, JJ still helps me out a lot. JJ's still a close friend. He helped me out a lot with the draft, actually. He's used Zamazenta Crown twice before in this generation, so he's able to give me a lot of insight and stuff. He's not directly in the front office just because he's got a lot of stuff doing, and I prefer people being fully active if they're in the server.
Yeah,
also, the assistant coach thing was just like a gimmick that the GBA had that was really dumb, but I enjoyed doing it with JJ because it was very cool to have someone else play and me commentate. That was a blast, and I really wanted to have again. That's why I want to get John on the sticks. But yeah, he still helps out. So Yeah, no, Nexus will cause your stomach to hurt.
Alright, did
Dude
you
is
see that?
hilarious.
I don't believe it was. Alright, you start. Did you say yeah? So we switch out here.
Are you living with draft people? Oh, no, I live currently with Vandy323.
Okay.
You'll
Earthquake,
see me on his streams from
Reapers.
time to time. He's been in all of John's events.
should be
John's
the-
been in some of his
Is
videos.
the skull. Correct.
And then also Razor Middle, who's been in some of
Yeah.
John's videos.
Just
and
don't burn
streams.
me, please. Please, just don't burn me. That's all I'm begging. That's all I'm asking for. Don't burn me. You already got.
VGC
334.
draft is gaining popularity. I mean, I believe it, especially if it's just one person against one person.
Here.
But when it was
It's like wears off.
back in the day, the only 2v2 draft was actual 2 people with 2 mons. Not necessarily saying you could only control 1 mon each or something like that. It just happened to be a team-related league. So
Okay. Yep.
VGC draft I know exists. So I just took the question wrong. So that's on me.
Yeah, should we always be doing?
Dude, I've also kicked JJ's butt in Among Us. Dude, it's so stupid, let me tell you.
No leftovers. How much EQ?
Oh yeah, did you see Blossom Oliver?
That's not good.
She's burying her head into me right now, and I'm
Why wouldn't he control?
petting her because she still really wants to go outside, which will probably go once this battle finishes. She's being a cuddly bear, and now her tail is smacking my mic. I hope you guys can't hear it. Oh, just the tail? Come here. She knows I'm trying to pick her up, so.
I hate this.
Sit. Sit. Don't get sassy with me. Sit. Sit. You want to go outside? You need to sit. Sit. Or you can do that. You can stand up too. Show them how skilled you are. Show them how bad at commands you are, but how skilled you are at standing up.
I hate this so much.
Man, I've done a great job
Because I can't do anything.
during this stream doing a watch party of literally just watching and not talking about the battles. Who's my good baby? This is my Yamazenta. I take good care of it. Her shield is over there. She doesn't go into battle without it, otherwise Dad has to forfeit. Blossom loves her butt pats and scritches. Let's see, what am I missing? Yeah, the Dragon Tail was awesome. Thanks for the nice comment, Wish. Favorite team I ever drafted? Ooh, it was towards the tail end of Gen 8. It was one of my championship teams. Insane team. I had Spectrier. It was Nat deck, so it was showdown only. Spectrier, Mega Gallade, insane combo, Dragonite, Rhyperior, Empoleon, Togekiss. I think I had Tangrowth as
That
well.
much? It was a crit. What is it? What is this luck?
And then Volcarona?
What is this?
Insane team. They should not have allowed as many points as they did. I think I had something really low on there too, but that was a sick
I
championship
lose this
team.
game anyways.
Also, my first championship ever. I really love that team too. It was Mega Charizard X with Sun.
I had the late game. But
I had Mega Charizard X,
Bro,
Skarmory,
really now?
Torkoal, in Gen 7. I started at the tail end of Gen 6.
Hurricane ain't doing enough. That's not confuse it. Which one
What else
is
did I
it?
have? I had Lucario. I had a Lucario game that I won in 9 turns. Oh yeah, I had Victory Bell. Dude, Victory Bell was so sick. With Z move and Sun. It was really fun.
Okay.
Trying to think. I think I had Starmie
It's not
as
one game.
well.
At all.
Right? I'm pretty sure I did.
Yeah, I'm just gonna die to burn soon.
What else was on that team, man? Jolteon. Jolteon in
That's
Gen
so
7, back when it wasn't as bad, because it still had hidden power. At least it can Terra now, which is arguably even better.
How many wishes does he have? If it's out of 8, he has 3 more wishes.
Thank you, everyone, for
Confused
vibing
in
here.
this place,
I'm glad
30%
it's been
chance.
good.
Giving a 30%
I'm
chance to
still
raise it.
surprised at the viewership average we've been able to keep. That is ridiculous.
Confused.
Some Magenta costume and surprise appearance of the cute doggo. I mean, if you didn't see on
Confuse this?
Twitter, I have a
Click
Captain
yes.
America shield and I put it on
Yes.
her.
No.
Because I had a costume for her recently where I actually made her like Captain Blossy. Because we went to what was it? Baby shower. And they wanted to be
That's so
like
cute.
superhero themed. And they were letting me bring her. So then I dressed her
Gotcha.
up as like Captain America. So. And
He's
everyone
scared of a
loved it.
hurricane coming out. He's gonna
Especially the
miss it.
kids.
He's got to switch.
I also tried to get that on her and
Don't you dare set
use
the
her
fucking
during the draft video for Playmore, but she doesn't like getting picked up too much.
Switch.
And my green screen and everything made it really tight, and my camera didn't like it either. This camera, which you guys see this gorgeous face, unfortunately is not the highest quality, so it lost focus multiple times during my draft recordings. How are you overall? I am doing fantastic. Today has been a great day. Loved watching the battle and getting so much love from everyone. Started building for week 3 already. And that's been interesting.
Yeah, I future sight and Skull might be able to kill me. I think so.
Took Blossom to the dog park earlier today.
How much
She
is
didn't
future sight
actually
again?
run around that much. The
24?
dogs were there because it only rained a little bit earlier.
The Skull's
But
through.
she was able to
Yeah, it's
at least run around.
everybody can come out and do that much. And Skull, don't burn me.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, I really wish I could foster
Are you
a
serious?
dog.
Are you serious right now?
Blossom is actually my
And if I
first
wasn't
dog.
burned, I wouldn't die right here. Fuck you. Fuck you, actually. Actually,
I'm sorry about that. Common boy, that's not... Alright. I mean, I feel you, but like... Blossom was my first dog, and she's been a blessing because she is like absolutely perfect. Originally, I thought my first dog was going to be a corgi. And I was going to foster a corgi and then take it in because otherwise there was just like no way I was going to be able to adopt a corgi. Otherwise, you like only have to get them as a puppy, and they're way too expensive. With the dude still paying student loan payments, car payment, etc. But then I just stopped by the Humane Society one day and I fell in love with Blossom. So probably not going to get another dog as long as I have her. She's definitely like a solo child per se. But let's see. Yeah, doubles 2v2 is sick. I was definitely just only thinking about like back in the day when it was 2 people versus 2 people, but obviously it could just be one person managing a doubles team. Duh. No, I mean, it sounds really fun. And it would actually be pretty smart if they were to try and do that again and try and combine draft and VGC. Fortunately, I don't think Wolfie would necessarily have the time for that. But what breed is Blossom? Blossom is just labeled as a Lab Retriever mix. She is a mutt princess, is like how I like to call her. She's 20% Akita, 17% Golden Retriever, 17% Lab, 14% Beagle. I don't get that. I thought she would have like a decent amount of Border Collie because of her fur and stuff, but she's only like 2 or 3% Border Collie, and then like 9% German Shepherd, and then like a full under like few random things that are in the single digits. So 100% good girl. 100%. So remember one of the APA seasons we needed to confirm our coach positions by sending you a corgi picture. Yeah, that's right. I used to what was it? You know, be in charge of the APA low tier where Oliver met me and everything like that, and I revealed draft picks in order by them sending me a picture of corgis. I'm still obsessed with corgis. They still have like corgi socks and stuff like that. And although you know you don't think about it, but like after Blossom, I will probably get a corgi, and then probably a Bernese Mountain Dog, just spaced out a little bit. But that's also if I can't control myself. I probably will go buy a Humane Society again. So, but I do want to still try a puppy next time. I got Blossom when she was when she just turned 3. She's 5 now, so I would literally commit war crimes to see her puppy pictures. You guys have no idea. No idea. Okay. Let's skip over the cursing part. Do you just lose at this point?
Where's can't if I need
Or the last
is
2?
hitting 25% in my max.
Ooh, do you kill here?
It's a roll. I just need to get a crit, land this.
Where are you going for Leaf Storm? What do I not know? I guess he's max physical defense Vaporeon, and you have no attack on Amoonguss, so Stomping Tantrum doesn't kill. Makes sense. Wait.
Leaf Storm crit, please.
Your move failed with Protect. Why didn't you just click Stomping Tantrum this next turn? Wouldn't have made a difference. It was not going to kill after the Wish. I'll shut up now. Like, Iron Treads is fine as a shiny Pokemon. Iron Bundle is good. Iron Valence still arguably good. It still looks fine on all of them. But the fact that they are all Chrome, they all have Iron in their name, it's just lame. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Scarlet won in terms of Paradox Pokemon, 100%. They're just divine. Their designs, their names, and everything. It's just cooler overall. If the names were a little bit more creative for the future type Pokemon, that'd be something else. And shiny is just not being the same as like. I think all of their shinies should have just been what the traditional Pokemon's color is. I think that would just make the most sense. A little bit of variance, obviously, between Iron Treads and like Great Tusk, for example. So they don't, their shinies aren't kind of like the same, just a different sprite or whatever. But
I'm not saying GG's.
not saying GG's. Okay. We don't support that in Draft League. You always say GG's. Bite your tongue and say it at the end of the day. Good game to Kenny. Good game to Kenny. This is the fan doc. If anyone was curious, what does this look like out of curiosity? Yeah, you can see everything. I guess I can move my... Actually, let me just... this one. Move it down just a bit so you can see that. Okay. Iron gives a name to justify the weird 2-word names, maybe. 2024 and no GG's is crazy work. Amen to that. Not in my household. Is it common to have that overlay for the opponent's HP bar? A lot of people do it when they're really sweaty. Just because it just gives the good read on the exact percentage. But if you're just raw and like super smart, then you should be able to tell the percentage. Just saying. So, but yeah, they just toss it on their overlay and recording and they can tell what it is. How often are you busting out the HP ruler during games? Oh, I don't do it. Need the ruler because I have hair? Yeah. No, that's completely understandable. Like, once again, at the end of the day, if you're bald, you just take information better. No, Dragapult's the best Pokemon in Draft League format. 20 is completely reasonable. Alright, we're going to rank some of the teams, y'all. I should just here. Let me just make this a lot bigger, actually. Bear with me. It's going to look stupid for a second. Okay. This probably looks worse, actually, for this screen. No, that's not bad. Okay. All right, so we got a tier list over here that has all the coach logos, and we're just going to go through some of the rosters. Just to be clear, this has nothing to do with a coach's skill level because I have no idea. And I hate ranking them like that anyways. This is purely based off the draft, how we feel about it, and all that good stuff. So we're just going to go one by one in order of the draft order and everything like that. I know Krep and Maki did a very, very, very long video doing this. Well, they went through the teams, and then the actual ranking was like less than an hour. But and they had our Playmore team at second overall, with the only S tier being Who's team, which is interesting. Now, there have been some transactions on this team, or this document, so just keep that in mind. But yeah, we're just good to it. Muffins that doesn't have your logo? Okay, we'll just keep that in mind. Okay, so we're going to start with the first one. Iron Valiant, King Gambit, Landorus Incarnate, Glimmora, Slowking, Arcanine, Rabombi, Vaporeon, Scyther, Sinistcha, and Murkrow. Apart from Murkrow, this is something... Apart from Murkrow and Scyther, this is 100% something I draft. Except for the double bulky water. I don't like doing double bulky water. I understand you have Terra for one of them, but... I like... So people understand, like, I mean, I guess you can make the argument I have double bulky water with Gyarados and Blastoise, but, like, Gyarados I consider to be more offensive and more of a flying type, per se. One offensive water and one bulky water. Awesome. Great. Love that. Just two bulky waters just feels a little redundant. But that's me. Iron Valiant's obviously a huge threat. I don't like second round King Gambit. I think you only ever get King Gambit if it's still around in the late draft. I just don't think it's worth that early on. Lando I is insanely strong, although it did lose Rock Polish, which is definitely a hindrance to it. It still hits like a truck. Glimmora, you sniped my Glimmora, so I hate you. Automatic F. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. You're cool. It's fine. Let's see. Arcanine. Yeah, Arcanine with Terra Normal Extreme Speed is cool. I actually really debated like Hisuian Arcanine. Just so it's an absolute nuke and it still has extreme speed available because that thing is definitely more likely and more affordable to be choice banned compared to normal Arcanine. And Rabombi is a great Pokemon as well. Really good for webs to have with your team, especially Gambit and Lando, because Lando is only 101. That's just not cut it nowadays. So it's not really going to help Gambit too much. Because Gambit is still extremely slow, but at least makes it a little bit more different to where you don't have to sucker punch certain matchups, which is really nice. Glimmora is honestly really great with this team. Removal, you have Defog, Scyther, and Mortal Spin Glimmora, which is fine. I don't know if Murkrow gets it. I frankly don't care. Murkrow's really not just going to happen. I'm not a fan of 1 point Pokemon. So, if you have to fit a role in a 1 point or 2 point or 3 point Pokemon, then your draft is just not well spaced out and it's top heavy. So, Bubba, you're okay. Let's see. Speed tiers. Rabombi's obviously the fastest. Then you have Iron Valiant. Lando at 101. Scyther's also at 105. What's the drop off? Arcanine's at 95 or 90? 95. Sui and Arcanine's at 90. Then Glimmera's at the 80 whatever. Oh, it's pretty good for that upper echelon of speed, so that's good. I really like the hazards with the team. And then you do have Kingambit to abuse Defiant, which is great if they opt to defog. Unfortunately, oh no, Sinistra. You have Sinistra. Sinistra's a great ghost for rapid spin blocking. So honestly, this is a very good team. I do like it. It's something that's kind of up my alley. The only thing I'm just not big on the Kingambit. I'm gonna be real. It's something I really wanted to use at the beginning of like this generation, and then obviously when Terra is obviously not allowed on it, it's just not as strong, especially in draft. So Rabambi for 8 points being a steal, yeah, I can see that. I definitely agree. Rabambi is the best web setter, and it still has the offensive potential of just being choice specs or Quiver Dance, which is really good. So. Let's see. Oh god, I don't know the coaches and their logos. Oh god. The Muffins, this is why I said they should have their logos on the team page. Or at least their team names. Muffins, you're just gonna have to tell me each time. And you're not allowed to leave until this is over. Oh, they have a pin now. That's great. I love tier builder. Where would you guys put this draft? Let me know. Iron Valiant team with Cali Dude. In terms of the Terra captains, Terra Vaporeon is, I mean, we saw it do work. But I think it's fine. I don't think it's necessarily the great. I think in this specific format where the Terra was a lot higher, you should really have like 2 offensive Terras. Arcanine can't really abuse offense too much. But so I think you just need a better setup sweeper with Terra personally. But take notes. Yeah, I mean, whatever you want to. I mean, that's why I want to do more. I mean, a lot of people that watch the Play More stuff are new to draft, so I really just want to share a lot more, and I love talking draft, and I'm an absolute nerd. So let's see. All right. Okay, well, I'll just open Discord and I'll try and find their in the graphics tab. Team info. Cali Dude. Cali Dude is the Aerodactyls. Okay. The Aerodactyls are here. I'll put it in an A. Not necessarily S for me, but it's definitely good. It's more than likely to be bottom A. But I like the balance of the team for sure. It's just a very good balance overall. And the speed tiers are pretty appropriate. Once again, I would just like it to be Terra's a little bit stronger. And doubling on the bulky water is a little meh to me. It might move down to top of E. We'll see. But in general, I like the team. Iron Valiant's just really great, period. Doubling up on... It's good that you at least have Fairy on Vaporeon. Wait one fat second. Was Terra Sinistra allowed? You could have Terra Sinistra and you didn't? You picked no, change this right now. Change Sinistra to Terra right now. And then, like, you're just automatically an A-tier team. Like, that's just wild that you didn't do that, so. My phone freeze? Oh, now my chat's updating. Sorry, guys. Prankster Haze is cool. Extremely underwhelmed by Rabambi, to be honest. No, Rabambi's the GOAT. Say A tier because I also disrespect Gambit. Yeah, A tier is kind of agreed. JJ, hello. Look at me being a streamer, dude. Can't wait to learn watching this part. Really excited to understand more of what's good and why. Yeah, it definitely really just. I mean, it's the most important part of draft. If you can't get a good team, then you're not gonna have a good season. So, but I mean, for the most part, if you just kind of check your boxes in terms of typings and like at least the strongest threats in the format that you want to have a check to, and there's specific type of like I want to say niches of Pokemon that you want to have a check to. So like there's certain roles. So like for grounded poisons absorb T spikes, but then there's also offensive roles. So for example, I think dragons are only relevant if they can be offensive. Low tier dragons that are just not as good. So like back in the day, Drudagon. I do like Drudagon, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's something that's as useful as compared to the other dragons, because dragon is a better offensive typing. It still has amazing resists as a dragon, but I see dragons as a benefit in draft. You really need to focus on ground types. If you want an electric, it should be a fast electric. That way you can volt switch around and be very annoying with any team with a poor ground type or no ground type. And pivoting in general is so important as well. And then obviously you always want your setup sweepers. Like strong setup sweepers can really just make or break certain matchups, especially if you get your pivoting right. But we'll talk about that more as we go throughout. And I'm always curious about other people's stuff. So Endure Rocky Helmet is the go. Rocky Helmet Drud is the only Drud. Let's make that clear. All right, Glass Shadows. So I originally liked where Glass was going with this team. Excuse me. Whew. But then I don't know. Monkey Dory, not it. Morgroom, sure. I don't like getting Flygon when you already had Dragapult. Like, I understand it's the ground type you needed, but I just feel like you could have gotten another ground type elsewhere without necessarily having to get that. Was your team ground weak? I mean, you have Levitate, Rotom Wash. That's all you need at the end of the day for ground types. Yeah, your grass type is also fire, so it's neutral. But I wouldn't focus on getting another Levitate Mon. Rotom's all you need when it comes to a ground immunity, because if you're just getting another Levitate Pokemon, then that's not really a ground check. You're just making yourself more weak to Mold Breaker, Excadrill, Earthquake Spam for Mold Breaker, Haxorus, etc. Two Levitate Mons are basically never it at the end of the day. It should just be one and done, unless the Levitate Mon is... One of them is like Uxie, or honestly probably just Uxie or Mesprit, just because they're both really fat, or Bronzong. Well, no, because then Bronzong is super effective weak to the ground. So yeah, Hisuian Samurott plus Dragapult, terrifying combination. Terapagos is really cool, along with Ogerpon Hearthflame. Pretty decent pivoting overall. I love Terron Hat. Terron Hat is insane. Terron Bisharp is really cool too. I mean, I guess the typings make sense. I don't know how Bisharp typically does with Terra in terms of what it should run. So, stand fine with that. Speed is kind of mid. I mean, obviously outside of the Dragapult, but that is a massive gap between 110 to the, what was it, 140, whatever. So, that's a big issue, because you have 110 at Ogre Harpong, then you have like 106 for Monkey Dory. Drabagos is slow. Hisuian Samurott's 85. Bisharp's slow. Rotomosh 86. Hatterene. Flygon at 100, which 100 doesn't even matter when you have a 106 at the end of the day. So, but in terms of like scattered out, apart from that, like the fact that you're letting the 130s run Adamant or Modest, like my Darkrai is drooling right now looking at this team. It's not the best, but it's a really tough gap to hit. So the top three is very strong. Especially just having that strong of a rapid spinner to pair with a Hisuian Samurott is good. I will say, from what I've heard from Terapagos, a lot of people don't like it being only the main form of removal. So the fact that you only have Magic Bounce paired with that is a little bit, scary. But you have very good heavy duty boots Pokemon. So I don't think that's a complete issue. Of course, Ogerpon Hearthflame is the issue, where the fact you can't run an item, you are 25% weak to rocks. But Bullburger can go a long way for that Pokemon and just get stuff done pretty quickly. That's something I also probably want to use at one point, because I love just normal grass Ogerpon. thing was so much fun that I used it recently. So I think the team is like fairly solid overall. I think at the end of the day, like it might not look at it because you have Hatterene. No, actually, no, I'm not gonna make that statement. Your setup is pretty dang strong overall for sure. Balance of physical versus special. Ogrepunk Hearthplane, Singing Samurott, Bisharp. It's fine. Yeah. Terras are really solid overall. I respect it. I think it's just another A tier. Top three mons make it A tier. Not all teams are like that. It is a very good top 3 mons for sure, but let's see. Glass Shadows. I scrolled past him. I think he was oh, he got the mascot. That's dope, actually. So, throw him in A as well. Do I think it's better than the previous one? That's tough. I think they're very similar. They do have better Terras. I would make the argument that Glass Shadows definitely has better Terra. Bulk comparison, because they're both balanced teams. Glass is arguably more HO, but he has the bulky Pokemon to make it a balanced option. Yeah, I think King Gambit plus Landowire are kind of on fraud watch. I'm putting the Samurats above them. Okay. Common Boy, Mr. Foulmouth. We have Urshifu Single Strike on a Rain team. Okay. Zapdos on Rain is always solid. Hisuian Zora, that's funny. Barraskewda Cantera for 9 points is just absolutely absurd. It's like that thing should have instantly have been like the max or banned. Like, how is it 9 points? That is ridiculous. Terra is elf with Barraskewda. I mean, this team should do well. I'm pretty sure he made transactions, but this team as a whole is pretty dang strong. It just depends on, you know, how fine you are with Terra. Is very ground weak, I will say that. You do have Zapdos and Levitate with his elf, but his elf is extremely frail, and Zapdos obviously is weak to the rock type moves. And if for some reason, if it's Smackdown, Gravity, whatever, you are super effective. Or if you Roost, they catch you with the Earthquake, and then you're automatically weak to it. And in general, it's very strong against the rest of your team. I completely ignored a Pelipper. So it's not as ground weak as planned, but still very good. Or still could be an issue. But you're also a Rain team. What am I even talking about anymore? I need to move faster if I'm just going to be stupid the entire time. Urshifu Single Strike shouldn't even be allowed. So just having that on your team with Iron Tread support is amazing. Zapdos is just a terrifying Pokemon in general, especially in Rain, because it just can't miss Hurricanes, unlike the Zapdos I used. Baxcalibur is goated. Very strong Pokemon. No mid allocations for Baxcalibur. I refuse. Y'all are just bad. But at the end of the day, like, these two Terra Captains are crazy. Honestly, with just how strong Terra Barra is, I think I would do Terra Immungus. Purely for, like, just certain threats your Rain team might face. Honestly, I think that's something that could be changed. But, like, Terra's Elf is still extremely strong. I mean, like, just Fairy, along with Mystical Power, can easily sweep teams. So, I mean, it's totally fine. I just think if you're already going to be a Rain team and you have Terrascuda, why would you do anything else? But I guess it's good for the weeks that you don't bring Rain. So, very strong team. It's not S tier by any means because it's weather. It's not heavily reliant on weather. It just does really well in weather. Ozzy at the end of the day is really good. You have really strong priority between Sucker Punch, Urshifu, Ice Shard Bax, Aqua Jet Alzu, Aqua Jet Barraskewda. I mean, it's probably just another A tier at the end of the day. Common Boy, your team was Salt Lake Argonauts. I actually really like that logo. That's sick. Nope. We'll do that. We'll find certain things that actually start making it, you know, not A tier. But for now, that's that. All right, now we need to drag this all the way. All right, we got Dashing's team, which of course we saw one of these earlier. Terra Hoopo. Ridiculous. Oh, by the way, for everyone curious, this is how Zamazenta made it to me. Iron Valley went first, Dragapult, Urshifu single, Hoopa Unbound with Terra. Totally reasonable that all of those still went in the slots they did, and they didn't want Zamazenta, because all those Pokemon are just as broken. So, I'm not complaining. I got my dog. Okay, so back to Dashing. Garchomp, Greninja, love them both so much. Goated Draft League Pokemon in both of them. Jirachi is Chaos. Petront is very good, very fat, yes, very annoying. Anemotus Therian, not a fan. I'm not a fan of either Enamorous. This one's just really odd to me. And then in terms of Incarnate, I just never made it work with its speed tier. It's just like, I think it's very easy to work around it. So, but its coverage, their coverages are insane. Let me be clear on that. Like Ground plus Fairy is just woo, nutty. Vikavolt washed. Losing Roost. It's just, I don't think Vikavolt's as good without Roost. I mean, it's obviously based off this team, the only one that you could pair with Hoopa based off points, so totally reasonable. Ogerpon Cornerstone, really cool Pokemon. I want to use like literally any of the other Ogerpons. I just want to use them. It's really strong from an offensive standpoint with Rock plus Grass, and having like low kick and stuff for like the steals. Conkeldurr, once again, if you had this as like Terra, would have been wild. But it is your only removal option because I'm not counting War Turtle. So, Defog Conk, which it never really wants to run anyways. Because if you're like a gut set, you're focused on all the coverage that you need. If you're an AV set, you can't run Defog with AV. So it's just difficult with Conk. So your team's good with heavy duty boots. So it's not like the biggest issue. Your spikes are insane between Garchomp, Greninja, and Ogerpon. And then Stealth Rocks, you still have Garchomp, Jirachi. That's it. Petron doesn't get T-Spikes, but Greninja does get T-Spikes. You have Webs on Vikavolt. It's very strong overall, very powerful team. Speed tiers, 123 or 122 with Greninja. One of those two numbers. And then it goes to Ogerpon once again at 110. Garchomp 102, Jirachi at 100. Oh, you had a big drop off. I remember that. Something was at Petron was in the 80s, and then I went to Hoopa at 81. But then you dropped from like Hoopa Unbound at 81, like all the way to like what was it, Enamorous or Conk or something like that in the 50s. Just allowing like some base 80s if they don't want to worry about speed tying with Hoopa or anything like that. Where's Hoopa 81? No, Hoopa's base 80. Yeah, if they don't want to worry about speed tying, they just easily run Adamant because they don't have to outspeed anything else beneath them. And then they're bulky Adamant at base 80s, which is a very large category. So that's something you have to keep in mind. I think it's always good to get a very solid, like decently bulky offensive base 70s to where that can't happen. Thank you, Cruz, for the comment. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, they definitely drafted War Turtle purely for the rapid spin, but at that point, you just don't do that. Like, if you only have 2 points remaining, you just try and contribute it elsewhere, if you can. So, yeah, some of the Ogerpons just get drafted really late. Like, it's good, but at the end of the day, it's also a grass type that's not a ground resist, so. Other Watermons that were drafted, there was a Polito team with Rain as well. And then I don't think there was a Sun team. We'll see. No, we're not respecting Shell Smash War Turtle. Not without Terra. If it has Terra, then that's something. Otherwise, without Terra, it's just not going to happen. Let's see. Honestly, the more I look at it, I think Cali Dudes is going a little bit down towards B, or at least like the very top of B, because like I want to put Dashing's team in A. Apart from like the speed tier issues, it's just a very versatile and hard team to switch into. And it's bulky offense in general. Hoopa's special defense is insane. Obviously, its Fizz Def is just undesirable, but I mean, it happens. But you have Pecharunt, which is funny. And then he has a good balanced bulk between Garchomp, Jirachi, and Hammer's Theory, and Vikavolt, Conkeldurr. Even Ogerpong can still have some bulk to it. So, very solid overall, and web support for those Pokemon are good. Your hazards in general are like pretty insane. And you have strong knockoff Pokemon in order to like get rid of like the heavy duty boots and stuff like that, which is pretty good. So I like this. Dashing's team is I know this, don't tell me. I know this, don't tell me. I know this, don't tell me. No, that's Josh. I don't remember. The Seattle Sigilif, okay. I don't think I'd put it above the Rain squad, though, because that Rain team can get extremely overwhelming, so. Very Ghost Week. Yeah, but that's why you have Terror Dark Hoopa. Not only is it an offensive threat, but obviously ghosts are just... Very few ghosts are actually physical. So, especially, I don't think... Was Golurk picked up? Golurk might have been picked up. But, typically they're always special. And Hoopa's got that really strong special defense. So if you just get Hoopa in early and you Terror Dark, then you have a good ghost resist. But with Spectrier in the league, yeah, that's a little sus. Not having a normal type and stuff like that. So then we got my team. Guys, tell me everything that's great about my team. Compliment me as much as you want. Thank you, Muffins. Get a Cope normal with 2 points in War Turtle? No, I agree. Yeah, drop War Turtle for just a normal type just to help you out a little bit in the Spectrier matchup. Is there a 2-point normal? While you guys tell me how amazing my team is? I mean, there's definitely going to be a 2-point normal, but like a good 2-point normal. Munchlax does not beat Spectrier, unfortunately. Oranguru definitely doesn't. Oh, you give Vullaby. You just give Vullaby. Dark type Goat. Actually, it loses the Drainy Kiss, I guess. Oh, Gumshoe. Gumshoe is free. Moltres for 11 points is so nice. Yeah, I think it's really good. Having a family of 4, loving family of 4, that are the fans. S tier. Munchlax beats Specs. Munchlax does not. It's called Taunt and Will-O-Wisp. Greedent, maybe? No, I think Greedent's 3 because of Terra. Yeah, Greedent's 3. Guys, go back to complimenting me. Let's stop talking about bad Pokemon. Let's see. If I'm going to be honest, because I'm just so honest, and goated, and humble, by the way. Honestly, probably the most humble goat of all time. So my team's interesting. It's definitely something that's unique to what I've drafted previously, which I think has been a good thing so far. I immediately panicked and started looking at FAs after the draft, but I was like, you know what? No, I'm going to make it work. I'm going to calm down. I'm going to make it work. Oliver, Grum, other people in the front office, they told me to shut up. And I appreciate that. Because I think it's going to be a pretty strong team. The only part where I think it like kind of failed off, as the kids say, is Muck plus Mousehold. But I'm going to make Mousehold work. I got Mousehold for the memes, and I am committed. And it's going to be really awkward if I drop the fans. So I can't really do that. Why'd I pick Cancel Muck? It's a fairy resist. It's grounded poison. It was a cheap poison. The main thing is that we had a steel type that's neutral to fairy. Steel is something that's definitely important for every draft. You want to get a steel type, then a fairy, and then a dragon as a bonus, 100% when you look at it that way. But you still want to have checks to fairy typing. So, because fairy is very strong in this generation. Just overall, it's probably the best typing period. Yes, Moltres is a fairy check. However, you still want kind of additional one. And Muck just allows that offer because a lot of things can tear it into fairy. So if something has rock coverage, they can immediately break through Moltres, even if they have Terra Fairy as an option. So, Terra Fairy, if you just look throughout this entire document, is the most common Terra type. So now more than ever, you want to have something that can really switch into fairy types. And the fact my steel is neutral, not ideal. And that one of my strongest Pokemon in Darkrai is also weak to fairy. So, needed Muck for that reason. Muck's good overall as well. And Muck did get buffed with Toxic Spikes this generation, which is great. So, Clefable overpriced. Yeah, I just think by a point. I think it's still a 15-point mon. Some people don't love it this generation. I still love it. Still has plenty of versatility. Its stats are definitely like finally like actually being mediocre just because of the power creep. But it's still a GOAT and it does amazing things. And I think it's amazing for Zama. So I was willing to spend the 16. But I think 15 is the right place. I think 14 is when it becomes a steal. So really overestimating Moltres? No, Moltres is still really good. I mean, Flame Body's insane. Having Roost plus Pressure used to be more overwhelming when there was more Roost PP. But it's still very solid, and it's an amazing pivot as what it does. And giving it Scorching Sands was huge as well. 125 base special attack, nothing to scoff at. Just good overall, like, natural bulk. And it's great speed tier at base 90. Base 90s and 95s are the toughest to come by, so. If I'm just going to be frank, I do think my team is right here. You can argue that, was it Glasses is above mine, maybe? Yeah, give or take. In terms of things that I'm still weak to, frankly, I still think I'm kind of weak to just Earthquake plus Stone Edge, which is pretty fair. But like, I naturally felt like Zama can still deal with it. I can run a bulky Breloom if I really wanted to, with Poison Heal, to where certain matchups I'm able to deal with that totally fine. So we'll see. Is Breloom unable to soak up Toxic Spikes? You still wanted the coverage with Muck. Breloom does not absorb Toxic Spikes. Poison Heal will poison it. You can heal from it, but ideally I want to be a Technician in most games anyways. It's only poison types that can actually pick it up unless you do hazard removal. So, in your game against Moltres, couldn't they sack Skarmory, go Primarina, and win? Yes. At the beginning of the stream, if you replay the VOD, we talk about it. Yeah. There was two situations. One, they shouldn't have sacked Great Tusk. They should have sacked Skarmory then. But even afterwards, they could have went Primarina instead of going Skarmory. I had to get an Air Slash flinch. So if they still sacked Great Tusk and then they went into Primarina instead of Skarmory, if I got one Air Slash flinch, I switch out and I win with Flamethrower. But if I don't flinch, then I just lose. Because Mousehold then can't set up, and at neutral or without +1, I don't kill Skarmory from where it was at. So your team and Glass's team are on par, I'd say, but you have the fans, so it's funnier. Big facts. I'm funny and a content guy, and I have a dog. Wait, does Glass have a dog? Glass doesn't even have a dog, man. He's got a stupid, ugly monkey, dude. Nah, yeah, I'm above Glass purely for that reason. I don't think I have an argument for S tier, though. Like, I'm missing a dragon type, which would be beneficial. I think my Terras are fine. I just think Mouse. It's funny, but Mouthful could be something better. And I don't care about removal. I think the team's fine with literally just Blastoise plus Tidy Up. That's more than what some people do in this generation anyways. Plus, it's really only Spikes that can be annoying for this team. Otherwise, I like the team's like fine against Stealth Rocks for the most part. I'm really excited to use Breloom, guys. Like, you have no idea. I would have wanted to use Breloom for quite some time. Especially with loaded dice. Alright, next we have a Jibob. Very interesting team. It does have Psychic Terrain. 5-point Indeedee. Muffins. I noted this early on. Why is Indeedee 5 points for both forms and Psychic Terrain? Especially when there was Terra, Iron Crown. I mean, Endless should have gotten it earlier, but I don't even think he wanted it, actually. Roaring Moon and Psychic Terrain is good, even though it's not really going to face too many Mach Punches and stuff like that. It's still beneficial. Enamorous Incarnate, that's good. It doesn't really benefit from Terrain, but it's not really something you worry about. Terrain's really just for Dio speed. Spam plus Poltergeist. Poltergeist, you don't have to worry about any Sucker Punches and stuff like that. Webs on top of this team, I feel like, is a little extra. I'd want to see a better Pokemon than Galvantula. Galvantula's just not that good anymore. Yeah, I would really like to see it be something else other than Galv, personally. Indeedee, male or female? It's both. You get both forms whenever you draft a Pokemon. So, yeah. Let's see. Their bulk is ground weak, though. That is something I noticed. Bowling plus Clodsire just really... And Colossal. Even though Colossal can Terra, like, those three just don't appreciate an Earthquake. And your flying type is an Amorous, which doesn't appreciate it. And Hisuian Decidueye, which isn't a real Pokemon. I mean, like... Porygon 2 is a good blanket check for a lot of stuff, but in general, when it comes to like the ground types, Porygon can be pretty overwhelmed. Because just Choice Band Earthquake in your team is pretty salivating, might I say. I don't know if that's the most appropriate word, but I'm starting to drool just thinking about Earthquake versus your team. With my Sandy Shocks. Seems good overall. I mean, the offense is the most overwhelming part, like, as long as you're able to keep control of that. But I just don't like how it's like you tried to make it balanced at the same time. I don't think you should have went with the balance route. I think you should just went fully with the HO at this point. Hazard removal. You have Hisuian Decidueye and Colossal. So it's like you don't even have mid-tier hazard removal. Which I think can easily overwhelm your team, actually. Spikes look amazing against your team. But at least you have... And it's just Poltergeist to spin block. Like, yeah, you can make the argument for Galvantula too, but I don't think it's that good. Especially if you Terra Galv. Like, bringing Terra Ghost is just kind of awkward. I'm actually... Like, Poltergeist is an amazing Terra Captain. I'm going to say that plain and simple. You need to get rid of Galv. I think you honestly get rid of... No. Wait, you have 6 points remaining? Brother in Christ, what are you doing? You can make this team so much better. I don't know if you already made changes or not, and this is the fan doc, so it's not updated. But wow. Yeah, please drop Hisuian Decidueye and Galvantula. I strongly suggest, because you really do not need webs with this team, bro. Like, your team is already fast in terms of those top threats. And Poltergeist really doesn't worry about it. Especially when you already have Psychic Terrain. And Hisuian Decidueye is just not it. You can get a better ground resist and still get other like forms of utility. I would upgrade Hisuian Decidueye. And I'd upgrade Galvantula purely to a better Terra type. Or just a better Terramon in general. Because, like, Poltergeist is only 8 points and can shell smash Terra. I don't think we discussed that part yet. I think it's fair to keep Terra, I guess, on Colossal, but you still have an extra Terra point. Like, you can get an 8-point Terra. I know the 8-point Terras were way better than the 7 points, because I know that's where I was looking at with Mousehold and stuff. I mean, to make you more ground weak, no. I was saying I know Iron Thorns is there, and Iron Thorns is a tremendous Terra Pokemon. So yeah, yet to make changes. That's fair. Well, I mean, if it works for them, it works for them. Just seeing 6 remaining points, that's wild to me, man. That's wild. Okay, I gotta fly through these faster. J-Bob. I mean, I think it's B tier. I think it can be overwhelmed and now offensed, even with Psychic Terrain, even with Deoxys Speed. So, wait, you told me this. Oh yeah, no, I even knew it was there. I'm sorry, Muffins, and I was bothering you about that. I checked that literally earlier today on the actual doc. My bad, man. Let's see. J-Bub. Lombres. Okay. Hunter, this is an insane 4 Pokemon. Chat, can we talk about how insane these 4 Pokemon are? Palafin, Raging Bolt, Rillaboom, Annihilate. That is such a dope core. Chat, why did we allow a Terra Metagross to go round 9? I'm not responsible for that. I had Zamazenta. You guys were responsible. That's ridiculous. It was arguably one of the best Terra options. Went round 9. That's a vomit inducing. I mean, like, the first 4 and Metagross, you're able to bring literally almost every week. Like, there's almost no reason not to. Like, even if Rillaboom has a poor matchup into, like, common crash resists, flying, steel, fire, etc., sub-Leechy sets can literally be brought every single week just to annoy a team, knock off for items, and all that jazz. Like, brother. And then you have just insane priority with Palafin, Raging Bolt, and Rillaboom. Obviously, Grassy Glide was nerfed this gen, but still so strong. Round 3 for a fake Pokemon is crazy too. Calling Rillaboom fake is insane. Raging Bolt with Rillaboom is just, that sounds fire. I love the thought of that. And then you have washed up Houndstone. I don't know, we banned Last Respects. Houndstone, insane is still an option. I respect it. I will say I don't like Tyranitar on this team. I think you drop Tyranitar plus Houndstone and you get 2 other things. Yeah. That's my opinion. Because I think Sand really just hurts the whole thought of, grassy terrain and all those other Pokemon that really rely on bulk up or like setting up, but they don't have the reliable recovery, and that's why the grassy terrain really benefits them. Getting that Sand chip on them is just not it. I know you can be unnerved Tyranitar, but if you're running a nerve Tyranitar, you're running Tyranitar wrong. So it really benefits from getting the Sand up, and it just doesn't work as well. So. Rage Fist is not banned. Rage Fist is allowed. Leagues are no longer banning Rage Fist. If they ban Rage Fist, it's because they're bad. So I think the team will be a lot better if you get rid of Sand and then Houndstone. You can find another 7-point Terra Captain that's still good. How are you doing in speed overall? Palafin Hero is base 100, I believe. Raging Bolt's slow. Rillaboom base 85. Annihilate base 95. Tyranitar base 65. Why do I feel like it's faster than that? It might be. Weezing's not slow, not fast. Delphox. Oh yeah, your team is slow. You need speed. Drop Tyranitar, drop Houndstone, and get you some speed. You're welcome. And just make sure it has Stealth Rocks, because you do not want to be bringing Stealth Rocks on Metagross. And I know that's a good reason to have Tyranitar. At the beginning of the generation, people were banning Rage Fist. I think that was more so because they were still allowing top tier Terra. So that's why. But this team needs an honest, hardworking Noivern. Let me tell you, I'm pretty sure Noivern is still available. I'm pretty sure that thing went undrafted and is still on the board, which is like extremely surprising because Noivern is a GOAT. Yeah, I mean, unless this is not updated and it got picked up, which I don't know. Noivern is still available. Thank you for Muffins for highlighting that in the document at the same time. So yeah, I mean, I think Noivern's great. That's 10 points. So what? Tyranitar plus that's 21 points. You get a 10-point. Noivern gives you elite speed. You double up on Dragon. That's not the worst thing in the world. You get a flying type, which you actually don't have, which is key as well, I think, to really help out. Like, obviously you have Rillaboom, but it's still nice to have another, switch into ground type moves, because even though Weezing has Levitate, sometimes you want to absorb T-Spikes. So, even though Avalugg just eats like any ground type move ever, let's be honest. Physical. So Noivern gives you 10, so then you still have 11 points to spend. Ideally, one of them is a 7-point Mon. So that's where it's like you are spending a 4, but then maybe you can upgrade something else. I mean, Avalugg without Terra? It's not it in this generation. Avalugg with Terra? Good. Avalugg without Terra, you can still get beaten very easily. So without like the sand changes and getting more speed, overall I don't think it's great. That's where it's like those first like 4 Pokemon are really strong, but then it falls off. Just because you lose team synergy, you have like a very clear like issue in speed control. Yeah, I mean, it's just an issue overall. I don't really know how else to go about it. I think you could even, like, if you really want to mess with your points, Delphox and Avalugg can be worked around as well. Because, like, Delphox is good, but without Terra, it's just not as strong. Goes without saying for every Pokemon. But, Delphox really appreciates it, because otherwise it can still be pretty underwhelming. And you are... Who even are you again? Sorry, Hunter. Hunter, you had that great win. GG's. Oh wait, no, that was Kenny, right? I don't know if that was Hunter. Whatever. I don't even know anymore. Nova Scotia. Yeah, that was a different team. My bad. Still GG's. I'm sure you had a great game. Where am I going, bro? Am I dumb? I mean, yes, but like, am I dumb? Is their team also not on here? I am... Wait, this is Manshine City. It's a different logo. There's 2 Necrozma teams? What is going on here? Alright, well, another one's missing, I guess. Yeah, I'm not tripping. There's just another one missing. Okay. How do you miss 2 team logos? Well, either way, I think I would have put it in B. It's not a C tier team because of that Elite Four, but it's not an A tier team because it lacks synergy. And as long as you're able to, if you have a good matchup into those first 4, or at least like decent, then you can really get away with it. So, I just realized the team was all the way over there. Why don't you guys say something? Come on, guys, use your voices. Okay. Okay. Fortunately, it's going to look really weird for the team builder now, but... Oh, they didn't even have a ground? Yeah, you're definitely in. Get a ground type. What are you doing, homie? This is how drafts fall off, man. About to spend the time to fix your team, dang. Alright. Now we have the Spectre team. Spectre is what I originally thought I was going to get in the 5th overall draft spot, but then they're like, here, take your dog. And I'm like, yay! Quavel's really good. Spectrier plus Tinglu is sick. That's actually exactly what I was hoping to draft in this league. Terra Regidrago for 8. I was hoping to get Gyarados plus Regidrago, actually. So, it was a snipe. That happened way too early, so. Gothitelle, it's good with Terra. I like Shadow Tag with Spectrier. It's just not when you want to remove dark types. You are terrifying. Yeah, let him cook. Tinkaton. Goated. I love Tinkaton. Some people don't like their Fairy and their Steel being the same, but I really like Tinkaton. It's a really good versatile Pokemon. Very often it is kind of like the same thing. Some people, or same sets week in, week out in terms of special defensive. But some people make it work, man. I'm trying to say something else. And I blanked. Oh yeah, people can work around Gigaton Hammer with like Protect and stuff. Which is like, the same goes for like Bursaluna. I'm calling it that from now on. That sounds raw. With Blood Moon. But then Ursaring, no Terra. You had a 9-point Kilowattrel availability to Terra, and you did not Terra Kilowattrel? Give me that Pokemon. You don't deserve it. Say, you go Regidrago and Kilowattrel lane, nobody messing with you. I don't care if you can trap and be Terra fighting for dark types. Or Terra normal trap and all that for Spectrier. That is Terra Kilowattrel. Almost made my headset fly off. There's a great elite speed as well with Paraspectrier. So, Tentacruel, we love Tentacruel here. Tentacruel is a goat. Love flip turn on it. Shadow Tag is 10 points. Really know nothing about Gen 9. Honestly, with 10 points and Terra, it should have been a little bit higher. But not tremendously higher. Gothitelle kind of sucks. It's like, once again, it's very similar to Clefable, to where its stats are a little bit lackluster, but it makes do. And Power Creep, just took effect. But you can run Shed Tail. So Shed Tail is an item that you hold that allows you to switch out even when you're trapped. And you also, of course, can't trap Ghost Pokemon. So at least a forces item prep. So especially if the ones that are counters to Spectrier, they really don't want to be holding Shed Tail. They'd rather hold Lumberry, Leftovers, maybe an Assault Vest, etc. So Tentacruel is great. T-Spikes look really good with this team. Volcarona is Chef's Kiss. I debated Volcarona as well towards the end of my draft. And Abomasnow. I think Abomasnow is fine. It's probably just something that you just kind of threw on the team, which I think is fair. Aurora Veil with some of these Pokemon can really work. It's just you don't benefit from the snow is all. I think it's good overall. I think this is something I would draft in all honesty. So I can fully respect that. Shed Shell. I said Shed Tail, didn't I? Yeah, Shed Shell. Let's see. What was your team? Bro, what was your team? The Dunsparce. Oh, my mouse is probably really loud into the mic, isn't it? My bad, y'all. Alright, where does it compare in comparison to Sceptiles? Better? No, I wouldn't say so. I would say it's still A, but it's not better. So we'll leave it bottom A. Okay. Now we're going to go all the way back over here, and we're going to Endless. So, oh, what the heck? And we're going to do that. Okay, I know we still have 60 people in here. You guys are wild. I'm incredibly boring right now, aren't I? Is everyone just like studying and like taking notes? Let's see. Should drop Volcarona for Ogerpon Teal to fix the speed tiers. Ogerpon Wellspring is literally right there. You will never see Ogerpon Wellspring not taken. I think 17 was a little expensive, but either way, the Mon's extremely good. Endless is not happy with his team. Let's see it. I love Terra Belly though. Terra Belly Bolt with Iron Crown I think is really cool. Oh no, you're right. Ogerpong Teal is based. No, you right. You right, bro. You right. Can't hold item. You right. My bad. My bad. I love Ogerpong Teal. Big fan of Ogerpong Teal, especially since it's not a water type. If Ogerpong Teal was the grass water, that'd be disgusting. Imagine getting them confused together. Yeah, Glamet is just like... Glamet shouldn't have been 1 point. Not that it makes much of a difference that if it was like 2 or something like that, but just ability alone, you need to make it 2 points. You do have Sneasler without any terrain, which is not the best, but not like the worst for it. It's just, easier opportunity for setup and winning. Iron Crown with Terra is really strong. Ogerpong Wall String is just consistent. You have amazing spikes. My voice is already going, so we got to make this a little bit quicker. Stealth Rocks, you have Crocodile, you have Mesprit, very good hazards. In terms of removal, you got Kamala. Dude, I'm so mad they took away Last Resort from Kamala. It was such a good gimmick with Sleep Talk Last Resort. Just trying to learn, man. It's my idea of a Saturday night. You guys are good. I'm not hating on y'all for being here. I'm just surprised to see it consistently still at that number. So appreciate it. Let's see. So Sneasler, obviously fastest. Then Cinderace is good speed. Court Change with this team is pretty good. The unfortunate thing is that it's like his main form of offense. So like Sneasler, Ogerpong, and Cinderace are fairly frail. And then like ones that are still strong and like Crocodile and Iron Crown take hits. So it's just like not consistent, like kind of bulky offense. He's got a few glass cannons. But the Terras are strong. I don't know, the team just looks awkward. I don't really see synergy immediately. Ground weakness is not there. You do have a good resistant Wellspring. You have Mesprit as an immunity. Mandibuzz is an amazing immunity. Mandibuzz is arguably one of the best defoggers too. Yeah, no terrain with Sneasler is rough, but it happens. I mean, it's nice not to see Sneasler directly next to a Rillaboom for like the millionth time, with a Heatran as well. But let's see. I mean, the Terra is really strong. Setup options are strong. Like, just raw breaking. It's unfortunate Ogerpong can't hold an item. I would say breaking is where it's kind of weak. Because, like, Sneasler can do it, but then it's like, it's not the best. Unfortunately, it's probably in B. Where do you belong, though? I don't know if it's bottom B. I wouldn't put you in C because you have Terra Crown. And you have a lot of Pokemon that can just hold their own and do the same each week. Is it 100? I don't even know. Whatever, man. Let's put Endless here. He's fine with me doing it. Yeah, Endless is goated, so he can work with garbage. It's not garbage, but he can work with a team that's just not ideal. Alright. I don't even really know how to break that down. Alright, we got Stall McGee. So we have Meowscarada, Alamomola, Gliscor, Heatran, Sylveon, Hariyama, Hisuian, Aula, Galarian, Slowbro, Dugtrio, Altaria, Hisuian, Zork. This is with the week 2 changes. So if you saw week 1, well, no, they didn't even post it, but it's a good thing you didn't see week 1. No. They just pivoted in between Alamomola and Galarian Slowbro and won the game, which is kind of on their opponent. But still very strong nonetheless. I mean, the bulk between Aloe, Gliscor, Heatran, Sylveon, Hisuian, Avalugg, Galarian Slowbro, vomit-inducing. And then you have just strong speed and damage dealing Meowscarada, Dugtrio, and Hisuian Zoroark. Having Hisuian Zoroark with this team is evil. Muffins, didn't you have this? Why'd you drop it and it go to who? Someone dropped it and it went to who? And if it was you, Muffins, then I'm ashamed. I'm just really sad now because I have to face this in week 4. I mean, it's a round 2 Alan Momola. I don't know what we expected the team to look like, so. Like, play to whatever your thing is. It's just, it's just not fun for everybody else, and it is what it is. I mean, it's a really strong team. When you just try and look at it at the end of the day, it's still a very strong team. Because, like, even though it is all this bulk and stuff, you still have an insane amount of setup. So, you have Galarian Slowbro with shenanigans. You have Swords Dance Facade Gliscor. You have Belly Drum Hariyama, although it's not Terra. Which is fair. Your Terra captains make sense. Double Ice and Ground is interesting. Obviously, it's just the natural typings. Okay, never mind. Stellar on Dugtrio does make sense. I do like Stellar on Dugtrio. Altaria. I love Altaria so much. Terra Altaria is sick. Removal, you have Hisuian, Avalugg, and then Defog, Altaria, which is fine. Knockoff into your team is obviously ideal, and you don't have a knockoff Absorber per se. I mean, this is really annoying. Like, there's nothing else to really say about it apart from the fact that it's good and annoying. You're the other Necrozma team. Like, it's just tough to break a team like that, man. Like, I can argue it's, like, on par with mine, but the bulk just makes it really difficult to break through. So, by the way, y'all can see this team fine, right? Yeah, okay. Sorry for your eyes. But it's still very strong. So, like, I mean, setup supers are a little bit lacking, but you don't care. You just pivot and you get stuff done. And your Terrors are fine at the end of the day. I mean, no. Terra Hisuian looks really good. I'm really curious what your ground, actually, on Hisuian Avalugg. I'd love to know the reasoning. Oh, just for offensive ice plus ground coverage? Fake Mammal Swan? Nah, you're not being offensive. Okay. Chef Ramsey. It's an interesting team. I've already looked at this a little bit. Iron Bundle is fine. With Galarian Slowking, it's good. Also, 2-point Alolan Sandslash is just insane. Like, what are we doing here? So that's already, like, instantly a steal, and you're probably already an A tier for this alone. It does look like a random mesh of Pokemon right now, if I'm going to be completely honest. Your Stealth Rocks are really bad. Between being on a Alolan Sandslash and Excadrill were primarily sweepers, and then Hydreigon, which also would rather just be offensive, especially when you don't have Roost anymore. So Stealth Rock is not good. Spikes are fine on Alolan Sandslash for being the only spiker. You would still want more, but... And then you don't have T-Spikes. So hazards overall are kind of mid. But you have one of the best rapid spinners in the game, so that's a plus. And you have another one after that. Let's see. Unaware Dozo can come to so many games and really help you out at the end of the day. Iron Bundle is a menace, as long as you can hit Hydro Pumps. In terms of pivoting, you have Iron Bundle, you have Galarian Slowking, you have Hydreigon, you have Galarian Zapdos, you have Galarian Articuno, you have Rotom-Mow. Your pivoting is amazing. You need better hazard setters. Like, I mean, if you want to bring Spadef Drill every week, be my guest. I just don't think that's the wave. No fairy? Holy crap, you don't have a fairy. Dog, you don't even have a Terry fairy. That's what I'm calling them now, Terrys. You don't even have a Terry? How do I manage to look over something so big like that? Thank you, Cypher. Yeah, no, you need a fairy, bro. I don't know what you do to get that fairy, but you need a fairy. Dropping Trevenant ain't it. You ain't getting no 2-point fairy. Maybe there just ain't that many fairies left to begin with, but... I mean, can you drop, like... You could drop Galarian Articuno. Like, it's a really strong Terra Captain for you, but... 8 points? Is there a fairy? Mimikyu? Do you have a ghost already? Trevenant, I guess? Doubling up on ghost isn't the worst thing in the world. You get a fairy in that, you get a fairy in Whimsicott, get an actual ground type, or sorry, grass type. You get Comfey. Comfey's amazing. I know it can't Terra, so you would have to do something else with Entei plus Sandslash. Oh, that is rough, though. Yeah, you would have to drop Rotom. I mean, honestly, I would do Whimsicott and then drop Rotom for... Let's see. Because Whims is what? Whims is 7. That's a good Terra Captain. Whims is 7. That gives you 1 point. So then you can get up to a 10. And if you still want an electric type, I mean... Dude, Armor Rouge is crazy. You can get Jolteon for elite speed. You can get to Dunsparce. Do you have a normal type? Oh, make that change. You get to Dunsparce. You get good rocks. You get a bulky check. It really helps you out against Spectrier, because your team is very weak to Spectrier because of Draining Kiss for Hydreigon. Yeah, no, I would drop Rotom and Galarian Articuno for Whimsicott into Dunsparce, and then your team is a lot better. It's also up to you if you don't want to do that, since I do face you in the regular season. I'd be fine with the worst team. Terra options are really strong, though. Overall, these Terra Captains are really good. Are really strong. Using Gyarados in Natdex leagues, awesome. Would love to hear it. I'm really excited to use Gyarados. I hope I can keep up using it. Part of me is like really fighting for the opportunity to use Terra Sandy Shocks, but like it doesn't need it. Gyarados definitely needs it though, and some other stuff. So, High Price, how are you doing? Speed tiers do also suck, yeah. Terra Dragon Outrage 6-0s. Yeah, as long as you don't have a fairy, it's 6-0s. Because Excadrill can only handle so much at the end of the day. So. Alright. Yeah, that's not a good team. Like, it has potential. Like, it's there. Wait, what's your speed? Oh, you have Iron Bundle, which is really fast, and then you have nothing until base 100. That's a whole nother reason you need Whimsicott. Can you just listen to me? I'm your father figure here. You should get Whimsicott. Whimsicott is a great Terra Captain too, if Gator proved anything. Who was this? Chef. You did not cook, Chef. Sorry. Standings. Meloetta Maestro. Everyone understood that, right? You're better than Endless, though. Endless, look away. Yeah, I'll do that. You have potential of making it like an A team and stuff like that, but next team is goated. Pyro, yeah, he's got a crazy team, bro. I hated facing this week 1. Like, when I stress, I hated it. The matchup was abysmal. Like, I will say one thing, though. I do think they can switch out a Suyu and Goodra. I don't think there's a need to have a Suyu and Goodra with Skarmory. The Dragon typing really only does, like, so much. Well, I guess maybe not. I don't know. Like, you do have Appleton, which can even, like, Terra into a Steel, so that's, like, really the point. Speed's a little bit helpful. I mean, what would you even, like, switch it out for? Let's look. I mean, you get a Haxorus. Yeah, I would do that. Just for Haxorus alone. Hydrapple plus Appleton. You're welcome. Oh, Cleavor? Well, no, I'm pretty sure Cleavor was picked up later on. Cleavor with this team would have been fire, though. Like, if you dropped a Sui and Goodra for Cleavor, that's really solid. Like, I love that change, actually. Milotic is my Prieti, but you don't need it. You got Primarina, Swampert, not needed. Yeah, no, I mean, if you get Cleavor on that team over Sui and Gudra, I think that's awesome. The OG Bubby? The OG Appleton? I really wanted to draft Appleton again at one point. I really wanted to use it in the P4G, but it was taken pretty early or something like that, I think, or I wasn't able to work around it. I don't know. Where am I going? Even though I like the Cleavor, team's still really good. Really insane. Excuse me. Speed is very strong with this team. Best rapid spinner in the game. Primarina with Terra is ridiculous. How are you supposed to switch into Terra Fairy specs? You don't. Let me answer that question. I don't care if you have a Reverum. You don't switch into that. Like, that's just ridiculous. Because even then, you just get hit with a Hydro Pump and you easily get 2 KO'd or Liquid Voice, Hyper Voice. And you get consistently 2 KO'd because there's not a chance that they whiff. Iron Moth is just so goated. Toxic Spikes with this team is extremely good too. Especially if you have like a bulky like setup variant of Mew or Skarmory. And that's really beneficial there. Great Tusk plus Weavile is just so insane. Great Tusk with Weavile and Iron Moth both are really solid. I mean, the team is like terrifying. Like, you have to focus on getting up hazards against him and just hope that he's not really able to spin with Great Tusk. I think that's the best way to play around him. It's not something I capitalized on too much, obviously. But we were still able to get it done. Barely. But the team is just a powerhouse. Like, he can choose to be still very bulky between Great Tusk, Primarina, Mew, Skarmory, Appleton, Hisuian and Gudra while he has it. And then he can play really setup heavy, really just offensive breaking through, like Choice Band, Choice Scarf, Great Tusk, Choice Specs, Primarina, Choice Band, Weavile, Choice Band or Booster or Choice Specs or Booster Energy, Iron Moth, Choice Specs, Thunder's 3, and like the power is so easily there. And like the fact that you have Terra Primarina and the drop is to Appleton, that's not even terrible. Terra Appleton for 4 is amazing. And I will stand by that. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mullet. I tried my best during that game, so you see a lot of tryhard plays, which is why I forgot about U-turn. So I was able to pull it out. But it was against this team, and it was really tough because they're a really good team in terms of the draft and everything. So Pyroar. I wonder how many times you got in that. Pyro, your team. I mean, with the change, I'd argue it's here. Although, so I want to make it clear, I really don't like the minimum requirement when it comes to drafts. So when it's between 9 to 11 Pokemon, opting for just this 9, I don't like. That's a very strong 9. I'm just going to put it like plain and simple. It feels like it shouldn't work, but it does. I remember when I literally first started like prepping for this match, I actually recalculated his points. I'm like, is there an error in the doc and I need to tell Muffins? Because there's just like no way this team adds up to the 120. But it does. And I hated it. So yeah. Still a really strong team. Definitely in the top. It might be. Is it better than my team? Nah, because it loses to a rat. Alright, so next. King. This is another one that's good on paper. Golden Go, Latios, Ursaluna, Terrakion, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Fezzendippy, Cyclizar, Diancie, Brute Bonnet plus Cacturn, and Quagsire. So not only did you see that Dark plus Grass is one of the worst typings ever, you said let me get 2 of them. Okay. Brute Bonnet outside the sun, I'm not big on. Cacturn for 1 point's a steal. I'll give you that. But not being able to tear it no longer makes it a steal. Golden Go is just goated. Urshifu Rapid Strike in round 5 is stupid. Ursaluna is fine. You have 2 dragons to deal with electrics a little bit more. Oh, you do have another ground in Quagsire anyways, so never mind. Fezzendippity is really fat. You have really good pivots with just insane breaking at the top, so it's like It's kind of top heavy in a way because like your mid tiers and below are like your bulk, and your offense you're kind of carried by those top tiers. This is not the way I like going about drafting, but it like kind of works. You have really strong double fighting. I think double fighting is never drafted enough. I don't think it's even talked about enough that fighting is one of the best offensive typings, and I think it's just purely because fairies are more common nowadays. But also, there's not as many good defensive fairies in this game anymore, and like good psychics are near and far. Let's just say. And even then, most of the fighting types get U-turn or they get good coverage. Like Terrakion, for example. Why can't Terrakion Terra? And honestly, I think I would have liked to see Terra Rock. Still keep Terra fighting, just both stabs and then one other. Purely so you could have a base 80 Rock type move with Terra that doesn't miss. You don't have to rely on Stone Edge. You don't have to rely on Rock Slide. I think that would have been huge. And you can still make that change. It's a very easy change. I don't know which one you want to switch out. I don't know how strong Fairy is for Terrakion. That just seems kind of redundant. Because you don't need it. That's just how I see that. Terrafire. Like, am I just dumb or like defensive grounds typically the counter to like Terrakion or like bulky waters? I don't understand the fire. If it's purely for flame body, then like, okay. But I mean, steals you deal with. Grass types, they're a joke. Yeah, I don't get Terrafire. Apart from, I guess, avoiding burn. But I mean, that might be all it's for. I would like to see Terra Rock, plain and simple. Not a fan of drafting Golden Go. And not any Burger Flipper Webs mons for 1 to 2 points. I don't like the low tier Webs mons. Nah. I mean, as soon as you draft Golden Go, you get a good web setter, aka Rabambe, and that is it. Nothing else is a good web setter. No. You can get Araquanid too. Araquanid was taken. Right? No, Araquanid's still on the board. And Araquanid can Terra, and Terra Water Araquanid is a monster with Water Bubble. That would be great on this team. So I agree, getting webs for it would be key. Getting webs for Ursaluna. Webs to counter the Choice Scarfer that has to deal with Terrakion and Latios. Very big there. Golden Go, just being able to do Nasty Plot recover shenanigans and outspeed whatever's in front of it is big. In general, I'm not like that big on webs as a person. Heavy duty boots are pretty simple and it's easy to remove, but if you have Golden Go, you should do it. So I agree. Get webs. Shoutouts to Homie for saying that. Araquanid is better than Quag. I agree. In this situation specifically. Araquanid I think is 10 though. So you'd have to make more changes than just switching 1 to 1. Yeah, it is 10. Drop Boot Bonnet because it's bad. Yeah, you can drop a Brute Bonnet, Quagsire, and Cacturn. And then you have 15 points, you get Araquanid, and then you just get a 5 point that can be Terra. And what's a decent 5 point that can Terra? You have Fairy, you have Pheasantipity, you don't need Okrami. What is your speed like? You have Latios at 110, Terrakion 108, Cyclozar at the 121. Okay. Is anyone else impressed from just like rapid fire speed tiers like that? Because I think I'm pretty smart. Doxbun's cool, but you don't really need the other fairy. Minior's funny. Do you have any types that are at least missing when you make those changes? No, because you repeated all the typings. And you're getting Araquanid, so you'll get your bulky water. What are you weak to? I'd argue you're weak to fighting, even with Golden Go. You'd be getting Araquanid. I think a different bulky psychic would be good. Oh wait, you have double fairy. You have Diancie plus Pheasantipity. Dang. I mean, anything in 5 is honestly fine. Terra Rotom Fan's very good. In terms of just a Terra Pokemon in general. Terra Arcuno would be fire. Grognal's not terrible at the end of the day, so. Oh yeah, you would need another grass if you're dropping a grass. Oh, that's a fair point. Terra Lilligant. Oh yeah, that was there, wasn't it? Yeah, Oh, that's good. Terra Alolan Exeggutor would be bars. Terra Sceptile, not the wave. Yeah, no. Those would be cool. Bro, you could even get Terra Basculin for 4 points. Like, I think that's totally fine. Terra Vileplume, also available. Like, you have options. AKA, make the changes once again. This is Drafts with Ben. Yeah, so because like that bottom half is just not it, but the rest of the team pretty good. Speed tiers. Okay, so after you get past those 100s, Urshifu's at that, what was it, 97 mark? Golden goes at the 80 something once again. Pheasantippity's around that same area. Dancy, yeah, your speed tiers are fine. You have plenty of setup. You have plenty of just wall breaking potential. Do you have Wish Pass? No, I mean if you could get Wish Pass, it'd be nice, but it's not necessarily a make or break. Team's overall good. I think it's just like, is it A? No, with the changes it'd be A. Right now I think it's just B. Yeah, if you got Araquanid on this team, then it'd be that. It just sucks that you can't have Terra Tarak with Terra Araquanid. But still, Araquanid in general is really good on this team. So I would make that change, personally. I'll put it in B tier. I think it's still better than the Iron Valiant team. Wait, who is this? That's King. This one. Just barely. It's like here or there. What do you guys say? I'll respond to the first comment, put them there. And then we have 3 more, but someone was missing. Another one was missing? Oh yeah, no, one was Muffin. We knew that. Crap, a Muffin and Josh. High B. Yeah, no, I was saying a high B. It's just, do you think above Golden State, beneath Golden State? I think it's better than the Maestro team for the time being. Once again, if they just all just listen to me. Okay, I'm just keeping it where it is. Below Golden State, great. Muffin, you're a genius. All right, then we have Krupp, which showed a strong performance in Week 1. Very good team. Love Volcanion and Rain. Raikou and Rain is also crazy. Wow. Also, oh no, you have Kingdra. Okay. I was going to say Raikou was allowed to Terra. That was pretty insane too. But Kingdra, you need to Terra Kingdra if you have Kingdra. There is just no other reason not to put it on there. So, yeah, 2 Reigns teams, no Archaladon. Archaladon is still on the board. I don't know if there's been any transactions for it, but I know one of these teams actually dropped Rain too. So, not going to say who, but this draft was weird. I don't know how the dog stayed until the 5th pick. Just a reminder, it was Iron Valiant, Dragapult, Urshifu Single, and Terra Hoopa Unbound, which is wild. So, like, they all make sense. Like, if they're all Pokemon they wanted to try, this is a try or a pick. Iron Valiant first overall is I'm just going to say they probably just haven't used it. Or they actually think it's worth a first overall. I just always pick Dragapult beforehand. Urshifu Single typically goes in rare. But no, I agree. Zamazenta still should have been one of the top ones. But it's like, it's understandable at the end of the day. Yeah, it's a crazy Rain team. Especially, oh, I don't like that though. Wait, why would you not do Terra Umbreon? Terra Umbreon is so good. Like, insanely bulky. Especially when you get Terra Poison, you don't miss your Toxics and things like that. Yeah, no, so to be clear, I'm not a fan of the Rain Setter and the Rain Sweeper both being the Terra Captains. Like, it does keep them on their toes week in and week out if you do bring one, because if you're going to bring one, you're going to bring the other more than often. Or at least if Kingdra's there, more than likely then Politoed is there. But Politoed could still come without Kingdra. Yeah, I'm just not big on that. I don't think Politoed needs the Terra. So, Archaladon, I think Archaladon was 15 points. Yeah, it was 15. Muffins, you're funny. Yeah, but team's really good. Scizor and Rain is great. Lando plus Torn, love the little genies. Only if you could have gotten a Thundurus instead of Raikou, that would have been hilarious. And then a Namoros would have been alone and crying. Screamtail plus Umbreon is just... It's just rude. Like, the amount of Wish Pass on this team for, like, your Pokemon is crazy. And you still have a ridiculous regen Pokemon in Tornadus. Like, that's very solid. Not gonna lie. Breaking for the team. Like, we did see Choice Band Scizor. Obviously, Landorus can break a decent amount. Torn is not a breaker because it doesn't hit. It is a regen pivot. Kingdra does rely on the rain in order to break, but you still make it pretty well. Raikou's not a breaker. It's a setup Pokemon. So, breaking potential is lacking overall, in my opinion, without rain. Like, you just heavily rely on the rain in order to break, is how I'm going to say it. Because, like, otherwise it's just Lando and Scizor, and that's it. Like, otherwise, I mean, people are running an Assault Vest against you. Like, always, because you have Kingdra plus Volcanion. People are running an Assault Vest against you. So you need to just have another physical breaker, in my opinion. Serena, not it. So. We picked Iron Valiant last time. It was kind of underwhelming. Well, isn't me. I liked Iron Valiant. This team's non-rain mode is pretty underwhelming. Yes, no, I agree. With the Terra Captains, that's the other thing. At least if you were to make it like Terra Umbreon, if you kept this specific like team of Pokemon, then you have a Terra that works well outside of rain. Otherwise, you are committed to rain every single week, which maybe is just something Crep wanted to do. Maybe they wanted to try it out. I'm not one to judge, but in terms of if you're just looking at pure like viability and everything, it's not that smart. Respectfully so, but you still have good Pokemon that really work well in rain. It's just outside of rain, the team synergy starts to drop a little bit, and it really just because you then just have too much bulk reliance. You're really just saying, okay, I'm gonna have Screamtail plus Umbreon, and then I can figure out how to win with Torn Nasty Plot, but then missing my attacks. Landorus Theory and dying to a random Ice type move. Scizor dying to a Fire type move because we're outside of rain now. So like, it has ebbs and flows, drip and no drip, precipitation and wind. I need to go to bed soon. Like, just the fact it's Terra Kingdra is insane. Like, the bulk's really good. It's just so reliant on the weather, in my opinion. Good removal in Serena plus Scizor, though. Pivoting's really strong. I think it's still not as terrible as I'm thinking. I think it's still, like, no. I think it's still bottom A. I did get that one right. Right, that's the team. It's just, you know, a 50-50 chance at that point. Yeah, that's crap. Okay. I think it's bottom A. You can easily make an argument for, like, top of B. But I think it's, like, still arguably better than these other ones. You know what? No, it's too rain reliant. It's top of B. I'm doing that. Sorry. Other than that, it's pretty good. Finally looked at my vid and wanted it back, and honestly, if I don't like Koopa, I honestly will go Terra Conk. That was a plan I had recently, I won't lie. Yeah, I mean, it's just a shame if you honestly needed to drop your first overall pick like that, like immediately. But Terra Conk is going to be really strong for you if you do opt to do it. But I know people have had like mixed things with Terra Hoopa, but it's still like it goes early in these drafts and everything. But good luck. Everyone go check out Dashing Sceptile if they want to check more content since this video went up. Dashing, we did see your opponent's POV, so sorry about that. But please go check out Dashing Sceptile, everyone. Also part of the league, and you can look forward to their battles every week on time, right, Dashing? Okay. And then we have the imaginary muffin logo. Let's make sure you guys can see these teams now. Nope, gotta move it. Okay. All right, Muffin's team. Chiyu as your best Pokemon. No. It's like, I just, not a good idea. That's just how I'm going to put it. Team changes I made for context. After week 1, I got in my own head and panicked, thinking it was bad, so I made changes thinking it was a good idea. I changed too much. Yeah, that's a scary thing. I never like changing too early into a season because you never want to commit too much to week 1. Or like take too much out of week 1 because week 1 is week 1. It's just up in the air. So, how many transactions did you use? Guys, we can say we can fix it, but if Muffins use too many transactions, Muffin's in it for the long haul. Oh, Lord have mercy. Muffins used 4 FAs. Yeah, Muffins only has 1 more. Hey, but at least you have Nubble. So, yeah, nothing's being fixed. Good luck, have fun. Yeah, so in the future, Chi-Yu should never be your number 1 Pokemon. If you just wanted to try it and you haven't tried it before, then it's full respect. Full respect for it. And it happens with drafts. You have to be really careful with your free agents for sure. At least you have good pairing with Chi-Yu, with Latias, good natural, checks between fighting, water, ground, etc. For just round 3, you must like that Pokemon. But at least you get Rapid Spinner and a lot of form of hazards immediately. Toxapex, I know, was a free agent. You should have kept Manaphy. I'm sorry. Manaphy is so good. But Toxapex is really bulky, can be really annoying. Just like reliable in certain ways, but not as good in this generation because it did lose Scald and Knockoff. Much more limited to the sets that it can run. And I feel like a lot of people are capitalizing on that now. But a lot of things that gained more in popularity was, AV Toxapex, and people acknowledged that, and that turned out to be really good. So just regen, pivot around. Not surprising, a lot of mons with regen run AV in their life. It's just typically not something you've seen with Toxapex before. And then Nummel, so actually S tier, now that I think about it. Meloetta is a really strong Terra Captain, though. I do hope to see good stuff come out of that. I think you picked great Terra typings as well. Fairy, I think, is just 100% what you always do with Meloetta, but I think Ghost is pretty interesting as well, especially when you pair it with the Pirouette form. Then you have Marshadow at home. You have, Terra Blast Ghost from a physical standpoint, along with close combat and everything like that, which is very sick. Let's see. Mudsdale, I think, is fine as the Terra Captain. You're committed to the bit, and I respect it. But it should be Meloetta and Florges. I'm just gonna say it. Or you switch out that, and then you get just another good solid 10-point Pokemon maybe that can be in Terra, because there's still a lot of good Terra Captains in 10 that could potentially be switched with it. So yeah. Iron Hands, though. Iron Hands is a GOAT. Once again, I really want to use this Pokemon in the future. Just its great natural bulk. Not forced to run Assault Vest always. Choice Band sets are insane. SD sets that are bulky with Drain Punch are really solid. And Choice Scarf if you really want to catch your opponent off guard. So it's not the best, but it can work. And then you also still have Punching Glove available too, so it can still use those elemental punching moves, Drain Punch, etc. And you don't have to worry about Rocky Helmet, which is really good. So if you were to face the Garchomp team, who I'm facing, Dashing. Wait, that's who you faced, right? Or am I stupid? No, you faced Josh. You faced the last team. You then don't, you just don't have to worry about Rough Skin plus Rocky Helmet. You just kill it with a nice punch then there. So, good as new. Florges is a really strong Terra Captain potential. I'm just going to say it once again, but a really good Pokemon. You show that you have good use with it after the first week with Charm. So I fully respect that. I really hope to see some Calm Mind sets. I remember running a Calm Mind Florges back in Gen 7. When I won my first championship, it was on that team. Florges was on that team with Mega Charizard X and the Torkoal and everything. I remember because I had Synthesis and I could heal 75%. I remember I ran a Min Speed Florges. That way that Fortress's Gyro Ball would do less damage to Florges. And I was just able to Calm Mind, Synthesis, set up, and win. Because his only resistance to Moonblast was Fortress. And I'm pretty sure I 5-0'd in the championship game. And then Talonflame, really solid. For me, I prefer Moltres. But you didn't get that option. The speed is really good for your team, though. Gale Wings is nice because I think your team can be a little bit like kind of free to set up against, and if you're not able to haze with Toxapex, you have natural bulk to be able to deal with it for the most part. But just having Gale Wings in the back for those really fast variants is good. Talonflame is just a good, reliable Pokemon in general. It just be overwhelmed at times because its stats are lackluster. It really just benefits from its moves pool and its elite speed. And then Zarude is a Pokemon. Yep. I mean, it gets knockoff, it gets U-turn, it can't sit up. It has respectable bulk. It's just dark, and grass is not good. Torkoal does not suck. Torkoal is a handsome fellow. Okay. Zarude and 7 things that fit bug. No, if you're weak to U-turn at the end of the day, that is rough. Not just weak, 4 times weak. I mean, certain Pokemon, they're fine with it. But, like, in situations like that, it's tough. Because you're also, like, he has the speed tiers that strongly encourage the Choice Scarf user. And those Choice Scarfers are going to have a U-turn more than often. So that's something can just easily pivot out on Zarude. And there's nothing you can do about it. Because you're not Terra. So that's all there. Let's see. Muffins. You get the honorary imaginary last team spot. To where it looks like you're not on here and your team could be potentially higher. But I'm putting your team at the bottom. Thank you for having me in your league. Yeah. It's just like, let's go! It's like pretty weak from a physical standpoint. Like you have the Iron Hands, like I mentioned, and Mudsdale can't be physically offensive. It's just like Mudsdale is best just like with the consistent overtime stamina damage, and Zarude is just not there. Like, you shouldn't have Zarude as being as one of your potential physical breakers. So like a lot of people can bring like AVs against your team and be pretty fine and get away with it. I mean, it is Chi-Yu, so it's like, even at the end of the day, an AV only does so much. But I think you can be outsped and outdamaged pretty easily. I think setup against you is very strong. I think substitute specifically can be annoying for your team to deal with. Just how I see it. And we faced in week 2, so I had a lot of insight for that. Just to be, I really like just favored my matchup against you. I think it was pretty good. So yeah. Next we have Josh. With the Gouging Fire with 3 forms of hazard removal. Oh, and then you have Ditto to copy their potential hazard removal. Big brain. Gouging Fire is a menace. I'm happy to see it used without Sun, just for the potential, even though it's obviously better in Sun, just because Stab Fire type move in Sun already being boosted, and then Photosynthesis. Strong. Corviknight is a great pairing with it. I've seen that before a few times. It's only been around for so long. Galarian Weezing is very solid. Am I tripping, or did Seabad have Gouging Fire, Corviknight, Galarian Weezing? I'm pretty sure he did. What was it? What? SPL? I'm pretty sure it was the SPL. I'm pretty sure he had that core. But then Donphan's really good. Donphan, so Donphan made it to the end of round 3. Yeah, that's totally fine. You were at a great spot to get Donphan. Keldeo is strong for sure. Really helps you for the bulky waters that Gouging Fire might want to deal with, so I do like that. Keldeo obviously wants to deal with those bulky waters as well and being able to chip them down with Sacred Swords or just spamming Hydros anyways. Really good there. Thundy is solid. I love Thunderous Incarnate. Thunderous Incarnate I used a lot in Gen 7 with Z moves. It was really strong. But still good here. Prankster is really nice for the team. Getting off Prankster Thunder Waves is very important. You have a great way of just dealing with kind of like setup in general between very strong priority and Terra Rock, Lycan Rock Dust with a Cell Rock and Tough Claws. Ditto with setup, of course. Prankster Sableye, Prankster Thunder. You have 2 Prankster Mons. Are you a funny little guy? Arboliva, great Terra Captain. This is a Joey team. Sir, do you like watching Mr. Pokemon MD? I mean, like, you have a Don fan, which he threw on, like, so many teams in, like, his low tier. And then it's like, it's not Thundy T, but it is a Thundy. And then you have Lycanroc Dusk and you have Arboliva. Like, that, right? Like, those 3 right there are just a Joey core. But then Alolan very solid, very strong. Team's a little bit fatter than I'd like, and your offense is glass cannons outside of Gouging Fire. That's how I'm looking at this at the moment, and I would like to see that be a little different, personally. Sableye, I think I'm fine at 5 points. I think your Terra Captains are good. Don't touch your Terra Captains at all. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you to change, and like maybe it's just the best option. It's just like it is balanced.png is just how I'm looking at it. Like you have the Pokemon that are just walls, Corviknight, Galarian, Weezing. And then yeah, I guess it's some bulky offense, Donphan, Arboliva, Alolan Muck. And then Gouging Fire is just whatever Gouging Fire wants to be, man. Shout outs to its nickname. Not saying it, but nickname meme, if you know what I'm talking about from Showdown when it was banned. But yeah, I mean, it's a fair overall team. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it would definitely pair better with the Under Thundurus, but... Oh, you had the option to even take that Thundurus, but you took Thundurus Incarnate. Yeah, because... Here, let me make this easier. Yeah. Or is that the right round? Down, 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 up. Yeah, I just put in a cheat code. Yeah, no, you could have grabbed Thundurus Therian. Right? Yeah, on the wheel here. Okay. You want a Thundurus Incarnate. I mean, I agree. I would have got Thundurus Therian. Thundurus Therian with Corviknight is very strong. So. Hi, Minar. Thank you for joining. Yeah, I would agree. It's a little bit reliant on Keldeo as a special breaker, definitely. Like, Arboliva and Thundurus Incarnate can still do damage, but it's just... Like, you don't run choice specs on them and stuff like that. Keldeo, you can. And it's like... If you run Expert Belt on Thundurus Incarnate, it's still like lacking a little bit, unfortunately. So that number round 5 is mind blowing for Muffin's team. Hey, Muffin's built different. Don't worry about it. Sableye should be swapped. I mean, it definitely could. I mean, but like if they want to focus on being rude, they can keep it. It's fine. Couldn't Thundurus I just be built like a Budger's Thundurus T? Yay and nay. I mean, the power is completely different. And just having Volt Absorb with Keldeo plus Corviknight would have been a lot better than just having, the Prankster version. So that's just how I see it. Do the speed tiers help you more? No, because Thundurus Incarnate's like the exact same speed as Lycanroc Dust, just 1 point faster. So, I don't get it. I don't know. Team actually relatively slow. That's your fastest Pokemon in Thundurus Incarnate. So, yeah, it's not the craziest, but it's not awful. I think Krep's team is better. Do I think the first team is better? No. Honestly, does that team need to go lower? I think it's fine. Chef Ramsay, did I really do that to you? Do you need to be higher? Oh wait, no, you didn't have a fairy. Never mind. Alright, I'm remembering things. So it is better than the Iron Valiant team? Yeah. But worse than Krebs. So I think that's roughly there. Just a reminder, Muffins is our base, our foundation, if you will. Muffins supports us all at the bottom. And then, let's see. What was the other one that was missing? Hunter? Right? Yeah, it was Hunter. where you had just the bad second half, but a random Terra Metagross in round 9. That wouldn't go C tier. You'd be somewhere in B tier. So, but you A tier as soon as you make changes. So, yeah, there's definitely a lot of teams that could make a few changes that would make it a lot better. And I hope you rewatch this back and listen to it. I can't believe I streamed for about 4 hours. My voice is tired. So that's crazy. All right, let me know. All right, before I just like immediately say goodbye, let me get like takeaways from you guys. Did you like the watch along? I'll try and commentate a little bit more next time, or at least give my thoughts throughout it. I just know I was answering a lot of questions because this was my first stream with you guys. And I appreciate everyone that was here the entire time, especially since we were able to maintain above 60 like the entire time. Ridiculous. I appreciate it all so much. So Stall is the best team here. Nice. Unfortunately, it's just tough to break. I mean, you could argue like Minor Pyros is the best. I think that'd be fine as well, or mine. But you know, that's just how I see it. I mean, you can easily disagree. Like if you're just like, no, I need more offense. But in general, it's really tough to break that team. So. Yeah, let me know if you want any more from the watch togethers, anything else to do for draft, just let me know. And I'm looking forward to hopefully having you guys next time. And I'm looking forward to all the battles for this league. I've been very excited with this team, looking forward to builds all the time. Been doing plenty of mocks. So, man, I am excited for draft, and this is some peak play more content, so I enjoy y'all being here for it. All right, so I'll catch you guys later. Thank you.